Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was Omega. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Kazu hurt, but he kept running. Past buildings and people and smells and everything. He didn't really know what he was doing. All he knew was that he needed to find help. And fast. Hurry, hurry, faster, faster. He glanced up, but the faces around him were blank, empty, meaningless. The smells were worse. All he could smell was undeniably alpha. Not everyone here could be an alpha, right? Someone here had to help them, right? Anyone. But all he could smell were the alphas, could see their bared fangs, could hear their angry growls. None of them could help them. None of them would. They'd only hurt them more. He had to find someone else. Anyone would do. Just please, find anyone who could save his mom. He spun a corner quickly, crashed immediately into something that had him falling to the ground, hands burning, knees scrapped, tears filling his eyes. He opened his mouth and a sob slipped out, a new scent filling his senses, dragging over his tongue as he gasped for breath. Alpha. He went completely rigid as a shadow fell over him. Hey! No. Someone was reaching for him. All he could smell was that scent. Overpowering, overwhelming. Undeniably dangerous. He sniffled, but bore his teeth, let a little growl out, curled up to defend himself in any way he could, still sobbed when he saw the hand raised over him. That hand hesitated, a moment, a little gasping breath, then withdrew. Instead of a hand, he saw a face, a bit of a scowl, red eyes glaring down at him, blonde hair a mess atop his head. Kazu stared up at the man, but could only think one thing. Alpha. He growled again, watched carefully as the alpha raised an eyebrow, his scowl twisting into a bit of a smirk. You got spunk, pup. Where's your parents? His mom. His snarl fell away as he sobbed. The alpha frowned deeply, but before he reached for Kazu again, another voice cut through the noise of the city streets, all the hair rising up on Kazu's body as another shadow fell over him, a second person crouching next to him. Immediately, he could smell this man wasn't an alpha. His scent was softer, faint. The beta. Without thinking, he threw himself at the beta, gasping out in relief, clinging to him. Whoa there, little buddy, the beta caught Kazu, held him tightly. What's wrong? What did you do? The second accusation was thrown at the alpha, who huffed. Nothing. I found him like this. The beta ran his hand through Kazu's hair. It was dirty. He felt the beta's fingers catch in several knots. Knots his mom would have brushed out long before, if only. It's okay, buddy. We're heroes. I'm Red Riot and this is Ground Zero. Kazu froze. He almost couldn't believe it. When he looked up, he noticed first the beta had a shock of red hair styled atop his hair, his teeth strangely pointed for a beta, though his smile was kind and warm. It reminded him of his mom's for some reason. But he also noticed the costumes both the beta and the alpha wore, strange outfits that he hadn't noticed before, something only heroes would wear out in public. If they really were heroes, then... My mom... He cried, twisting his fists on the scrap of fabric he could grasp. He felt tears dripping down his face, but he couldn't stop crying. He just sobbed, looking desperately between the two heroes, who stared down at him, curious, cautious, confused. Please. You have to save my mom. The air around them shifted almost immediately. The alpha stood, glanced around as if he could spot where the trouble was while the beta tightened his arms around Kazu. Where's your mom? What happened? An alpha, Kazu gasped, shook his head, tried not to remember. He's hurting my mom. Please help my mom. Red Riot smiled softly at him, stood, picked him up. Beside him, the alpha let out a growl, still glaring around the streets. Tell us where to go, he demanded, Kazu huddling closer to the beta at the increasing amount of aggressive scent in the air. The beta cleared his throat, the alpha casting a snarl at him, though the scent decreased slightly. What's your name? Kazu hiccuped. Kazu. Red Riot smiled brighter. Kazu, we're going to save your mom, all right? But you have to tell us where she is. Even if he wanted to believe they were heroes, that they could save his mom, he glanced at the Alpha untrustingly. What if this Alpha hurt his mom too? What would he do then? But if there was even a chance at saving his mom. He pointed back down the street. There's a building. All right, the Alpha snarled, but somehow he was smiling. Just watch, pup. I'm going to blow that stupid Alpha to smithereens. Katsuki relished the idea of putting some shitty Alpha in his place. If what this kid was saying was true, then his mom needed help. A quick sniff of him let Katsuki know his mom was probably an Omega, the sweet smell lingering underneath his soft pup scent. Unfortunately, there were still Alphas out there that believed Omegas were only good for meeting their own needs, for bending to their will. Alphas like that set Katsuki off. He thoroughly enjoyed grinding them into the dirt. Especially Alphas who hurt pups as well. He hadn't missed the burns on the pup's hands, nor the scabs on his arm and the bruises on his body. He wondered briefly if the pup had tried to defend his Omega only to have the Alpha beat him away, or if the Alpha had attacked him to draw the Omega in. Either way, it was unforgivable. And Katsuki was going to make sure this Alpha got the message. Once the pup pointed the way, both he and Kirishima ran to follow his lead. They didn't know what kind of condition his mom was in, just how hurt she was. The pup wasn't all that talkative, nor did they really want to press him for just what was happening to her. All they really needed to know was she was in danger. No Omega would allow their pup to be hurt or to run away without something getting in their way. So she had to be really hurt. And chances were the Alpha was still with her. They had to get to her before the Alpha could harm her anymore. A sharp increase in the pup's distressed scent made both Katsuki and Kirishima stop before a seemingly abandoned building tucked partly into a dark alley, a perfect place for a scummy Alpha to steal an Omega away. It was almost too cliché for Katsuki to believe, but one glance at the terrified look on the pup's face told him all he needed to know. The front door lay slightly skewed on its hinges, scorch marks along it. So the Alpha might have a fire quirk. Something Katsuki could handle easily. Stay with the pup, he said over his shoulder, a smiling snarl rising along his face. Kirishima glanced up and down the building's half-rotten exterior. You're not going in there alone, he said flatly. Katsuki scoffed. Call backup if you're so worried. But you can't bring the pup into a fight, we can't leave him alone, and he's obviously scared of Alphas at the moment, so you have to be the one who stays with him. Kirishima bit at his lip, his mind clearly racing. No doubt he knew Katsuki was right, but was trying to think of an argument to make. The fact was, they didn't have time for that. We can't wait any longer. That Alpha could be killing the Omega. He paused, catching a horrified look on the pup's face. A little twist of guilt touched Katsuki's tea, so he turned away. We have to save her. No. When he took a step forward, Kirishima growled, but there was nothing behind it. He was only a beta, so his growl was only a sound. It didn't mean anything. Not to someone. Katsuki. The Alpha glared over his shoulder, challenging Kirishima to prove him wrong. The beta held his ground for several seconds, teeth gnashed in a silent snarl. But even he knew they were wasting time. His body relaxed and he sighed deeply. If you need help, call me. And I'm calling in backup. Do that, Katsuki smirked. But don't worry. I won't need it. He flexed his fingers, felt them warming up. This time, he made sure to turn away from the pup before snarling, taking his first step into the dark building. Faintly, he heard Kirishima calling for help over the communication device in his ear. Their call was responded to immediately. Closest heroes were Ida, because of course, and Todoroki, because of course. Still, Katsuki wouldn't need them. He'd put this Alpha down himself, rescue the Omega, bring her back to her pup. He'd win the day without any other help needed. And he'd get to put a shitty Alpha in their place in the process. Explosions popped along his palm as he made his way through the building. It was a dirty, nasty place. The outside had shown its abandonment well enough, but the inside was just plain disgusting. Nothing living should have been inside that place. Katsuki took his steps carefully, not convinced the floor was going to hold his weight. Each step sent up a shriek of protest and threatening snaps of breaking floorboards. Even so, Katsuki kept moving forward. He paused at the center of the first room, sniffed the air experimentally. Even with the smell of rot and decay perforating the building, he was surprised by the scent. Surprised he hadn't noticed it earlier. The entire building reeked of distressed Omega. Just underneath it he could detect the faint odor of Alpha as well, but overwhelmingly he could smell the fresh terror of a hurt Omega. It was easy enough to follow that smell, to hurry to find where she was. The building rumbled as if to warn him away, but Katsuki rushed forward, throwing caution to the wind. There was only one closed door in the entire building. Not very subtle, the Alpha thought, approaching it carefully. He knew he was wearing scent blockers, but he also knew you couldn't erase a scent completely. And so, he let his scent pour from him, aggressive, challenging. He'd meet this demon Alpha with a storm of demps, tear him down before he even got his hands on him. He'd make this shitty Alpha pay. Katsuki raised his foot, kicked the door with his heel, letting his body fall forward, feet planted, hands reaching outward, explosions bubbling at his fingertips, ready to confront whatever may lie beyond the door. What he was met with was not an enraged Alpha. Not at first. What he was struck with first was the sickening scent of the distressed Omega, a cry of fear and panic and desperation in the smell, along with the revolting smell of lust and section. He didn't need to see anything to know exactly what had happened in that room. The scent alone had his hands shaking, his snarl deepening. He cast a glance around the room, still saw no sign of the Alpha. No, in fact, the scent of the Alpha was clearly faded. Katsuki let out a growl, realizing very suddenly that the Alpha was, in fact, already gone. He must have taken off when he realized the pup had gotten away. His growl was met with a small noise, what might have been a whimper, but wasn't quite that. Slowly, Katsuki stood a little straight, raised his hand, letting the explosions pop in his hand. Light flashed briefly through the room, illuminating a mattress in the middle of the dirty room. On that mattress, a body was laid, unmoving. Katsuki only needed a glance to know what it would be. He was thankful he'd heard the Omega's whimper, if only for the confirmation she was still alive. He pressed his hand to his communication piece, saying quickly, "Omega located." No sign of the Alpha yet. Kirishima quickly came back over the comms. "Is she okay?" "Oh. Get an ambulance here, quick." He heard a snort sound from Kirishima, either a growl or a snort, cut off quickly. He didn't have time to think about the beta, nor even the pup he was holding in his arms. Instead, Katsuki carefully stepped forward. The Omega clearly needed help, but after all she'd just gone through, he knew a strange Alpha approaching her might scare her. "Hey," he called, trying to lower his voice, reining in his scent as much as he could. "It's all right now. I'm a hero. Help is coming." In the darkness, he didn't see the Omega move. He paused, reached into his pocket for a glow stick. He often carried several for situations such as this. His explosions provided temporary flashes of light but were otherwise trash at lighting a room, and he hated having to hold a flashlight. Instead, he'd found being able to just snap and throw glow sticks around a room to be quite efficient. There was a moment when he was reaching for the glow stick, when he was holding it, when he was about to crack it, that he was aware of a hurt Omega in the room with him, aware that there was a pup just outside with Kirishima who was also hurt and scared. It was a simple world. When Katsuki stood in that dark room, about to cast light on what was laying before him. Maybe it was a cruel one. But at least it was simple. As soon as the glow stick cracked, a familiar green light illuminated the dirty, dingy room, and the Omega laying unmoving on the mattress at his feet. He first noticed that the Omega was, in fact, not a female. Male Omegas were rare, and male Omegas with pups were even rarer, but they weren't unheard of. So although that was a bit of a surprise, it didn't shock Katsuki too much. What shocked him was the moment when he leaned into the Omega, to try to assess just how badly he was hurt, the moment he caught a whiff of the Omega's true scent, the moment he saw the Omega's face, the moment when the world paused, when it held its breath, as Katsuki held his entire body seizing up. The hurt Omega laying on that mattress was one he knew. One he recognized. One that had him reeling in more ways than one. The Omega was Izuku Midoriya. In that moment where the world had reduced to just the confines of that terrible, small, dirty room, when everything held its breath, when the only things that mattered were Katsuki and the Omega laying before him, The Alpha saw the world unspooling, his past, his present, what he had imagined his future may be. He watched it all burn up. Then, the world expanded, took a breath, and Katsuki sunk to his knees. Deku? He dared not call too loudly. He dared not move too suddenly. But it didn't matter. Because one glance at Deku told him that the Omega was unconscious. That, and he was tied up, unable to move even if he'd wanted to. Katsuki had to lean a little closer to see that the bindings seemed to be cloth, maybe torn bedsheets from the mattress. Strips were wrapped around his wrists and ankles, BLD dark and brown staining the bindings. More cloth was tied in and around the Omega's mouth, muffling any cries for help he may have screamed. Although he was dressed, Katsuki could tell the clothes had been haphazardly thrown onto the Omega's body and they were torn and bloody. When he leaned a little closer, he saw BLD at the Omega's chin, dried on his face, scratches and bruises all over his body, one of his eyes black and swollen, fingernails bloody and torn. More than one bite mark still bleeding on his neck. He looked like he'd been through hell. And he wasn't moving. Deku. Katsuki didn't really know why he tried calling his name again. As if just saying his name was going to make this all better. Deku, it's okay. I'm here. You're too late. There were parts of Katsuki that he hated. That voice was one of them. UDMN Alpha. You're far too late. Stop. The word tripped from Katsuki's mouth before he could stop it. He found himself crawled next to Deku, looking him up and down. He still wasn't moving. Was he even breathing? The thought had alarm racing like fire through Katsuki's limbs. He nearly dropped the glow stick in his haste to press his fingers to Deku's neck. He held his breath, ground his teeth, dug deep into the Omega's throat. And the pulse. He was alive. Deku, saying the Omega's name didn't chance anything. But it was like a mantra to Katsuki, keeping him focused, keeping him from spiraling out of control. You let some Alpha do this to him. He's hurt because you didn't protect him. You abandoned him and this is what happened. Something filled Katsuki's throat, something that threatened to suffocate him, something that tasted a lot like guilt. But he didn't have time for that. Deku was still hurt. He needed help. He needed to get away from this awful place. It's all right, he whispered, hated himself when his voice broke. I'm here now. It's going to be all right. He set the glow stick down, untied the cloth from his mouth, pulled a wad from behind his teeth. When he did, a little breath whispered from Deku's lips, just a little more proof that he was alive. He was alive. As long as he was alive, Katsuki could fix this. He could fix this. Oh, Deku. He untied the Omega's hands and feet, laid him flat. A whine pulled from the Omega's lips when Katsuki moved him, the noise making the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. It's all right. It'll be all right. I promise. Deku didn't say anything to him. He just lay there, unmoving, bleeding. Movement in the doorway, then the scent of Alpha. Katsuki saw red. Without hesitating, his hand was raised, an explosion ripping through the air. A shout alerted him that whoever was there had been caught in the blast, but when the light faded, they were still there. A snarl of fury overcame him, Katsuki leaning over Deku's body, letting his scent overpower the lingering presence of SEC pheromones. Protect. Katsuki snarled again, eyeing the doorway for more movement. A voice called to him, maybe said his name, but he only snarled again, hearing only his BLD raging in his ear. Going to hurt Omega. Protect Omega. Save Omega. Movement again. A blast lit from Katsuki's palm as he sought to destroy the invading Alpha. The building around him shook, so he leaned over Deku to protect him from the dust that fell from the roof. He hissed as the glow light began to dim, but didn't dare to reach for another one, eyes only on the doorway, looking for something he could kill. Although his own aggressive scent was overpowering everything, he still sensed the presence of another Alpha nearby, could feel them close, too close. I'll kill you, he hissed. Come here so I can kill you. Katsuki. The voice screeched in his ear, so loud, so sudden, that Katsuki actually flinched. He blinked again, saw his vision clear, felt his heart pounding against his ribcage, trying to break free. Katsuki. What are you doing? Katsuki growled, didn't move to answer over the comms. Instead, he glanced down at Deku, confirmed he was still there, he was still unmoving. His body shook at seeing the Omega again, at realizing just how hurt he was. He's dying. All the warmth in the room evaporated. Deku was dying right in front of him, and he was playing some dumb overprotective alpha, keeping help from reaching them. Katsuki took in a breath, forced himself to hold it, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, banished the voice that threatened to roar in his ear that he had to protect the Omega and kill anyone who tried to approach. Slowly, a little tremor shivering up his fingers, Katsuki pressed the calm's piece in his ear. Kirishima, even his voice shook. Who's here? I told you. Todoroki and Ida were the nearest. Oh great. He'd tried to blast those two? He'd never hear the end of it. Send them in. I'm better. He breathed in again. The hell was that, Kats? Katsuki dare not answer. Instead, he leaned away from Deku, crouched at his side as Ida and Todoroki carefully peered into the room. He glared at them and them at him, the three alphas sizing each other up, gauging just where they all stood. Katsuki didn't need to say anything for the other two to understand his position. Even if they didn't know why he was acting like this, they cast a glance down at the Omega at his feet and understood he was not going to let them hurt him anymore. But he looked up at them and he knew they were there to help, that Todoroki was actually trained in administering first aid, that he could help save Deku. So he did nothing as the two slowly approached, as Todoroki crouched next to Deku and glanced him over. A thin line of anger and disgust pulled Todoroki's lips tightly as he reached for his medical supplies. Katsuki watched him closely the entire time, hardly even blinking. But he didn't trust himself to move. He didn't even trust himself to speak. Neither Ida nor Todoroki asked anything more of him, simply organizing the scene around him. Eventually, paramedics arrived. Todoroki explained what he could see: fractured arm, possible fractured ribs, multiple contusions and lacerations, a broken tooth, broken nose, the list went on and on. Katsuki listened, tired not to imagine Deku going through all that pain, felt himself growing hot again as he was forced to face all the horrible things done to the Omega. When the paramedics began packing him up to transport him, the Omega let out a slow whine of pain that had Katsuki growling in fury. The paramedics gave the briefest of pauses before Ida was there, putting a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, a command in his fingers, a warning in his eyes. Katsuki glared back, missed when the paramedics left the room with Deku. Without thinking, he followed them, followed the lingering scent of the distressed Omega. He was met with the sudden cry of the pup, still in Kirishima's arms, the paramedics trying to look him over as well. Kirishima had turned him away when the paramedics brought Deku out, but he couldn't have missed the smell of his Omega. Just how much of that had he seen? How long had that alpha tortured them? As the paramedics swarmed around the pup, Katsuki stared helplessly at him, felt the world stilling again as he realized this little pup was Deku's. That he was a part of Deku. A part of Deku and a part of someone else. Who was it? Who had Deku settled down with? He hoped someone who treated him well. Would they call next of kin and find a worried, protective alpha waiting to hear from his missing mate? Would Katsuki have to face him? Would he have to realize just another thing he'd been too late at? He didn't want to imagine what was lying ahead of him. Instead, he stared at the pup, taking him in, seeing all the parts of him that were Deku. He had Deku's little nose, his chubby cheeks, his freckles. But there was something else. The blonde hair, the watery red eyes, the sharp chin. The ground felt a little unsteady as Katsuki stared at the pup. How long had it been since he'd seen Deku? 5 years? How old was this pup? He was walking, talking, able to hold coherent conversations, aware of his surroundings, but he didn't seem capable of complex assumptions yet. His world was still very black and white. So how old would it be? Katsuki thought 4 years old. Was that because of what he knew of 4-year-olds or because of what he knew had happened almost 5 years ago? Cautiously, hardly daring to believe it, Katsuki sniffed the air, trying to catch a whiff of the pup. Mostly, he could still smell Deku's distress, felt it twisting in his gut, but he also smelled something else. The pup's distress had first called Katsuki to something being wrong when he had crashed into his side. He hadn't given it much thought beyond realizing something was wrong. But now, he took it in, he really thought about what he smelled. It was slightly sweet, a bit milky as all pups were, but there was something spicy underneath. Like cinnamon, burning sugar, fire and heat. Deku had always smelled like summer to Katsuki, all heat and warmth, and he knew his quirk meant he always smelled a bit sweeter than most alphas, though there was an undeniable kick to his smell, like roasting chiles. When Katsuki took in this pup scent, he smelled what someone conceivably would get when crossing his and Deku's scent. Maybe he was just hoping. Maybe he was just dreading. Maybe it was true. Maybe it wasn't. But Katsuki knew. Instincts, logic, whatever he wanted to chalk it up to. This little pup, this traumatized, scared, hurt, little, tiny pup, was Deku's pup, but he was also Katsuki's pup. Katsuki didn't know how the entire world could revolve around this one moment. But he'd felt it stop more than once in those few minutes. How had it only been a few minutes? In just those few minutes, everything had changed. He knew. He knew. He felt it in his stomach, which was twisted into such tight knots he thought he might be sick. He felt it in the coldness that swept through him, stealing his strength, making his knees shiver and his hands tremble. He felt it in the sudden realization that he had made the biggest mistake he could have ever made, and he was facing the consequences of that decisions. This is your fault. And he knew it was. This was all his fault. As the ambulance screeched down the road, Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima immediately crowded around him. They all began talking or shouting or interrogating him, but he simply walked past them, ignored them. And where do you think you're going? Ida stomped after him. To the hospital? How long did he have until the next train? Could he use his quirk to get to the hospital faster? With how much his hands were shaking, that probably wasn't a good idea. The hospital? But Bakugo, you can't just... Katsuki spun on Ida, set his teeth, and growled, deep and low. A warning. Ida paused, bristling. Strictly speaking, Ida was the pack leader. He was number 1 alpha. Even Katsuki wasn't above him. But that didn't mean Katsuki had to worship the FING ground he walked on. Nor would he. So he glared Ida down harshly, turned away when the other alpha said nothing. Are you not going to explain? Todoroki called after him. Not only do I want an explanation, Ida was very clearly trying not to hiss at him, I demand you return to the pack house immediately. You're not yourself, Bakugo. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki growled, annoyed when the three kept at his heels. Come on, man, at least Kirishima wasn't demanding things of him. What was that anyway? You know that Omega? Yeah, Katsuki spat. I've known that Omega for a long time and that pup is my pup. That got the three to shut up. In the brief moment where shock had them all standing around with dumb looks on their faces, Katsuki blasted away from the ground, up into the sky and toward the hospital. Behind him, he heard Ida shouting, probably at him, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked out over the city, carved out the best path to the hospital, to Deku, to his lonely, scared pup. The closest hospital wasn't very far away, but it still took a lot longer than he would have liked for Katsuki to arrive. Upon bursting through the front doors, he immediately demanded an update on Deku and Kazu, much to the shock and surprise of the hospital staff. They were probably used to alpha outbursts, but they probably weren't as used to pro-heroes kicking down their doors demanding information on people they just saved. There was always a professional line kept between hero and victim. Katsuki had maintained that line for years now, ever since graduating high school. He'd never let it get personal. But this time was different. Even if the staff didn't quite understand that, they seemed to grasp that he was unwilling to compromise. Still, they politely and patiently told him that he wasn't allowed any information on the two. I'm sorry, sir, but we have to protect the privacy of our patients, the nurse at the front desk said tersely. But I'm their alpha. Katsuki wanted to scream. The words kept jumping to his tongue only for him to swallow them back, forcing them to stay behind grit teeth and a deep, ugly snarl. As much as Katsuki wanted to lose control, wanted to rage and scream and destroy something, he took in a breath, made himself close his eyes and calm down. In the dark, he only could see Deku's unmoving body, could hear his whimper of pain, the cries of his pup when he realized his mom was being taken away. He opened his eyes, glared down at the nurse, who was very still. But she wasn't saying anything. And Katsuki knew she wasn't going to say anything. Somehow, he'd have to convince her, have to make her let him see his child. Clumsy words were forming together when a voice called out to them, "It's okay. He's with me." Even if Katsuki knew the voice, he still felt the bite of a scowl deepen his lips as he turned over his shoulder and stood face to face the newest detective on the force, Shohei Ito. This fresh-faced alpha was quickly climbing the ranks, forming deep and strong bonds with the hero community in order to better serve the city, or so he claimed. He was always happy, always upbeat. And he set Katsuki off for no particular reason. In return, he'd grown a strange attachment to Katsuki, seemingly amused by his antics. He could be a powerful ally to have. But again, he set Katsuki off. The detective, seemingly unaware of this, smiled at the hero. "Good to see you, Ground Zero. Excellent work today." The scum alpha who did this got away, Katsuki hissed between clenched teeth. The detective shrugged, adjusted his watch on his wrist. "Maybe, but you saved 2 lives with your intervention. In my book, that's a success, don't you think?" Of course he did. But he still wanted to crush this DM in alpha for what he'd done. He didn't voice this, stayed quiet as the detective introduced himself to the nurse and explained he was there to oversee the evaluation of one Kazuki Midoriya. At his name, Katsuki felt his heart plunge into his toes. He hadn't thought about the fact that the pup would have Deku's name. It was traditional anyway for the pup to take the mother's name, but there was something final about it. A confirmation of everything he had already known, pieces that lined up perfectly with what he knew to be true. The sick feeling returned. Katsuki desperately wanted to punch something. "Come on," Ito called Katsuki away from his thoughts, realizing that a nurse was trying to lead them down a hallway. The detective paused only briefly to let Katsuki catch up before he resumed walking next to her. "How is the pup doing?" "Minor bumps and bruises only," the nurse said, keeping a clear distance between herself and the angry hero. Katsuki hadn't failed to notice that Ito had purposefully placed himself between him and the nurse. As if they were actually afraid he was going to do something stupid. He had minor burns on his palms and the most severe injury he had was a bite. Katsuki almost stopped dead in his tracks. A bite? He tried to think back, but he hadn't noticed any wounds on Kazue's neck or throat. Then again, he had noticed Deku's neck marked up disgustingly well. The nurse shook her head. Not a claiming mark. He was bitten on the arm. On the arm? This was making even less sense. Why had someone bitten his pup on the arm? As if reading the confusion right from his silence, Ito said, "It might have been just a threat. Sometimes alphas are known to bite as a way to keep someone under their control." Katsuki growled at the implication, felt his teeth grinding along his jaw. Someone had dominated his pup by biting him. He was going to kill this BSTRD alpha. What about Deku? The nurse blinked at him. Ito raised an eyebrow as well, Katsuki cursing the little arch it made on his face. "Midoriya," he corrected quickly, shaking his head. The name was strange rolling off his tongue. He had never really called Deku that before, but it had been 5 years since he'd seen the Omega. Things changed. He would have given anything to not see them change this drastically. With a little nod of her head, the nurse flipped to another section of her clipboard. "I'm afraid Midoriya is much worse off." Even if he knew that, hearing a medical professional tell him that made Katsuki's BLD boil. He clenched his fists, reminded himself to keep his scent in check. Even with scent blockers on, he could still rile up the patients around him if he became too angry. He did, however, notice the nurse carefully put a little more distance between herself and him nonetheless. Multiple fractures, a concussion, internal bleeding, a collapsed lung. He's lucky to be alive. What she didn't say, but what Katsuki clearly heard, was that Deku would be lucky if he survived. Those were serious injuries, especially the collapsed lung. If he'd been left for much longer, he wouldn't have made it. If Kazuo hadn't run into the heroes, if Katsuki had been just a little later, then the alpha would have inevitably killed him. Katsuki clenched his hands tighter, but still felt little pops of his quirk along his palm. If the nurse noticed, she didn't react. Ito, however, definitely noticed, his other eyebrow arching high into his hairline. Katsuki had a sudden and powerful urge to bite them off, but the nurse continued speaking, cutting into his seething. He's currently in surgery. We'll know more once he gets out. I want to know as soon as you get any updates. Katsuki growled. The nurse glanced at him, up and down, then to Ito, who shrugged. Very well. She paused at an empty room, checked the chart that hung just outside of it. It looks like the pup has already been taken for psychiatric evaluation. This way. She led them, crisp and quiet, down the hospital's very white and sterile hallways. Katsuki knew he was distracted by all that had happened, but he was surprised when Ito cleared his throat, called his attention. The detective was still smiling at him knowingly, and he didn't care for it one bit. You, know this Omega? A muscle flinched in Katsuki's face. He glared forward into the back of the nurse. Yeah. You could say that. Must have been tough seeing him in that condition. To this, Katsuki had nothing to say. Taking the hint, Ito didn't say anything else until the nurse stopped before an unsuspecting door and gestured them inside. This is only an observation room. They won't be able to hear you from in here, she explained as Katsuki and Ito stepped inside. As soon as he entered the room, Katsuki tensed, catching the smell of his pup nearby. Feeling wild and jittery, he searched for where his pup was, found him on the other side of a mirrored window, Katsuki and Ito looking into a brightly painted room filled with toys. Kazu sat at the small table in the center of the room, several toys placed before him like offerings. He didn't look at any of them, staring into his lap with fat tears still running silently down his face. A woman sat across from him, smiling and talking softly to him. Katsuki sniffed the air, trying to get a whiff of her, but all his focus was on Kazue's smell, unable to discern anything else in the air, not even the detective's alpha smell standing right next to him. He assumed she had to have been either a beta or an omega, as alphas tended to be too aggressive to be good psychiatrists, and Kazue wasn't reacting as badly to her as he had to the smell of alpha earlier. Or maybe he was just reacting badly to me. Katsuki ground his teeth together, knew that wasn't true. If anything, his scent would calm the pup. A pup was instinctually calmed by the scent of either of their parents, though they were often soothed more by the scent of their mother. Still, any pup could be comforted with their father's scent as well. Even Katsuki, who found his parents both more annoying than anything else sometimes, knew that just a whiff of their calming scent could settle him instantly. Theirs was the only scent he knew that could soothe him. Well, there was one other scent. Deku had always had that effect on him too, though he'd done his best to reject it in the past. So he knew that with how upset the pup was, only his scent or Deku's could calm him now. With Deku out of commission for the time being, that meant he was the only one who could soothe Kazue. It took everything in Katsuki not to rush into the room, scoop up the pup, and comfort him as best he could. But he knew he couldn't do that. Not now. Plus, he wanted to know what the psychiatrist would find. What Kazue would say. What terrible things the pup had borne witness to. Just what exactly had happened to Deku and his pup. So he stayed still and silent, listening as the psychiatrist tried to get Kazue to speak, tried to invite him to engage with any of the toys. Nothing worked. Kazue remained mute and unmoving, save for the occasional flinch of a hiccup or drop of a tear. That only changed when someone else entered the room via a second entrance, one not connected to the viewing room Katsuki and Ito were standing in. The way Kazue instantly tensed and stared up at the man with huge, watery eyes pulled Katsuki a little, him making the mistake of leaning forward, letting a little of his own distress leak out at seeing his pup upset. Beside him, Ito turned, taken aback by his reaction, but Katsuki pulled himself together with a deep breath, letting it out in a growl as the man, undoubtedly an alpha, handed something to the woman, before leaving. Once he was gone, she turned to Kazue and smiled softly. Do you miss your Omega? She offered Kazue what the man had given her. A blanket. Kazue glared suspiciously at it, but a little twitch of his nose and his sudden, desperate grab for the cloth led Katsuki to believe it had been rubbed on Deku's scent gland. Even if his scent was still probably a little sour with distress, the pup buried his face in the material, the tension rolling off of him as the last few, large tears trailed down his face. It's all right now, the psychiatrist purred, putting a hand gently on the pup's shoulder. Your mom's being taken good care of. You're both safe here. Kazu peered at her from over the blanket. Alphas? He hissed. What about alphas? It was the first word Kazu had said since Katsuki had arrived, and the psychiatrist worked quickly to keep him talking. The little pup sniffled, rubbed his face in his mother's scent. There's alphas here. There are. Alphas work in every department in this hospital. Isn't that neat? Again, the pup buried himself in the blanket. After several silent seconds, he peered up at the psychiatrist, gauging her with untrusting red eyes. Katsuki felt a bit of a twist in his stomach as he watched the pup. The more he looked, the more he could pick out about him that looked so much like himself, and so much like Deku. An alpha hurt my mom, the pup mumbled. The psychiatrist nodded slowly. I know, sweetheart. Did you see the alpha? Kazu nodded mutely. Do you remember what he looked like? The pup curled into the blanket a little. The psychiatrist waited, then said, if you tell me what the alpha looked like, then I can tell the police. They can find the alpha then and make sure he doesn't hurt anyone anymore. At this, Kazu gazed up at the psychiatrist, watery-eyed and sniffled. Slowly, the psychiatrist pulled out some details about the alpha. He was big, though relatively speaking that didn't mean much when the pup said it, had dark hair, angry eyes, and big, jagged teeth. The jagged teeth was the only interesting detail to Katsuki. Did he have jagged teeth because Kazu had seen him as a monster, had seen him use those teeth to hurt Deku, or because he actually had jagged teeth? Beside him, Ito was scribbling furiously in his notebook as the pup talked, never once glancing up from it. He only stopped when Kazu sniffled and muttered, "He hurt my mom." He said it pitifully, as if it were something he still couldn't believe. The psychiatrist hummed. I know, sweetheart. She paused, smiled, leaned forward a little. Have you lived with an alpha before? No. Why would I? Your mom didn't have an alpha to help him? The pup shook his head, glared at the table. Beside Katsuki, Ito hummed. So it's not someone Midoriya had around his home or the pup. Maybe it was an alpha he had just started seeing? Or maybe just stopped seeing. Katsuki was so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he almost missed what Ito was saying. His pup's words had warmed a small part of his brain that he tried so strong not to listen to. That Deku didn't have an alpha, that he was available. It was sick of him to be thinking of that when Deku was laying on a surgical table somewhere in that very hospital because of the actions of an alpha. Ito's words did worm their way through the fog of his alpha brain though, causing Katsuki to think. It would make sense if this was the work of a jealous alpha. Maybe Deku had dumped him and he'd reacted badly to the breakup. But even if Kazu had never seen the alpha, he would have recognized his scent if Deku had been seeing him. Instead, Kazu spoke of the alpha as if he were a complete stranger, as if he were every single unknown alpha walking the city streets. So, a random attack? Those did happen too, but not very often. The most common cases were Omegas going into heat early and Alphas taking advantage. But Deku hadn't smelled of heat pheromones, which he would have even with how distressed he was. What other reason could there have been? Maybe this is just some sick freak. Some moron who wanted what he wanted and took it without caring about the consequences. But even that didn't make sense. The attack on Deku could be explained away somewhat easily on its own. Alphas attacked Omegas every now and then. It was an unfortunate part of life, a part everyone seemed to just accept, as sick as it was. But one thing was different about this attack, one thing that set this apart from most of the other Omega attacks Katsuki had seen, Kazu. It was very, very rare for Alphas to take any interest in any pups that may be with the Omega at the time of the attack. If anything, Katsuki had seen Alphas kill the pups, some ancient, horrific tradition having to do with taking the place of an old alpha, getting rid of the last alpha's seed. But typically, if there was a pup around, they were abandoned or left alone. Kazu had been bitten. There was something very personal about that. Something very deliberate. Even after what the nurse had said, Katsuki couldn't believe an alpha would bite a pup to display demps. It just didn't make sense. The psychiatrist had continued trying to talk about alphas with Kazu, but the pup had buried himself deeply in the blanket and was refusing to say anything else. A corner of her lip pulled back as she stared down at the pup, thinking. Then, She pulled out some crayons and paper from her bag. "Here. Do you want to draw with me?" She set the paper on the table between her and the pup, who immediately peeked out from the blanket to watch as she picked up a crayon and began drawing. He watched her closely for several moments, then cautiously set the blanket down and pawed for a crayon of his own, the psychiatrist pushing one to him. They drew in silence for several minutes, Kazu scribbling contentedly while every now and then taking a sniff of the blanket in his lap. The psychiatrist watched him from the corner of her eye but otherwise didn't say anything to him. When she had finished, she set down her crayon and picked up her paper. "Here. I drew my family. See? There's my alpha and my 2 pups." Kazu evaluated her drawing with a critical eye, turning his chin away with a huff. It was a motion so familiar, so undeniably Katsuki that the alpha had to stop himself from grinning ear to ear. "What about you? What did you draw?" Kazu picked up his drawing, showed her a crude drawing of 2 people. The green hair of the taller figure immediately signaled what he had drawn. "It's my mom and me." "Oh, I see. How appealing." The psychiatrist pulled out another piece of paper. "We both drew our families, so let's draw something else together. Do you have any suggestions?" Kazu shrugged, rearranging his own blank piece of paper. The psychiatrist nodded. "I know. Let's draw what we did today." Kazu's face fell immediately, his fingers loose on his crayon. Instead, he picked up the blanket, pressing his nose into it. Even from beyond the window, Katsuki picked up on the renewed distress in the pup's scent and he growled lowly. Again, Ito glanced at him, but this time, Katsuki didn't rein himself in. At the sour smell, the psychiatrist stopped, frowned. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Kazu sniffled. "I don't want to draw anymore." "But what do you want to do?" "I want to see my mom." The psychiatrist tried to smile as gently as she could, reaching out to comfort him. Kazu flinched away from her and she retreated immediately, going back to drawing as if nothing had happened. "I know, sweetheart, but your Omega is getting help from the doctors. As soon as he's all better, then you can see him." Kazu sniffled. "The alpha hurt my mom," he muttered weakly. The psychiatrist nodded patiently. "I know, sweetheart. He was so mean." Kazu shook his head, sniffled. The psychiatrist didn't move to comfort him again, but Katsuki was suddenly aware of her scent, calming, soothing, doing her best to care for the pup without making him uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be helping. Kazu only got a little better after burying his face in the blanket once more. "I tried to stop the alpha. But he was so mean." "Why was he so mean?" "You tried to stop him?" She was still calm, but there was a tightness to her voice that spoke to her alarm. Katsuki, too, felt a little pull in his ist as the pup nodded. Solemnly. "Told the alpha to leave us alone. But he wouldn't go away. He hurt my mom and he hurt me. Put me in a closet. I couldn't see my mom, but I heard him crying." That was new. The alpha had thrown Kazu in a closet? Katsuki struggled to keep his fury under control as he contemplated what that meant, the detective beside him equally quick to begin making notes. So the alpha had purposefully kidnapped them to that building, had set Kazu aside. For what? Leverage to use against Deku? For what? He'd tied up the Omega, so what point was there in also keeping a hostage? The only good news was, if Kazu was locked in a closet, he probably hadn't witnessed any of the terrible things the alpha had done to Deku. He may have heard it from what the pup was saying, but at least he hadn't seen it. At least they wouldn't have to explain away the finer details of his attack. In the madness of all that had happened, it was a small thing to celebrate, though Katsuki wasn't really in a celebrating mood. He kept thinking back to why the alpha had taken Kazu. Why had he attached Deku in the first place? It still wasn't making sense. Katsuki glanced to see if Ito was making any headway, but the detective's eyebrows were furrowed. They both turned their attention back to Kazu as he spoke again. "He was so mean to my mom. He made my mom cry. And I couldn't stop him." The pup sobbed freely, didn't stop the psychiatrist when she reached for him again, petting his hair and rubbing his tears away. "It's all right, sweetheart," she purred soothingly, trying to calm the little pup. "You did so well. You were so brave. So, my mom still got hurt." The pup gasped, stared up at the psychiatrist with huge, wide eyes. Is my mom going to die? The woman paused. She rubbed his tears away. Your mother, she said, very serious, very slow, is going to be just as brave for you as you were for him. The doctors are going to do everything they can to save him, all right? Promise? The psychiatrist smiled. I promise, she whispered, the pup whimpering softly until she ran her hand through his hair. Ito suddenly spun his notebook closed. All right, I think that's enough. He glanced at his watch, then tapped twice on the window, startling Kazu. The psychiatrist shot them a warning glare before quickly comforting the pup. Ito blinked, looked a bit ashamed at having startled the pup. He didn't catch the murderous look Katsuki gave him. Some interesting things to think about. We'll have to arrange for another appointment with a psychiatrist. See if we can't get any more information about the alpha from him. He sighed deeply, popped his collar. Also have to call social services. I don't think the hospital's going to be willing to keep him for very long, and it sounds like Midoriya's going to be here for at least a few days. Don't bother. One last time, Ito glanced curiously to Katsuki, turning fully to face him this time. Katsuki met him, glared harshly, though his attention was pulled when Kazu suddenly sniffled, trying to stifle a sob. I'll be taking him home. Ooh? Ito had the gall to laugh. What makes you think you're qualified to take on a pup? Even if someone did let you take him? Qualification has nothing to do with it. I'm taking him home. He felt rather than saw Ito approaching, so he wasn't all that surprised when the other alphas suddenly had a hand pressed to the door, blocking Katsuki's exit. Hero and detective stared each other down, Katsuki with a snarl, Ito with a barely concealed annoyance. Bakugo, the detective said sternly, I know you're not being serious. You think I'm a joke or something? You can't just take a pup because you know his omega, because you think his omega's pretty? BLD roared in Katsuki's veins, in his ears. His palms popped. It took everything in him not to blow this idiot from his path. A deep breath wasn't enough to calm him. So he set a snarl to his lips, and he spat out, He's my pup. The annoyance flashed out of Ito's eyes, shock dropping his hand from the door. Katsuki didn't give him the chance to recover, shoving his way out into the hallway, stomping into a secondary exam room leading into the playroom where Kazu and the psychiatrist were still sitting. A doctor and the same nurse were muttering to each other over a clipboard, pausing when Katsuki slammed the door open. Kazu was just a door away. His hurt, scared, little pup was only a block of wood away from him. He was tired of waiting to finally pick him up, to hold him, to tell him he would keep him safe. But a hand stopped him once more from doing so. Katsuki didn't stop the flood of alpha scent nor the snarl that split his lips. Ito didn't let up, digging his fingers in. Bakugo, the detective said, with a hint of a growl in his voice. You aren't taking that pup? I already told you. He's my pup. What proof do you have of that? How can I know you're not just saying that? You really think I'm so low as to take a pup just because of their omega? He snapped his teeth at Ito's hand, finally got the detective to get the hell off of him. I'm Kazu Midoriya's alpha. You can't stop me from taking him home. He turned, saw a look from the doctor, the tightening of his lips, the narrowing of his eyes. When Katsuki stepped forward, the doctor blocked his path. Please stop, he said quietly. Katsuki growled in warning at him, but the doctor held his ground. It would be detrimental for an unknown alpha to take him now. If you aren't his alpha, then you would only harm him. But I am his alpha, Katsuki snapped. How many times do I have to tell you people this? Prove it? The challenge had Katsuki's hackles raising. He turned over his shoulder, glaring Ito down. The detective was unmoving, his feet set, as if ready for a fight. There's no alpha listed on the BRTH certificate. So, give us proof you're the pup's alpha. It would have been easy to just strong-arm his way out of this. To just knock over the doctor, the nurse, and this stupid wannabe arbiter of justice. But he knew that wasn't going to help him in the end. So he took a breath, ground his teeth until his jaw hurt. Then he stood up a little straighter. Give me 1 minute with Kazu. If I'm his alpha, then he'll calm at my scent. Alpha scents have only been distressing him, the doctor said. Clearly. Katsuki turned to face him, to face the door that led to his pup. He glared at it briefly, imagined what was just beyond it, before looking at the doctor. You'll know pretty immediately if I'm not his alpha, right? Just let me try. The doctor and nurse glanced at each other, then to Ito. The detective shook his head stubbornly, just as any dumb alpha would. You don't have to let him do anything. In fact, I'd advise against it. Nobody asked your opinion, Katsuki hissed over his shoulder. All right, that's enough, the doctor raised his hands. There's enough alpha pheromones in this room to scare anyone, especially that pup. He glared down at Katsuki. Even though they were about the same height, he felt as if the doctor were scrutinizing him from some lofty height, from some peak he couldn't reach. He hated that feeling. But he knew that this doctor was the only thing in his way from his pup. So he ground his teeth, waited. It seemed to take a lifetime before the doctor finally closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and stepped to the side. If the pup doesn't react favorably to you immediately, you have to leave. You won't be permitted contact with him or his Omega ever. Again, Katsuki scoffed, stepped forward, tried not to think that he didn't really deserve to be in contact with either of them anyway. But he knew he could help them. He knew he could keep them safe, comfort them. Whatever small thing he could do to make up for letting this happen to them. At the door, Katsuki took hold of the handle, took in another breath, let it out slowly, calmed his scent. The room was still swimming with the lingering smell of both his and Ito's angry pheromones, so he knew when he opened the door, the pup would smell it. It was going to be a battle to calm him down. But he had to try. The door creaked when it opened. Immediately, two pairs of eyes turned to him, the psychiatrist, surprised, his little pup, shocked. As soon as he realized who had walked into the room, Kazu paused, no doubt recognizing him from the scene of Deku's rescue. But Kirishima wasn't there to hold him and keep him calm now. Now it was just the two of them. Excuse me? The psychiatrist asked, sounding a little put off. You're excused, Katsuki said shortly, stepping past her to Kazu. Although the pup had been examining him constantly, the moment Katsuki stepped toward him, he leaped to his feet and dashed into the corner of the room, hissing and snarling at him. Katsuki paused, patient, careful, letting off a little more of his scent. He cursed these DMN scent blockers he had to wear. They must have been diluting his smell, muddying it enough that Kazu wasn't reacting to it as he should. It's all right, he kept his voice low and soft, stepped toward the pup with his hands raised. I won't hurt you, Kazu. Stay away. The pup snarled, swiped at the air between them, tears gathering in his eyes again. Get away from me. Bakugo! Ito's voice broke through the room, made Katsuki growl. The detective was in the doorway, glancing between him and the pup. That's enough. You're scaring him. Katsuki raised his lip in a silent snarl, abandoned the soft approach. He stepped to Kazue's side, the pup snarling and hissing and still trying to defend himself. When Katsuki hooked his hands around the pup's teeth, Kazu immediately bit into his hand, strong. It was enough of a strange reaction that Katsuki paused, blinked in shock at the snarling pup still latched into his hand. But otherwise, he didn't flinch, didn't react as BLD trailed down his fingers. Instead, he pressed the pup to his heart, ran a hand through his hair, let his scent cover him. At first, Kazu just bit down a little harder, but suddenly, very suddenly, he let go, gave a little gasp. He was very still, clearly confused, maybe overwhelmed. But he didn't snarl or growl. He just lay against Katsuki's feet. Katsuki cast a glance to those in the room, saw both Ito and the psychiatrist were staring, more than just a little stunned. In that moment, he could have snarled an "I told you so," or told off Ito for doubting him, but Kazue's hands suddenly fisted in his shirt and his nose nuzzled right into his neck, into his scent. A little sob escaped the pup, a shiver coming over his body. Then he fell like jelly in Katsuki's arms, relaxed for the first time since they'd found him. And it didn't matter what Ito or anyone else thought. All that mattered was the pup in his arms, the little bundle of himself and Deku that was quietly sniffling right in his ear, that was hurt and scared and grieving for what had happened to him. Katsuki didn't say anything to anyone. He only bent to grab the blanket, smelled that Deku's scent was indeed covering it, and tucked the cloth around the pup, Kazu shivering now that he was surrounded by both his alphas and omegas scent. Seeing his pup content, knowing there was nothing more he could do, Katsuki stepped from the room. Past the psychiatrist, the doctor, the nurse, Ito. None of them mattered anymore. He carried the pup to the desk, checked him out, and headed for home. Before arriving at the pack house, Katsuki swallowed his pride and called in a favor from Ida. The alpha didn't ask questions then. But Katsuki knew that was coming. For now, he was only grateful that nobody put up a fuss about his request. Or if they did, that he wasn't the one who had to deal with it. Still, he was a bit apprehensive as he opened the door to the pack house, awaiting a rush of people to greet them. Only silence met them. The faint smell of the pack surrounded him as Katsuki stepped inside, closed the door behind him. As much as he never would admit it, he did relax a little, warmed by the lingering presence of his pack. Here he knew he was safe. Here he knew he could care for his pup. Here he knew he was home. At the new sense, Kazu stirred quietly, dug himself into Katsuki's neck, stilled, went back to sleeping. Katsuki stood for a moment, surveyed the vacant entryway, the quiet living room. The archway into the kitchen was empty. Whenever he cooked, it was usually crowded with his packmates, all vying to be the first to try a new recipe or just to get a small smell of what he was making. It was rare for an alpha to learn cooking skills. After all, it was typically an omega's place to care for the pack. But Katsuki had found that providing nourishment for his pack was a small way he could give back to them, a small way to thank them for putting up with his CRP. He knew he wasn't easy to get along with. He knew it wasn't easy living with him sometimes. But they accepted him for who he was. Making sure they were well fed and fed well was just his way of providing for the pack. But today, the archway was empty and the kitchen was still. Remnants of food containers told Katsuki the pack had ordered in. He knew several of them had been out on patrol, maybe still were. On normal days, they liked to wait for most of the pack to get home before eating. What happened must have riled everyone up enough that sharing a meal together didn't seem as important suddenly. Or maybe he was just thinking about it too much. Kazu pushed against Katsuki suddenly, whimpered. Katsuki adjusted the blanket around the pup, making sure to tuck it near his face. Deku's scent wouldn't last forever, but while it was still lingering on the cloth, it would provide some level of comfort to the pup. Best take advantage while they still had it. Being careful, Katsuki pulled his boots off. It was unusual for him to be in costume for so long, to arrive at the pack house still dressed as a hero. Long ago, Ida had established that the house would be the separating line between profession and domestic. Here, they weren't heroes. They were packmates. Costumes had no place, nor were they typically allowed. Todoroki had, on more than one occasion, gotten an earful from Ida for arriving home after patrol still wearing his costume. Of course, there was no one there to reprimand Katsuki. Still, he felt a little growl biting at the edge of his jaw thinking about how he'd never once before arrived home still wearing his costume, that he'd been the last person in the pack to do so. He wondered if, given the circumstances, Ida would care, and he hoped the other alpha would. Once his boots were off, Katsuki grabbed them, marched immediately toward the staircase. Once upon a time, before everyone went and got mated, alpha rooms were on the second floor, left wing of the house. Katsuki, being the last unmated alpha left, still had his room there, now sharing the wing with a couple of the betas. His room was the first on the right. There wasn't much ceremony to it usually. It was just his room. And yet, with a pup in his arms, knowing Deku was still laying on a surgical table somewhere, it felt wholly empty when he stepped inside. The air was stale and heavy. Katsuki knew it smelled like him here, overpoweringly so since his packmates rarely ever dare intrude in his space. Only Kirishima had ever really spent any length of time there. It was a place he knew Kazu would feel safe. So it was a little surprising when the pup began squirming as Katsuki tossed his boots aside, making a mental note to put them away properly later. Slowly, the pup's eyes opened, gazing blearily up at Katsuki. They stared back at each other, silent, unmoving. Katsuki didn't even think he was breathing. Then, the pup buried himself in his neck once more, let out a little huff. "Mommy?" he muttered, reached forward. Katsuki pressed the blanket toward the pup, said nothing. He turned to his hands, to the bracers and gloves still locked around them. It didn't take him long to snap the shock absorption bracers off, to peel the gloves away from his skin, tossing them into the corner with his boots. Once that was done, he brought his hands up to Kazu, a single fingertip pressing into the pup's skin. A shiver washed through Katsuki, warmth spreading from that little touch. It occurred to him that this was the first time he was touching his pup's skin to skin, the first contact he'd had with Kazu without anything between them. Kazu was soft, a little squishy, a little warm. Slowly, Katsuki swept his hand into his hair, felt the dirt and tangles still there. Even so, he relished the feeling. He bathed in this moment with his pup, in the knowing he was in his arms, truly holding him for the very first time. This moment was a gift he didn't deserve but was so odd to have. In return, Kazu didn't react. Whether he understood the gravity of this moment or not, or if he felt anything or not, didn't matter as much to Katsuki. What mattered was the appealing, warm swelling in his ear. The thought and realization that he was holding something so much more precious than anything else in this world could possibly be. "I will protect you," he promised, cursed himself when he trembled a little. "I'll do better. I will. I promise. And I'll make sure nothing bad ever happens again. Good alpha. Protect pup. Provide for pup." It was too late, he knew, much too late, to be a good alpha. But he could try. Not to atone, but just to apologize one day at a time. He'd keep apologizing for the rest of his life, for missing this, for not giving Kazu the comfort and security and warmth he should have had. And he'd never stop apologizing for allowing what happened to Deku. He'd be begging forgiveness for that until the end of time. At least now, he could start. He could begin somewhere, on that day, with these little things. With a warm touch, a comforting scent, a safe home. It wasn't much, but it was something. A starting line. A place to begin anew. Carefully, he went around the room, picked up a couple things he thought might be helpful. A hoodie he often wore around the pack house, a blanket he'd been known to sleep with on particularly cold nights, the broken collar off one of his hero costumes he'd been meaning to repair. Anything he could grab that was saturated in his scent. Although Kazu was a bit too young to have presented, Katsuki knew that pups would still nest when particularly distressed, and even if he didn't know the ins and outs of nesting, he knew enough to realize these would be good materials to use. He tossed everything onto his bed, shifted his grip on Kazu, and left the room. A door sharply closing nearby alerted Katsuki to the fact that his pack was, indeed, there, waiting. But for now, they stayed away as much as they could. And he knew just how strong that would be for some of them. Still, he didn't acknowledge the door closing nor the person who would have caused it, turning instead toward the baths. When he opened the door, he was a bit surprised to find the room filled with steam, the fresh scent of lavender in the air. Not from his packmates. It was one of those aromatherapy ball that Yaoyorozu was always going on and on about. Someone had placed it on a small plate, left it in just a little pool of water, letting the lavender scent fill the air. Katsuki had to admit, it did smell nice, but he wasn't sold on how effective such things could be. Scents not associated with a person always put him a little on edge. But that was more of an alpha thing, he'd been told. The omegas and betas in the pack really seemed to enjoy this kind of thing. What he didn't know was how Kazu would react. For now, the pup didn't move, still curled up against Katsuki's nose buried in his neck. But at least it wasn't bothering him. So Katsuki moved past it, stepping farther into the bathroom. He found one of the tubs already filled up, a set of clothes placed next to it. A glance told him they weren't from the other pups in the pack. They were both smaller than Kazu, but these clothes seemed just about his size. Yaoyorozu again, no doubt. It was a sweet gesture, Katsuki knew, as was the tub, which he knew would be at the perfect temperature. He didn't need to check to know. This was all just part of his pack taking care of him, he knew. But he still felt a bit of a tightening in his iki, something he ignored, dared not show in the slightest. Instead, he slowly, carefully, pulled Kazu from his tea, setting the pup on the edge of the tub. The moment the pup's face left his neck, Katsuki felt a tightening in his muscles, a string pulled taut, a clear void where the pup had once been. Equally, Kazu squirmed again, reaching for Katsuki. He blinked his eyes open, peered up at the alpha strangely, as if he didn't quite know what to make of him. You and me both, kid. Katsuki bit back a growl, one of confusion, maybe discontent. Either way, he didn't voice it, knowing it would only frighten the pup. For now, he was still a little drowsy off Katsuki's and Deku's scents, still contented and calm. Katsuki didn't want to make a wrong move, didn't want to give him a reason to become distressed again. So he pressed the blanket to Kazue's body, wrapped it around his neck, let the pup bury himself in it. You need to wash up. Take your clothes off. At his request, the pup's eyes brightened immediately and he stared up at Katsuki from the blanket. There came a bit of a distrustfulness to his expression, a small, uneasy growl rising from behind the blanket. In response, Katsuki let his scent fill the room, let it wrap around the pup along with the lavender smell from Yaoyorozu's aromatherapy ball. Slowly, Kazue relaxed again, allowed Katsuki to help him out of the clothes. He tossed them aside, thought about burning them later, if just to get that faint but ever-present scent of Deku's distress sent away from him. Then he lowered the pup into the water, the pup waking up a little more at the sensation. He stared around the water as Katsuki gathered the soaps, splashed a bit, but his attempts at play were half-hearted. He reached for the blanket, but Katsuki pulled it away. If you get it wet, it'll lose the scent? Kazue stuck his bottom lip out, ducked his head when Katsuki dumped water over his head. The alpha blinked, realized maybe he shouldn't have done that so roughly, tried again, this time pouring it slowly over the pup's back, gave him a towel when the pup whimpered and rubbed at his eyes. Where's Mom? Kazue asked. Katsuki poured another bit of water over him. In the hospital? I want to see. Tomorrow. You to see him. He'll be out of surgery by then. The pup pouted again. No. He demanded. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, swallowed the huff that rose up his throat. Instead, he got to work cleaning up the pup, scrubbing away the dirt and grime. He tried not to think about the fact that so much accumulated dirt meant the pup hadn't had a bath in a couple of days, that the alpha had held him and Deku for more than just a few hours. He tried not to think about all the suffering done to his pup and Deku, tried not to let his anger grow. Taking a breath, he calmed himself, focused on the bath. At first, Kazue shied away from him, but as he got a little cleaner, the pup leaned into the soap, even let out a little purr when Katsuki messaged shampoo into his head. He'd made sure to use the pup-friendly shampoo that the others used for their kids, but he opted to use his own soap to clean the pup's body. It was just another familiar smell to coat him in, something to invite him to relax. Kazue, thankfully, remained fairly calm throughout the bath, even playing a bit more heartily when Katsuki turned away to find a towel. He splashed water at the alpha, who tensed at the unexpected gesture. Picking up on his reaction, the pup stilled, watched him. A bit of distress leaked out of him, the start of a tremble racing up his spine. Katsuki quelled it immediately, picking him up from the water and wrapping him in the towel and setting him on the ground. He leaned in to scent the pup, thought better of it. That was still a bit too personal, even after Kazue had spent the last hour pressed into Katsuki's scent gland. He couldn't risk scaring him accidentally. So he stayed the urge to do more, turned to fluffing up the pup's hair. Once Kazue was dry, Katsuki presented him with the new clothes only for the pup to reel away as if in disgust. It took a lot of encouraging before he would finally allow himself to be dressed in them. As soon as he clamped onto Katsuki again, burying himself in the alpha's scent, his own scent souring just a little. Holding back a bit of alarm, Katsuki scooped up the pup and immediately took him back to his room, uninterrupted by doors suddenly opening or closing. He rearranged the things he had pulled together into what he'd seen of nests previously, but it was a sad, little nest to be sure. Kazue, a pup who had grown up with only an Omega parent to care for him, took one look at the nest and frowned deeply. I'm trying, okay? Katsuki muttered, pausing when Kazue pushed away from him, tottering on the bed toward the makeshift nest. Slowly, the pup rearranged several items, piling them neatly, shifting them around carefully. He took the blanket with Deku's scent on it and curled up right in the middle of the nest, snuggling it close to him. Then, he glared up at Katsuki, clearly judging him. We'll see Mom tomorrow? Katsuki nodded. I promise. We'll go first thing in the morning. But you need to sleep first? The pup eyed him, pulled the blanket a little closer. Is the alpha going to come back? Part of Katsuki laughed at the question. That part of him roared that the alpha would be stupid to come back, that he'd kill him on sight, that he'd rip that shitty alpha to the smallest bits he could and toss them into the ocean. Another part of Katsuki whined and growled and felt completely and utterly impotent. And a smaller, newer part of him just felt sad. Slowly, he crouched beside Kazu, passed a hand through his hair. It started in his stomach, a noise that rose up like a breath of fresh air, a croon of safety, of belonging. Katsuki was not an alpha to croon often. In fact, he could probably count the number of times he'd done so on his 2 hands. But it felt right in this moment. It felt easy and natural, unlike some of those other times. Kazu listened to him, looked a little confused. Of course, he'd probably never been around a crooning alpha before. He was properly only used to Deku's Omega calls, to humming and purring and all the soft, sweet sounds an Omega could make. Alphas were different. Rougher, tougher. It was harder for Katsuki to calm the pup. Where an Omega was soft, warm, a lovely, welcoming hug, alphas were iron, fire, a warning, a promise of safety. Katsuki was never going to be able to provide the same things Deku could. But he could try, in any way he knew how. What he knew to do was to sit at the pup's side, to croon to him, to brush his hair back, to let him sink towards sleep at his own pace. He wondered over just how much Kazu understood, how much he'd guessed. He hadn't put up a fight, so he had to realize something, right? And what had Deku told him about his alpha? Had he told Kazu exactly who it was? Or had Deku kept the fact that he even had an alpha a secret? There was no way to tell, and Katsuki wasn't going to pry for that information. Right now, it didn't matter. What mattered was the pup's eyelashes slowly closing, him slowly sinking into sleep. Katsuki stayed at his side, watching him as he fell into sleep, waiting to see if that sleep would be peaceful. Once it was clear Kazu wasn't going to wake, the alpha rose. He turned off the lights, stepped out into the hallway, closed the door, waited a moment. He was a bit surprised the pack didn't immediately rush him. Maybe they hadn't figured it out yet. But they would. While they were still hiding away, Katsuki made his way to the kitchen. He pulled out a healthy stash of alcohol, poured himself a rather large glass. Turned, found the archway crammed full of his packmates. Each of them was silent, watching him, small glances given to the impressive glass in his hand, though otherwise nobody moved. Nobody moved until Ida took a step forward. He'd been standing in front of Pack and now, as Pack Alpha, he was the first to act. He stepped closer to Katsuki, readjusted his glasses. Stared at Katsuki at him. In the end, Ida was the first to look away, to eye his glass. Katsuki drank deeply from it in response. Once he had, Ida gestured him out of the kitchen. "Let's sit and talk," he said, and that was all he had to say. The pack was, in Katsuki's opinion, large and unruly and getting worse by the day. The entire pack consisted of most of the members of their original high school class. Not every member of their class had decided to join up, but it was understood that everyone had an open invitation, meaning that sometimes there were guests who stayed for months at a time. Those that lived full-time at the pack house were the one only Katsuki truly considered part of the pack, though he had been known to accept the presence of Tokoyami, the only alpha who wasn't an official part of the pack. Kirishima always pointed to this as proof of how much Katsuki felt comfortable around their original class, as typically an alpha would never be permitted near the pack house without being an official part of the pack, and Katsuki was the first one to threaten violence against any intrusions. Of those who lived at the pack house, there were the betas of the pack, the ones who kept the middle road, who often served as the mediators between the different pack members. Their role was to keep the pack together, to keep it strong as a unit. Katsuki had been told a successful pack was based almost entirely on the strength of their betas, and he'd never believed it until he'd seen just how powerful a beta could be. Kirishima led the betas, who consisted of Kaminari, Siro, Mina, and Shoji. The pack's 3 Omegas, Uraraka, Jiro, and Su were the ones who cared. For the others, invariably, as was expected with the profession they had all chosen, someone would come home, hurt, sick, or just feeling emotionally drained, and somehow the Omegas always knew what to do to make it all a little brighter, even if they couldn't fix exactly what was wrong. That left the Alphas, himself, Ida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. They protected the pack, kept everyone in line, served as the regulators and standard bearers. Ida, being pack leader, ran a tight ship, which worked for them. They were all heroes, so they were used to following structure and keeping a sense of order. Katsuki served as second in command, though more from force of personality and his willingness to beat up anyone who challenged him than any real want to run the pack. In fact, he'd purposefully never challenged Ida for that reason. He had enough to deal with trying to become the best hero to also have to worry about whether someone, probably Kaminari, was burning down the house at any given moment. The only female alpha of the pack, Yaoyorozu, was third in command, though she often took on the duties of second in command because Katsuki refused to do them. That left Todoroki, who cared so little about his place in the pack that nobody even really considered him in command of anything, even though he was an alpha. He simply did as any other alpha would, protecting his packmates, assisting them when they asked for help, being there when needed. He lived his life simply and seemed happy for it. On paper and in theory, their pack ran well. And it did run well. But there was always an element of chaos about their pack. Boys. Katsuki knew this, so he was expecting something to happen as the pack gathered in the living room. What would happen today? Would Uraraka start yelling about how careless he was? Would Kaminari freak out and break all the electronics again? Would one of the pups realize something was happening and decide, at this very moment, that they needed something very urgently from their parents or the pack? He waited for whatever it was going to be. But nothing happened. The pack sat around him, all of them staring at him, waiting. And nothing else. Katsuki took another drink, said nothing. He didn't know where to start, what to say. It was, as always, Ida who spoke first. Bakugo, is that pup really yours? Slowly he nodded. Calmed right down at my scent, even though he was terrified of all other alpha scents earlier. Ida nodded, thought carefully. And the Omega we rescued earlier? Katsuki glared at him from over his glass, but the other alpha wasn't one to back down. Is he your mate? A bit of shame crawled into Katsuki's stomach. He waited for it to move on, but it curled up, settled like a pit, his stomach twisting up in revolt as it made its home there. He set his glass down. Not exactly. He huffed, brushed a hand over his neck. I grew up with Deku. Knew him from before we both presented. Always took care of him until... He trailed off, paused, felt the shame settle a bit deeper, decided he wasn't drunk enough to speak yet, took another drink. When he set the glass down again, Ida was quick to take it away, earning a half-hearted growl in return. Until? The alpha prompted. Until I didn't. He bit his lip, thought carefully. Leaned forward to press his elbows into his knees. I left him when I graduated high school. Told myself I had to focus on being a hero. I wanted to be the best. Couldn't do that if I had an Omega dragging at my heels. So I left him. He reached for his glass, glared at Ida when he remembered it was gone. Didn't know he was PR Gentil when I did? Would that have mattered, though? As much as Katsuki wanted to say it would have, he didn't know. He'd been so wrapped up in himself back then. He'd been so convinced Deku would only weigh him down. A pup on the way would have only proven his point. So no, maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Maybe he had been spared being extra shitty for not knowing. Alpha abandoned Omega. Left him alone. Left him to die. Katsuki growled. Give me that drink back. I need it. You've had enough, the pack alpha said sternly. He readjusted his glasses again, peered at Katsuki over them. His look wasn't the appraising one the alpha was used to getting. Instead, there was a softness to Ida's expression, a tenderness not often shown to other alphas. Slowly, Ida pressed a hand to Katsuki's shoulder, squeezed him, reassured him. I'm truly sorry for what you saw today, Katsuki. Given name, huh? Katsuki had always thought it was weird that the pack called each other by their surnames. Typically, packs called each other by their given names or by unique pack names. He wasn't sure if it was just a holdover from them being in school together or what, but when Ida said his name, he felt a little roll of tension skip out from his shoulders, the guilt in his stomach thinning slightly. Katsuki may be an alpha, and he may be second in command of the pack, but he was still a packmate. Packmates cared for one another, no matter their role. Nice to be reminded of that. Haven't seen him since I left. Wasn't expecting to ever again. We have. Ida leaned back, a thoughtful look crossing his face. This is the situation. The only question now is what we are going to do about it. Katsuki couldn't help but to growl. Of course we. Kirishima wrapped an arm around his neck, earning a full hiss from Katsuki. The beta unwisely ignored him. You're a part of the pack, Kats. If you've got problems, there are problems too. Don't call my pup a problem, Katsuki growled, but he didn't snap at the beta, as much as he wanted to. I didn't mean it like that, Kirishima pouted. He is right though, Todoroki spoke calmly, despite the fact that Katsuki turned his growl to the other alpha. This is going to affect the entire pack, whether you want it or not. It's not exactly a problem, though, Uraraka said, tilting her head slightly. It's not like we're not used to figuring things out. We do have to live with Kaminari after all. Hey! The beta pouted deeply, but settled when Mina and Siro pressed in protectively around him. Until, that is, Siro said, she's not wrong though. Plus, we've had to live with Bakugo for how long now? We're used to your brand of crazy, Mina added. There were too many people to growl at, so Katsuki sat and seethed silently, only half listening as Kirishima leaned over to chat aimlessly with the other betas, the four spiraling quickly into a conversation about nothing at all. As they distracted most of the pack, Katsuki was aware of Jiro turning toward him, the Omega pursing her lips curiously. So, what is your plan anyway? She asked quietly, Katsuki letting his growl fade at her question, though he kept his glare sharp and fierce when he turned to her. She was undeterred. Seriously though, you've never really dealt with the pups much. Do you even know how to care for one? The questions were valid ones, though Katsuki didn't really appreciate her assessment of how he handled the pack's pups. Before he could formulate an answer to them, the last and largest of the betas, Shoji, leaned over Jiro's shoulder, extending a mouthed hand toward Katsuki which said, "And what happens if the media catches wind of this? It won't be a good look for you to suddenly appear with a pup in tow, especially with their Omega severely hurt in an alpha attack." To this, Katsuki let himself growl again. Of everything that regularly said him, if the media was the biggest pain in his butt ever. He knew it would be much easier for him to reach the top of the ranks if he played nice with them, but he'd never really given it much thought, just kept his head down, as much as he could anyway, and did his job. That was enough for some people. Endeavor had done it after all. But Shoji's point about the media finding out did touch on a nerve Katsuki hadn't realized he had. If the media found Kazue, if they found Deku? He wasn't prepared to let them face what the media would want from them. They'd want to know more. They'd poke and pry. It would be a nightmare. After all Deku had been through, the last thing he needed was a bunch of reporters looking for a scoop, digging into his private and personal affairs to get something on Katsuki. The media can't find out about this, he hissed, clenched his fists at the thought. Not while Deku's in the hospital. Not while he's still hurt. Jiro tilted her head. Deku? Katsuki kept quiet. It wasn't a conversation he wanted to have yet. Thankfully, he was spared having to explain when Tsu put a finger to her mouth and said, "You know, we can't really plan anything anyway until the Omega wakes up. Unless you plan on just taking his pup from him, Bakugo." Never. As much as Katsuki wanted to spit and snarl the word, it came out as barely more than a whimper, a plea. He bit his cheek at the show of weakness, didn't miss the glance between Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, something unspoken passing between them. Of course, that was the moment Kirishima decided to enter the conversation again. Well, that's fine. We wouldn't want to split them up anyway. He grinned, ear to ear, eager and happy and utterly naive. We'd bring him into the pack too, of course. There came a sudden and very powerful pause at the beta's words. Alphas ran the pack, protected the pack. Omegas provided for the pack, built a home for the pack. Betas built the pack itself. Katsuki knew the only reason he'd really been allowed into the pack was not because of his strength as an alpha, but because Kirishima had invited him in. At the onset, the others hadn't really been all that eager to welcome him in. But Kirishima was head beta. He got to choose who was in and who was out. For him to grant an invitation to an Omega he'd never met before? That wasn't usual. It was a powerful moment, a poignant one. The childish cheer faded from Kirishima for a moment when he met Katsuki's baffled look, a moment when he grinned at him, a moment when he nodded and he understood, maybe more than Katsuki himself did. If this is the Omega you've chosen, then he is worthy of our acceptance. Something caught in Katsuki's speech, something very powerful, yet something he didn't quite allow himself to feel completely. He was only distracted when the other betas chimed in, agreeing to allow Deku a place in their pack. As each of the betas weighed in, the rest of the pack settled, the idea of incorporating another Omega not sounding as daunting anymore. Even Uraraka leaned back slightly, a smile on her lips, a thoughtful line along her face. It would be nice to have another pup around the house for Fumiko and Takahiro to play with. I know he's a little older than either of them, but I bet he'd make a great big brother. Katsuki blinked, not even considering the idea that his pup would get to play with other pups, would get to live and grow up alongside them. The pack to him had always meant safety home. A pack to a pup would mean so much more. What if Deku already has a pack? The idea had Katsuki reeling. Had he inadvertently stolen his pup away from a loving pack who were waiting to hear from one of their Omegas? Surely they would have come to look for him and Kazuo by now? And what would he do if Deku did have a pack? He couldn't steal the Omega away from them, no way. But would he be willing to leave his own pack for the Omega? He touched his head, shook it. He was getting way ahead of himself. He still didn't even know if Deku was going to survive. They had to start somewhere. Living was as good as any other place. One step at a time. Katsuki looked up, found himself meeting Yaoyorozu's gaze. For all she had done already for them, she had been very quiet. Even Todoroki had spoken before her, which was unusual enough that the pack had most certainly noticed. Katsuki didn't miss the subtle glances in her direction, the pins and needles feeling of anticipation as everyone waited for her to speak. Ida, as well, had been somewhat quiet, not interjecting in on the beta's conversation, even though it was quite relevant to his pack. Instead, he was looking to Yaoyorozu, waiting for her assessment. Yaoyorozu had to know it too, though she just kept staring at Katsuki. Analyzing him. Though for what, Katsuki couldn't tell. He sat under her scrutiny, waiting for whatever she actually had to say. The tension in the room built until even the betas calmed down, watching their female alpha closely. She let that tension continue to build, until she dipped her chin, closed her eyes, and sighed deeply. "This isn't ideal in any sense," she muttered. "In fact, it might be the worst way someone's tried to introduce new pack members." She paused again, seemed to think carefully through something, then shrugged. "But we have always been a non-traditional pack. After all, we have members who don't even consider themselves full members of the pack. And that's fine with us, even if it is quite unconventional." She turned to face Katsuki, the pack leaning in to listen to her words. "What I'm saying is, no matter how this may turn out, we can support you and we can support your pup and his Omega, even if they reject us. No matter what they choose, we'll be here, as we always are, and that's as much as we can promise." For as powerful as her words were, she gave no time for anyone to mull over them, continuing on quickly, "For now, we need to think about the needs of the pup. From what Ida and Shoto said about his Omega, his wounds were quite severe. He'll be in the hospital for quite a bit of time. So the pup needs comfort and compassion as well as understanding. He'll be temperamental being away from his Omega, especially since he knows his Omega is hurt. We'll need to plan for that." As the female alpha began listing off what they could do, the little things they could prepare for, Katsuki felt himself relaxing, felt himself settled for the first time since arriving home. Maybe it was subtle, the little ways he let himself lean back, the relaxing of the snarl on his lips, the way he sat quiet and still and let Yaoyorozu dictate the conversation. But he felt all those changes, felt himself give in to the situation, to the support and love of his pack. He let himself fade into the background, and he was okay with it. He only spoke when she paused to ask Deku's name, Midoriya. Right? And if and when Midoriya recovers and decides whether he wants to investigate the pack, we'll cross that bridge then. For now, All we can do is provide a loving and comforting environment for the pup. And that, unfortunately, begins with us alphas. Yaoyorozu cut a glance to Ida and Todoroki. We're a bit lucky that you two were the ones to reach the scene first. Even though you're alphas, he's seen you before. He knows you're heroes, even if you're also alphas. I'm the unknown here. He'll obviously have smelled me from the clothes I got him, but that might not be enough to convince him I mean no harm. In the middle of Yaoyorozu speaking, Katsuki cursed himself. Of course, those new clothes had smelled like the female alpha. No wonder Kazu had reacted strangely to them. He should have scented them before making the pup wear them. Bad alpha. Not being good to your pup. Katsuki bit back a growl, tried to think of the positives. Yes, it would mean Kazu was at least a little more familiar with Yaoyorozu's scent. He would associate her with a bit of safety. Plus, her scent would fade quickly the longer the pup wore the clothes and the more he was surrounded by Katsuki's smell. By the morning, it should be completely gone. As he thought over the mistakes he'd made, he kept half an ear to what Yaoyorozu was saying, the female alpha continuing on without realizing Katsuki's distraction. Since the pup is reacting badly to alpha scents at the moment, I suggest we stay as far away from him as we can. The longer he is here, the more he will get used to our scents from just being around the pack house. For now, we should introduce him to the Omegas and let them help care for him, if Bakugo would allow that. Then we introduce him to the Betas. It may even be better to let him play with our pups before letting him meet us fully. Our pups will smell like us as well, but they won't pose as much of a threat to Kazu as we would. Once he'd used to our scent, I think it would be okay to meet him, one at a time, very slowly, and with Bakugo present. It will be better if his Omega is there as well, to further help keep him calm, but until we know the full situation with Midoriya, we'll plan for this. She cast a glance to the pack, who were buzzing with anticipation, with the realization that they really were going to have a new addition to the pack. That they had a plan to help the pup recover, to give him a place where he felt safe. Yaoyorozu nodded toward Shoji. As for the media and any other legal issues that may arise, we'll just have to tackle them as they come up. Ida readjusted his glasses. I'll brush up on relevant laws, but I don't think we'll be in any danger of not being in compliance. As the pup's alpha, Bakugo has equal rights to him. It's ultimately up to him whether he wants to claim them or not. Silence and trepidation swept over the pack as all eyes turned to Katsuki. Katsuki didn't blink an eye at them, placing his chin in his hand. I won't take Kazu away from Deku. It'll be his choice on what to do. I'll just give him the offer. An uneasiness swept through the pack, a realization that all their excitement may not be met with the same level of enthusiasm. Sensing the discomfort, Ida shifted, stood, became the pillar they all looked to for support. Even Katsuki tilted his head up to meet the alpha's gaze, to hear what he had to say. Ida kept his expression neutral, unchanging. Then he nodded to Katsuki. Bakugo, you're in costume in the pack house. I'm afraid you know that's not allowed. It was something simple. Something so normal. Yet something so unexpected that Katsuki didn't really know how to react at first. Likewise, the rest of the pack seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what their second-in-command would do. But of course, Katsuki knew what to do. He stood, faced Ida with a snarl, felt a little centered in the boring normalcy of the moment. Don't tell me what to do. He stepped past everyone, past Ida even, though he kept a respectful distance to the lead alpha. I'm changing and going to bed, he announced, his words met with silence. It wasn't a strained silence as before. It was a quiet contemplation, a serene moment where the rest of the pack also enjoyed the everyday workings of their interactions. It was a signal that, although things were different, nothing was going to change. No matter what may happen, things would continue on as they had for years now. Slowly, starting with a smart-ass comment from Kaminari, a dull roar from the pack rose up, the sounds of stirrings and laughings and everyday pack life sounding in the house for the first time since Katsuki had returned home. It was so easy, so normal. And Katsuki was so grateful. For so much of what had happened. For the little things. The small moments. The reminder that he was going to be okay, even if he didn't feel like it. Halfway up the stairs, Katsuki smelled it. A pup's distress. Instinct had him racing up the last few steps, nearly clawing open his door to reach his pup. Still half buried in the nest, Kazu squirmed restlessly, whining and half-growing and reaching desperately for something that wasn't there. Deku's blanket lay on the floor just over the edge of the bed. Katsuki crossed the room quickly, picked up the blanket to press to the pup's neck. Kazu gripped the cloth with a despair that had Katsuki hurting in ways he didn't even know he could. Slowly, he crouched next to the pup, crooned lowly, letting the sound rumble through the bed and into the pup. Whether it was this or Deku's scent, the pup quickly settled again, drifting into peaceful sleep. Katsuki kept by him for several minutes, before standing to go back to the door. Uraraka was peeking into the room. The hair rose on the back of his neck, a protective instinct screaming at him to chase her away, but he didn't. She was Pack and he knew it only made sense for her to be there. After all, she was the only Omega in their pack to have had a pup before. No doubt she had sensed something was amiss and came to investigate. But she had stayed back, watched as Katsuki cared for his pup without intervening. Now she stood there, met his gaze. There was a curious expression about her eyes, something Katsuki hadn't seen before. She regarded him carefully, as if she were trying to puzzle something out and she wasn't quite convinced she had all the correct pieces. Katsuki stood and kept quiet and unmoving, giving nothing away. Eventually, the Omega smiled. She took the door handle, whispered, "Let us know if you need anything. Good night," and shut the door. The quiet click of the latch sent a shiver through Katsuki, though he couldn't name its origin. He stood there, staring after the Omega, until Kazu sniffled in his sleep. He shucked off his hero costume, grabbed something to throw on, and crawled into the bed with the pup. It was more than a bit strange having a nest with a pup laying in it on his bed. But somehow, Katsuki found he fit quite nicely beside it, that it was easy to lay down and reach up to caress his pup's cheek, to move hair from his face, to move the blanket again around his neck. Already, Katsuki could smell that Deku's scent was fading. By morning it would be gone. He didn't know if it was going to be possible to get another scented blanket from Deku. He didn't know if he was going to wake to the news that the Omega had passed away from his injuries. Something deep and primal inside of him howled at the thought, had Katsuki curling in on himself in pain. He couldn't consider it. He couldn't even think about losing Deku. Not now. Not like this. Katsuki hissed, pressed himself a bit closer to the pup. Just as Kazu smelled a bit like Katsuki, he also smelled a bit like Deku. It was this that the alpha clung to, that he tried to decipher through everything else. He rubbed Kazu's back, crooned a little when the pup shifted, and settled in for the night, not knowing how he was going to face whatever news would be waiting for him in the morning. Something moving next to him in the morning had Katsuki shooting awake, something that had him growling and baring his teeth and letting out the most aggressive scent he could. He was met with a scream of panic, a door slamming open, and the realization that the nest next to him was very suddenly empty. It took him only a moment longer to realize what exactly had happened, scrambling out of bed and chasing after his terrified pup. "Kazu," he called, racing after the pup's sour scent, down the stairs, into the living room, finding himself face to face with several of his pack members. Curled up in Kirishima's arms, Kazu was shivering slightly, watery-eyed with fists wrapped up in the beta's shirt. Kirishima, halfway through mumbling softly to the pup, paused as Katsuki appeared. Beta and Alpha stared at each other for a moment, until Katsuki caught the wide, horrified look on Kazu's face. It occurred to him that this was the first time the pup was really getting to smell him. His scent blockers would have worn off during the night as they always did. Mornings were always particularly foul around the pack house as everyone rolled out of bed and got ready for their day. Katsuki, being an unmated alpha, was the worst. He knew that. But he hadn't thought enough ahead to realize that all Kazu had been smelling of him had been a watered-down version, suppressed by the scent blockers until the moment he'd woken in a panic, letting out his aggressive scent. "I've fed up." Katsuki stared at the terrified little pup, not really knowing what to do, not knowing how to make it all better. Even Kirishima didn't seem to know how to handle this situation. His beta scent was stronger as well, as he, too, wore scent blockers during the day, which was probably why the pup had instinctually run to him, the only non-alpha scent he recognized in the entire house. But that didn't mean he knew what to do either. Neither Alpha nor Beta moved for several long minutes, time hanging between them as they both raced to find a solution to this conundrum, to fix what had just happened. They were saved by a bit of a huff from one of their nearby packmates, Katsuki surprised that he'd forgotten they weren't alone. Jiro marched across the room to Kirishima, taking Kazu from his arms. The pup squirmed a little, but the Omega let out a comforting scent that had him falling limply against her, his eyes half-lidded. Jiro glared at the two of them. "Seriously, you guys are so useless sometimes," she sighed, taking the pup past Katsuki and back up the stairs. She'd gotten about halfway up when she said over her shoulder, "You coming or not, Bakugo?" Katsuki jolted back to himself, following after her with a quiet growl of, "Yeah, whatever." The Omega took Kazu not back to Katsuki's room, but to her own on the opposite side of the house, where the Omegas and the mated pairs had their rooms. As she carried the pup inside, Katsuki paused at her door. It wouldn't be smart for him to just walk into the Omega's room without permission. Jiro wasn't particularly territorial, but he'd seen more than one of his packmates get chased out of an Omega's room. It was asking for trouble stepping anywhere near their nest without express permission. All of the Omegas in the pack house had hidden nests in their oversized closets, but they were also known to guard their rooms jealously. Katsuki knew better than to just step inside. Instead, he watched as Jiro set the pup on the bed and turned over her shoulder, grimacing suddenly. "Eureka! Go take a shower. I'll take care of things here." Katsuki didn't move, watching as Jiro turned back to Kazu, brushing his hair a bit flatter, though it didn't have much effect, and wiping at some dried drool on his face. When she turned over her shoulder and saw Katsuki still standing there, she crossed her arms. "What? Don't think I can handle this?" "No," Katsuki grumbled. He kicked at the doorframe, felt his lip trembling as he tried not to snarl at her. "Just make sure he gets breakfast?" "Yup." The Omega turned away from him without further acknowledging him. Kazu cast a curious eye between Jiro and Katsuki, but didn't seem overly concerned about being near the Omega. In fact, it was probably more comfortable for him to be near an Omega, seeing as that was what he was used to. Even if Katsuki was his alpha, he couldn't replace the comfort of an Omega. He knew Jiro knew that this was just her trying to help. But something still soured in his stomach at the thought of just leaving Kazu alone. Another sharp glance over Jiro's shoulder finally made him move, though reluctant and with grumbles and growls under his breath. He stomped back to his room, grabbed the first things he could find to wear, and went directly to the bathroom. It was unnervingly quiet in the bathroom. Steam still present in the air told him that it had been occupied recently, the faint smell of siro and shoji telling him by who. But now the room felt somewhat cold and hollow, even more so when Katsuki turned, not for the first time, searching for the pup he knew wasn't going to be at his heels. He threw off his clothes, stepped into one of the shower stalls, and turned the water on cold. The brisk temperature washed over him, made him shiver, woke his body up as he hurried to clean himself. He hadn't even thought about the fact that he hadn't showered before going to bed last night, that he probably had still smelled faintly of Deku's distress. Now, away from Kazu, away from Deku, away from everything that had happened, Katsuki tilted his head back, let himself think about all that had happened. He'd really found Deku again. After 5 years, he'd stumbled across the Omega. In perhaps the worst way possible. It could only be worse if he didn't survive, if Katsuki had found him just to have to watch him die. But what did it mean? What did it matter? What did Katsuki think of the Omega now? It was strong to admit to himself that he'd missed Deku, that he'd ached from loneliness after leaving him, that all the success of his career hadn't made up for the void where the Omega had once stood. And why had he ever thought it would? He'd been at Deku's side for so long, since they had been pups themselves. Why had he thought that he didn't want him anymore? That he was somehow a hindrance? And what, exactly, had changed over the years? Had he really always been this consumed by thoughts of the Omega? Or was it just that he'd found Deku hurt by some shithead alpha? Or that he had a pup? No, that wasn't it. Katsuki knew he cared for Deku. He always had. He'd cared so deeply that leaving had been one of the most painful experiences of his life. He'd used that pain as fuel to propel himself up the ranks, breaking into the top 10 within a year of graduation. But it had always felt hollow, empty, as cold as the water running down his back. Over the years, he'd convinced himself that this was simply because he hadn't been able to reach number 1 yet, that Mirio Togata still held that spot, with almost no one nearing his height. The smaller victories clawing up the ranks had felt meaningless. And maybe some of it was the fact that Katsuki didn't know how he was going to topple the number 1 hero, but maybe some of it had been the sudden empty space at his side. He'd hid from what he had done, convinced himself it was for the best. And now he was having to face it, all of it, having to realize just how much his decision had hurt someone he truly cared for and someone who had truly cared for him. As much as Katsuki was looking forward to seeing Deku again, a part of him felt a bit sick at the thought. What would Deku say? What would he do? Katsuki couldn't even begin to imagine. He thought maybe the Omega would be furious, would send him away the moment he made an appearance. It was unlikely he was going to just jump straight into Katsuki's arms and be asked to be taken home, not that Katsuki wanted that anyway. If he was lucky, Deku wouldn't immediately turn aggressive toward him, would let him sit and talk, try to explain himself, try to offer reassurance and safety. And maybe the Omega would listen. And maybe he wouldn't. Either way, all Katsuki really wanted at this point was to see him alive. He'd been so hurt, so close to death, that just knowing the Omega would live would be enough for Katsuki. To set Kazue in his lap and see Deku smile at his pup. That would be enough. Even if it wasn't all that he wanted. Truth be told, Katsuki didn't really know what he wanted. He wanted to see Deku happy. He wanted to see Deku healthy. He wanted to see Deku safe. Even if he didn't know what all had happened to the Omega during the last 5 years, even if this one incident was all that had occurred, it was already too much for Katsuki to accept. He ached to be able to provide that safety and comfort for the Omega, even if it was for nothing in return. He owed him, didn't he, for not being there? For abandoning him, for letting this terrible thing happen to him? The thought of exactly what that alpha had done to Deku had his blood boiling, had him shaking in rage. He turned the water a bit colder, forced his thoughts away. Instead, he wondered just why the hospital hadn't gotten back to him yet on Deku's condition. Before getting in the shower, he checked his phone, but there hadn't been any messages or missed calls from the hospital, nothing to show that they had any updates at all on the Omega's status. Surely he wasn't still in surgery? It had been over 12 hours now. Had he really been that hurt? But no, that wasn't it. Katsuki cursed out loud as he realized he'd left the hospital without providing them a number to call. He'd been so focused on getting Kazue home he'd completely forgotten about that. Way to go, Katsuki Bakugo. He pressed his forehead to the tile, found it even colder than the water pouring down his body. His name rung through his mind, along with all that had happened in the hospital. He walked carefully through all the steps he had taken, all the steps he had missed, the moments he had leaped completely over in his rush to get Kazue home. He'd foregone logic and reasoning and let his instinct take over. Never a good idea, especially for a hero. They were held to a higher standard, after all. Alpha, Beta, Omega. That didn't matter to a hero. That was for civilians to concern themselves with, was part of the reasons heroes often wore scent blockers and took suppressants. But nobody could completely ignore their secondary gender. Katsuki knew. He'd done his best to do just that for the past 5 years, had struggled and battled with an inner demon alpha who liked to take over at the most inopportune times. Like when his packmates were trying to help him rescue someone in need. Or when he should have been following procedure, or when he should have left adequate information to relevant parties so he could get a FING update on the one Omega that was consuming his thoughts. Did Kazue even know his name? The question had Katsuki opening his eyes, staring into the water swirling into the drain at his feet. His mind raced in much the same way, spiraling through the events that had played out, all the little moments he'd shared with Kazue. No, he had never told his own pup his name. The only name Kazue knew him as was Ground Zero. Kirishima had told him both their heroes' names when they'd first picked up the pup, but nothing else. All his pup knew him by was his hero persona, not anything else. A horrible, strangled laugh choked its way up Katsuki's throat, had him pressing a hand to his mouth in shock and pain. It was fitting, he knew, that even after he'd found his pup, had learned of his existence, had stepped into his life for the first time, that Kazu only knew him by the hero name Katsuki had given him up for. This was karma, pure and simple, sharp and hot, slicing through his life. This was what he deserved. Another laugh choked its way up as Katsuki ground his skull into the shower tiles. I'm such a DMN, useless, pathetic alpha. By the time Katsuki stepped back out into the hallway, he felt as if the cold water had done nothing to calm his otherwise anxious and mildly irritated mind. When he opened the door, he found himself standing before Ida, as if the pack alpha had been expecting him to come through it at just that moment. The other alpha looked sharply up and down Katsuki's figure, then adjusted his glasses. I'm informing the agency that you won't be in for a few days. Take any time you need to sort things out and let yous know what we can do to help. He went to walk away, but Katsuki grabbed his arm. I'm not giving up my patrols. I need to go on them. Ida's eyes flashed in his direction, a clear warning. What you need is to take care of your pup and his Omega. Figure out what's going on with them. We'll adjust as necessary. Katsuki went to growl some more, but Ida shrugged his hand away and took the stairs 2 at a time, clearly giving him no room to argue. For a moment, the alpha thought about chasing after him, but thought better of it. He did have to see to Kazu and Deku, after all, at least for today. Once he got to the hospital and knew exactly what was going on, then he'd figure out the rest. Still stewing a bit, he wandered back to Jiro's room, pausing just outside when he heard Uraraka laughing from behind the door. He knocked and was met with a clear "come in" by the other Omega, though he was still careful when opening the door. Inside, he found Kazu jumping on Jiro's bed, surrounded by the 3 Omegas. The pup was laughing joyously, throwing his arms up in the air, the Omegas cheering him on. They were wholly focused on Kazu, on his bright smile and his wondrous laugh. And Katsuki, too, found himself wrapped up in this moment, watching his pup play and have fun for the first time. Kazu was rambunctious, throwing himself around the bed only to leap back to his feet and continue bouncing experimentally, sometimes venturing close to one of the Omegas before they reached out to tickle him, and he would burst out in giggles and leap quickly away. He was carefree and bright and so appealing. Katsuki didn't want this moment to end. He wanted to watch Kazu play forever, to get lost in his laughter, to watch him enjoy this small moment that life had to offer him over and over. But the moment had to end, and it ended when Tsu turned over her shoulder. Ah, there you are, Bakugo. The other Omegas paused in the play to turn to Katsuki, Kazu realizing they were no longer alone and dropping onto the bed like a stone. He pushed himself off the bed and ran to Katsuki, grabbing his hand and yanking on his arm. Mom, I want to go see Mom now. Katsuki glanced up at the Omegas, found their smiles a little sadder. Did you eat? Yes, the pup. Kazu nodded vigorously. Cereal? Good cereal? Delicious cereal? Katsuki felt a smile tug at his lips as the pup struggled over the word, but was more than mildly impressed at his vocabulary. A quick glance told him the Omegas had also changed him into new clothes, probably also from Yaoyorozu. No matter their origin, they were soft when Katsuki picked up the pup, set him on his hip. He'd long been used to handling pups from the 2 in the pack, but it was decidedly differently holding his own. He felt a little prickle of unease, or maybe complete ease, having him in his arms. All right, let's go see your mom. Kazu cheered, but as he did, Katsuki felt his own joy slip away. Even if Deku had made it through the night, they weren't necessarily going to be cheering. The Omega was still going to be very hurt. Katsuki wasn't exactly sure how he was going to explain that to the pup, but he knew that was a bridge that was rapidly coming up on the road. Can we play later? Kazu asked the Omegas. Of course. Anytime, Kazu, Uraraka said. We'll be here, waiting for you, Tsu added, and Jiro nodded in agreement. Kazu smiled brightly, grabbed hold of Katsuki's shirt. I can come back and play, right? One step at a time, Katsuki tried to keep the growl out of his voice, though he could tell by the quickly fading smile of the pup that he hadn't quite succeeded. Let's go see how Deku's doing first. He waved to the Omegas, who waved back as he took Kazu back toward his room. What's Deku? The pup asked. It's a name I call your mom, Katsuki said shortly as he grabbed his wallet and keys. Why do you call him that? He bit at his lip. Ask your mom that, okay? Okay. It was simple for the pup. They'd go to the hospital and his Omega would be there and everything would be okay. He'd get to ask him about the name Deku, tell him about his adventures with Katsuki, and about playing with the Omegas. It was far too simple. Katsuki didn't know how to tell him just how simple it wasn't going to be. While on the way to the hospital, Katsuki couldn't find a good place to bring it up, so he simply cleared his throat halfway through the trip and said, "Just so you know, my name is Katsuki Bakugo." Kazu kicked his legs from the back seat, having been strapped into the car's seat the pack used for the other pups. "I know," he said. It took a lot in Katsuki to not immediately wreck the car. "You know?" "Sure. You're Ground Zero, right? That's what Red Riot said." "Why, Kazu pointed a little finger into the air. Ground Zero's real name is Katsuki Bakugo. He's the number 4 hero in the country. And he's you. So you must be Katsuki Bakugo." There was a beat of silence in the car. Kazu looked like he might break out in a theme song if Katsuki let him. Instead, the pup lowered his arm and said, "Mommy likes to talk about heroes. I know a lot about heroes from Mommy. Like how Red Riot's name is actually Eijiro Kirishima." It was amusing to hear the pup fumble over Kirishima's name, but he actually got it down pretty well. "His quirk is hardening. He can make his skin like rock. And yours is explosion." He made an exploding sound, then fell back into his seat with finality. As strange as it was, it did make sense to Katsuki that Deku would have taught his pup all about heroes. He'd always been a fanboy, all throughout their childhood. So maybe he shouldn't have been surprised that the pup knew his name and his quirk, but it was still a little shocking. "What the hell is your quirk going to be?" The question formed slowly, each word dripping like molasses. Mostly because Katsuki was only mildly curious. More than likely, if Kazu had a quirk, it was going to be his own. Deku was quirkless after all. The only inheritable quirk between the two of them was Katsuki's explosion. If the pup really was 4 years old, then he would be right around time to present both his quirk and his secondary gender. Katsuki mulled over this, wondered if Deku already knew what he was going to be. In the short time he'd spent with Kazu, he'd picked up some tendencies, like his nesting and him being quick to scare, though he couldn't tell what was his nature starting to peek through and what might be related to the trauma he'd gone through. It was impossible to tell, and honestly, it was just about the last thing Katsuki was worried about. In fact, the closer they got to the hospital, the more it dropped out of his mind. When they finally pulled up to it, he had nearly forgotten about those musings. Kazu was buzzing with anticipation. Katsuki was as well, but for very different reasons. When he got the pup out of the car, he stopped and crouched to be eye level with him. Kazu tilted his head curiously, so at least Katsuki knew he was paying attention when he said, "Listen, Kazu. Your mom is still going to be very hurt, all right? He's not going to be all better. So you might have to be very gentle with him, okay?" For as jittery as the pup had been, he settled immediately, nodded slowly, as if even that movement could cause harm to his Omega. Katsuki ruffled his hair affectionately and held out his hand, Kazu immediately taking it as they ventured inside. The nurse at the front desk was different from the one the previous night, but when Katsuki gave his name, she eyed him as if she knew exactly what he had done. "We've been expecting you," she said shortly, then nodded down the hall. "There's a waiting room second door on the left. A nurse will meet you there." And that was all she had to say. Katsuki led Kazu to the waiting room, plopping him on one of the chairs while they waited, the pup kicking his legs out as he had in the car. They weren't there long before a door opened and a doctor came out with a nurse behind him. "Midoriya?" he called, and Kazu launched himself out of his chair. Me. That's my name." He grabbed at the doctor's leg before Katsuki could stop him. "Where's my mom?" The doctor patiently smiled at the little pup. "You'll get to see your Omega soon, pup. This is Ms. Aoi. She's going to take a look at you and make sure you're doing a little better first. Is that okay?" Kazu blinked at the doctor, then up at Katsuki. Katsuki jolted when he realized the pup was looking for him for an answer, and he nodded quickly. Still looking unsure, Kazu nodded as well, taking the nurse's hand when she reached for him. Katsuki went to follow them down the hall, but the doctor put an arm in his path. While the pups distracted, the doctor brought his voice low. We should discuss Midoriya's condition. Katsuki felt his throat tighten. There was a lot he wanted to say. A lot he wanted to ask. The only words he could manage to force out were, "Is he gone?" The doctor lowered his chin slightly. "Not yet." Those two tiny words made everything feel just a little colder. When the doctor nodded him down the hallway, Katsuki followed. He said nothing more and the Alpha was too afraid to ask any more of him, so they walked in silence, deeper and deeper into the hospital, until the doctor paused at a window. The window peered into one of the patient rooms, but the curtains were drawn and unmoving. That is, until the doctor knocked twice on the glass. After a moment's pause, the curtains opened to reveal, first, a nurse on the other side, and second, a body laying in a bed. Katsuki felt every nerve in his body seize up at the sight of what lay in front of him. Deku looked horrible. Tubes of various sizes stuck into his body, his arms, his hand, down his throat. A machine carefully and consistently pumped oxygen to him, the slide and hiss unsettling in a way Katsuki couldn't explain. A heart monitor kept careful vigil of his heartbeat, the lines clear and present, proof of life. But for these things, the workings of the hospital trying to keep someone alive, Katsuki would have thought the Omega long dead. He was pale, sickly. Nearly every inch of the Omega's skin was wrapped in heavy gauze. A cast was pressed to his right arm, his left leg elevated with pillows. His face was black and swollen. There were bandages over his eyes, over his neck, each of his fingers. If Katsuki didn't know any better, if not for that shock of green hair, he wouldn't have recognized the Omega at all. The doctor watched through the glass much as Katsuki did for several silent moments. "It's a lot to take in, I know," he muttered quietly. "Whenever you're ready, I can give you any specific details you may want to know." What did he want to know? What was there to know? Katsuki swallowed, filled himself up with the heavy feeling of iron in his stomach, much as he might right before a big fight. Is he going to live? The doctor made a dissatisfied humming noise. "It's still touch and go, unfortunately. For now, we've had to place him in a medically induced coma, at least for a few days. His body needs time to heal and he would be in a lot of pain if we didn't keep him medicated. So, for now at least, he'll stay asleep. If he makes it through the next 24 to 36 hours, he should be okay." A medically induced coma. For all intents and purposes, Deku was dead to the world. Machines were the only things keeping him alive. Katsuki reached out for the wall, steadied himself on it. Took in a breath to calm himself, though he found it shaky, uneven. The doctor paused waiting to see if Katsuki was going to ask anything else, but the Alpha didn't honestly know what else to ask. Did he want to know all the gory details? Did he really want to know just how likely it was that this was going to be the end? When he said nothing, the doctor added, "There are a couple more procedures that need to be done. Mostly cosmetic. We've called in a dentist to help fix his broken tooth, for example." "Broken tooth?" Katsuki repeated, to which the doctor nodded. "Yes." His left canine was broken through some sort of trauma. It's unclear how at this point, though blunt force trauma to the face is the most likely culprit. Blunt force? Katsuki couldn't help a growl from seeping out. The Alpha had punched Deku so strong he'd broken one of his teeth. "There is one more procedure we'd like to do, but we need your permission to do so." The doctor held his clipboard to Katsuki, flipped to a paper with a place for him to sign at the bottom. "It's quick, painless, and once it's done, you don't have to worry about it anymore." The doctor's words were vague enough to set Katsuki on edge, though he didn't glance a second time at the paper. "Why would you need my permission for a procedure on Midoriya?" "Well, because," the doctor sounded a bit confused. "You're his Alpha?" Immediately, Katsuki turned away. "I'm not his Alpha." There was a beat of silence between them. The doctor kept the clipboard raised to him, pressed a hand to his forehead briefly. "I'm going to pretend," he said simply, sharply, earning a glare from Katsuki, "that I didn't hear that. If you want this procedure done, you'd best sign this form." Katsuki snapped his jaws, though the doctor didn't even flinch. "The hell are you even talking about? What procedure needs the permission of an Omega's Alpha to get done? And you're just going to overlook the fact that I'm not his Alpha at all? You're going to let me make a decision on his behalf when I'm not even his partner. The doctor's arm slipped a little lower. But still, the clipboard was held out to Katsuki. You don't understand what this is for, do you? Oh. But what does that matter? It matters because this will give us permission to administer late-stage BRTH control to the Omega. The only sound to hear was the unnerving hss of the machine currently breathing for Deku just a window away. In that window, Deku looked small, frail. He looked a lot different from the Omega Katsuki had known, had grown up with. He didn't look like himself at all. The doctor shifted in his stance. Here's the issue, he said, bringing his voice low. The state of the injuries Midoriya sustained has led us to believe that he had been held 2 to 3 days by the Alpha. 2 to 3 days? Katsuki nearly choked at the news. We can only administer this sort of procedure up to 5 days after the incident. Once those 5 days are up, the Omega will have to carry any additions to a certain term. Then, the ABN procedure is much more invasive and much more traumatizing. Especially if said addition is unwanted. The implication was clear. Katsuki remembered what he had smelled when he had first found Deku, the rank, sickening smell of lustful as he mixed with distressed Omega. It could only mean one thing. While it's rare for male Omegas to be able to conceive, the doctor continued, bringing his tone back to its clinical cadence, male Omegas who have had previous success carrying pups to term are more likely to be able to get PRGNT again. So we highly recommend this procedure for him. Since he isn't able to give consent, his Alpha would be the next person able to sign off on it. Again, he offered the clipboard to Katsuki. There were a lot of things Katsuki was thinking about. His heart was still hammering at the fact that Deku and Kazu had been held for 2 to 3 days by this sick and twisted Alpha. The fact that Deku could potentially be PRGNT with the Alpha's pup made his stomach twist up in painful knots. The fact that this doctor was letting him make this decision for Deku, demanding it of him really, made his mind reel. What if he said no? That he wasn't able to give permission anyway? That he didn't want to make such a decision for Deku? That he didn't have the right to make that decision for him? What would happen if Deku woke up, PRGNT with the pups of the Alpha who had attacked him and Kazu, being forced to carry them for several weeks if not months before having to go through another traumatic experience to get rid of them? And what if he carried them completely to term? What if he had to face a pup day after day knowing their Alpha had nearly killed him? And what if Katsuki just signed that paper? Surely Deku didn't want this, right? He would want Katsuki to sign that paper, to not let that happen to him, right? This is for the best. The doctor's voice was low, reassuring. A hand squeezed Katsuki's shoulder. He found he didn't have the strength to shrug it off. Slowly, he took the pen that was at the top of the clipboard, signed his name on the line. The doctor waited for him to return the pen before flipping the papers over Katsuki's signature. We'll get that done immediately. Once it's over, we'll allow his pup to see him. The doctor signed something sharply, glanced up at Katsuki. I'm sorry you've had to go through all this. We'll take good care of your Omega, I promise. My Omega? Katsuki wanted to curl up into a ball. He wanted to scream and rage and break things and maybe cry if there was no one there to see it. But he didn't. He watched as the doctor stepped into the room, checked over Deku's body. Watched as the nurse came and pulled the curtain back over the window. Waited, for what he had done to sink into his bones, for the dread of what he had been forced to do make standing there much too painful. Then, with shaking knees, he walked away. In the clinically clean halls of the hospital, it was easy to follow the comforting scent of his pup down the hall. He'd find Kazu, wrap him up in his arms, tell him everything was going to be okay. And maybe one day it would be. The nurse was in the room when Katsuki opened the door. She gave a noise of indignation until she realized who it was, then she smiled sadly at him and gestured for him to join them. Kazu was seated on an examination table, and he gazed up at the Alpha with a little tilt to his eyebrow and a few tears on his cheeks. There was an 4 in his arm, and one glance at it told Katsuki that it was probably the source of the pup's tears. Not to worry, the nurse said quickly as Katsuki eyed the 4 line. He was still a bit dehydrated, but this will fix him up. And once that's done, this brave little pup will have a clean bill of health. The bite mark and the burns on his hands were healed by one of our quirk doctors yesterday, and there appears to be no adverse effects today, So he's all better now. Despite the good news, Kazu sniffled, stared anywhere except the 4-line. Invariably, his gaze ended up on Katsuki, who found himself crossing the room to take the pup's hand. But it's okay. Kazu lifted his arm to wipe at his eyes, only to flinch when he felt the plastic line moving against his skin. I'll be okay. Katsuki growled lowly, again when the nurse moved to cross the room. She only smiled patiently at the alpha. I'll be right back. Make sure he doesn't pull the line, okay? Yeah, fine, Katsuki grumbled, turned back to the pup when he sniffled. He ran a hand along Kazue's cheeks, cleaning up his face. When can I see mommy? The pup asked quietly. Soon, pup, soon, Katsuki muttered. Just try to calm down. Kazu nodded. Okay. He took in a deep breath, screwed his eyes shut tight and held it. Katsuki tilted his head at the bizarre behavior, watching as, eventually, the pup let out his breath in one giant heave. Then he shook his head and looked up at the alpha, eyes no longer watery. I can't believe that worked. Katsuki blinked again as Kazu settled quickly down. Although he was still clearly uncomfortable, he wasn't crying anymore, nor did he look to be on the verge of tears. Katsuki wondered where he had learned a trick like that from, but there could only be one answer. But Katsuki couldn't remember Deku ever doing that. Not in all the years he'd known him. Then again, he supposed it had been a long time. It wasn't out of the question he'd been forced to pick up some new tricks just to survive alone in the world. Your fault. You did this. Mr. Bakugo? It was the first time Kazu had called his name, the first time he tried to get the alpha's attention. In that moment, Katsuki was raptly aware of him, eyes sharp and narrow on the pup, who shifted on the examination table, a little confused, a little scared. Biting back a curse, Katsuki let out a bit of his scent for the pup, Kazu settling again as it washed over him. Don't call me that. The pup blinked at him, then tilted his head slightly. What should I call you then? Ground Zero? No, Katsuki growled, Kazu flinching back. Again, Katsuki had to let a little of his scent out to calm him. Call me Kaken. The pup tilted his head the other way. Kaken? It's what your mother used to call me. Oh, Kazu narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You know my mom? Katsuki chewed on the inside of his lip, trying to think of what to say. He was saved when the nurse knocked at the door and entered, holding some paperwork. Here you go. I just need you to sign here. Katsuki didn't move, his mind repeating the words of Deku's doctor over and over again. What are they for? Release papers. Once his 4 is done, he'll be good to go home. Still, when the nurse handed Katsuki her clipboard, he carefully read over the paperwork, realizing it was, indeed, just a release form from the hospital. He signed it, but still found his fingers shaking in the aftermath. The nurse took the papers, checked the 4, and smiled. You've been such a brave pup. I think we are all done now. She unhooked the line, fiddling with the drip bag momentarily before turning back to Kazu. It's going to hurt a little when I take the 4 out, okay? Kazu immediately tensed and Katsuki stepped a little closer to him. It's okay. You're such a brave pup after all. Ready? The nurse took Kazue's arm and the pup yelped, throwing himself toward Katsuki and burying himself in his shirt. Katsuki's muscles all snapped tight at the same time, so much so that they ached from the sudden reaction. However, when the pup whimpered as the nurse removed his 4, the alpha was quick to wrap his arms around him and try to comfort him as much as he could. After the nurse smoothed a bandage over the pup's arm, she stepped back. All done. Kazu warily peered at her from Katsuki's shirt, untrusting as he took his arm back from her. You can stay in the waiting room until Midoriya is ready to see you. Kazue's head popped off of Katsuki, reaching for the nurse. Wait, my mom? Am I going to get to see my mom now? The nurse smiled patiently. Not right now, but soon. The doctor will let you know. Just as sudden as his surge of joy, the pup slumped in disappointment, crossing his arms and pouting spectacularly. Katsuki had to admit he looked a lot like Deku in that moment. He'd seen that look on the Omega's face more than once when they'd been children. Whenever Deku had made that face, he had always jabbed the Omega in the side, making him giggle and breaking him out of whatever mood he might be in. His fingers flinched to do the same again, some long-buried habit reinforcing itself, but he stopped himself, instead helping Kazu down from the table when the pup scooted to the edge and eyed the ground untrustingly. The pup's hands curled around his fingers, 3 of them, Kazu contently standing next to him as the nurse got the door for them and gestured them out. Katsuki was struck by the moment, such a normal, boring interaction, just a pup holding his alpha's hand. But Kazue's palm was warm and soft, his fingers gripping Kataki's a little tight, the only indication of his nervousness. He'd missed this. All of this. This should have been a normal touch. Nothing significant. And yet, Katsuki felt a weight pressed against his itchy. It would have been a nice feeling, if not for the guilt that roared up from his stomach right afterward. This fault. You've done this way, the nurse said pleasantly, leading them from the room. And still, Kazu was the one who had to pull Katsuki along, lead him forward. Once they were back in the waiting room, the nurse told them she would check in with Deku's doctor for them. And when they were alone, Kazu huffed loudly. He was still holding Katsuki's hand. I want to see Mom. Why won't anyone let me see Mom? He growled just under his breath. Katsuki wasn't exactly sure what to say. So he picked the pup up under the arms, set him down in one of the chairs, sat next to him. Kazu kicked his feet, maybe a little less enthusiastically as he had done when they'd first arrived. There was still a little pout to his lips. As much as Katsuki wanted to reassure the pup, he was having his doubts as well. Seeing Deku in that condition had shaken him up, and he'd seen far worse in his hero career than the pup ever would. This was his mother, his Omega, the only parent he'd ever known. Would it be wise to expose him to such a terrible sight? Would it be worse to keep them apart? The blanket from yesterday lay abandoned in the nest on Katsuki's bed, no longer smelling of the Omega at all. No doubt the pup's anxiety would continue to rise without having the comfort of his Omega, but would that anxiety ever reach the level of trauma of seeing Deku laying in that hospital bed? Katsuki didn't know, but he was more than a little uncomfortable with the idea. This was the thought pounding on Katsuki's skull when the door opened and Kazu threw himself from his seat. Mom. I want to see Mom. The pup tugged impatiently at the doctor's breathe, hardly giving him the chance to step into the waiting room. He smiled at Kazu, but before he could speak, Katsuki was rising to his feet. Doc, I want a word with you. Privately. The doctor's smile faded slightly as the alpha picked Kazu up and set him back in his seat. The pup growled at him, but Katsuki held his hand up. Sit here and behave. We'll be back. Kazu glared at him as if he were considering his options, hands pressed into his seat, ready to leap up again. Katsuki lowered his hand, leaned into the pup, letting off some of his scent, catching Kazue's attention. Please? Just a moment. There was a moment of silence between them. Katsuki didn't really know what the pup might be thinking, but he didn't interrupt, waiting for whatever choice he may make. Finally, Kazu huffed and turned sharply away from them, crossing his arms and lifting up his shoulders. For as unhappy as he may be, Katsuki knew just how big of a step this was for a pup his age. Deku must be a great mom. But of course, that wasn't a surprise to Katsuki. Once the pup was settled, the alpha followed the doctor back into the hallway. They stepped away from the door into the waiting room, paused until it was firmly shut, then Katsuki faced the doctor. He still felt a bit of unease standing before the doctor again. He eyed the doctor, read his badge and realized he hadn't even known his name until that moment, Dr. Tanaka. His fingers flinched and he didn't really know why, but he pushed past it. Now was not the time for this. Doctor, he said quietly, is it really okay for Kazu to see his Omega like that? Understanding flashed in Tanaka's eyes. He pressed his fingers into the corner of his eyes, couldn't seem to face the alpha as he spoke with a sigh. As terrible a sight it may be, think of the last time the pup saw his Omega. In what condition was he then? How terrified was he? What exactly did he see and hear happen between Midoriya and that alpha? Each question made Katsuki want to reel back in disgust, but he knew Tanaka had a point, so he listened no matter how much it made him want to howl in fury. For as awful as it may be, at least the pup will know for certain that here, his Omega is safe, that we are caring for him. So it may not be easy, but yes, I think it's okay for Kazuo to see Midoriya in his current state. But ultimately, that's up to you. Up to me. Turning that decision on me again, huh? But Katsuki knew why. He was the alpha, the hero, the only one currently able to make decisions between the three of them. Still, it didn't feel quite right. He glowered at Tanaka, but all he could think of was his pup, begging again and again for his mom. How could he deny Kazuo the chance to see his mom, maybe for the last time? And yet, how could he stand and watch the pup face the horrible truth of all that had happened to his Omega? No, it wouldn't be easy. But maybe Kazuo needed this. Biting off his growl with a click of his tongue, Katsuki hissed, "I need to speak with him first, then he can see his mom." Tanaka nodded. "Very well. Take your time." Katsuki kept his glare on the doctor for several moments, but he didn't move. Realizing he was waiting for the alpha to move first, Katsuki stepped past him, pausing for a moment to calm himself before facing Kazuo. He pressed the door open and something crashed into his leg. Kazuo was baring his teeth, fingers dug into Katsuki's leg. He hissed. Katsuki stared down at the pup, contemplating what to do. Then he said, "I told you to behave, didn't I?" The pup's fingers tightened. He shivered, pulled a little closer to Katsuki. When he spoke, it was hardly more than a whisper, a plea, a desperate prayer. He said again, and Katsuki felt the trembling of his pup in his own knees at the despair in his voice. Slowly, he crouched next to Kazuo, pulled his hands free of his breathes, held them gently but firmly. The pup's hands were unusually warm. Katsuki rubbed them as his packmates sometimes did to him, usually when he came back from a long day of hero work and his body was spent from using his quirk. It was the one thing that the pack knew could soothe him when he was feeling particularly foul. Deku had done it to him as well, once upon a time. "Listen," he said softly, tried to keep his voice level and low. "Are you listening? This is important." "Mommy," the pup begged. "I know. It's about your mom." Immediately, Kazuo went rigid, staring straight at Katsuki, waiting for him to speak. Katsuki let out his scent a little more, but the pup was far beyond his help now. The only thing that could calm him was his Omega. The alpha continued to rub the pup's palms, soothing little circles. "You know how yesterday your mom was in surgery? He's out of surgery now, but he's still sleeping because of it. Do you understand?" The pup sniffled. Water rushed to his eyes. "He's sleeping?" Katsuki nodded. "Yes, he's sleeping. Will he wake up?" The alpha swallowed, took in a deep breath. "We're going to take you to your mom, but you have to be very, very gentle around him. He's still very weak and very hurt. But you can see him." At the news, the first tear fell from Kazuo's eye. He tore one of his hands away from Katsuki to rub at it. "Okay." He peered up at the alpha, eyes still a little watery. Can I touch him?" "You'll have to ask the doctor that." Katsuki picked the pup up, set him on his hip. Kazuo immediately crawled a little higher, seeking out the warmth of his scent gland, burying himself in Katsuki's neck. Even so close to his alpha, the pup did not settle as he had the previous day. Once the pup had stopped squirming as much, Katsuki took him back to the hallway, where Tanaka was waiting. Seeing the two together, he nodded once, gestured them to follow him. Katsuo kept a hand pressed to Kazuo's neck, willing him to not try to look for his Omega. He didn't know how else to prepare the pup for what he was about to see, but every part of him was trying to hold off the moment, trying to keep it from happening. But, eventually, they came to stand at the door leading to Deku's room. The curtain was still drawn over the observation window. Tanaka did not knock to have it opened. What he did do was turn to Katsuki, wait until the alpha nodded, then knocked softly at the door, and opened it, letting them enter first. It was the first time Katsuki had been in the room with Deku since finding him in that building. His scent was in the air, but diffused, muddled. There still was a sour note to it, but not nearly as bad as it had been only a day before. So close, the Omega looked even worse. The window had made it all seem so unreal, as if he were looking into a television screen. Now, he was standing at the Omega's bed, holding their pup to his ear, and witnessing firsthand the horrors done. Soon, the pup picked up on the scent of his Omega, small squirms turning into thrashing as he tried to turn to see his mom, tried to get away from Katsuki. "Mom." Mom! The pup screamed, finally broke from Katsuki's hand, turned, saw what was in front of them. Immediately, the pup pressed himself back to Katsuki's ear, staring at Deku wide-eyed. Katsuki ran his hand through the pup's hair, pressed him even closer. It was easier to try to handle the pup than to look at Deku. Kazu asked earlier if it was okay for him to touch his mom. Katsuki spoke, but he never turned away from the pup, kept looking for his reaction. Luckily, Tanaka realized the question was for him. Yes, of course, it's all right. In fact, it might be good for Midoriya to have his pup nearby. Just be sure to be very gentle with him. He paused, cleared his throat. I'll be right outside if you need anything, he said, then shut the door. They were very suddenly alone, him, the Omega, and their pup. It wasn't the family reunion Katsuki would have wanted, but it was all they had. Slowly, he stepped to Deku's side, sat in one of the chairs next to his bed. Deku didn't move. Machines were still breathing for him, still monitoring his heartbeat, still keeping him alive. Katsuki pointed to these machines. Do you see that? That's your mom's heart beating. It keeps track and makes sure your mom is doing okay. And that one making that weird noise is helping your mom to breathe correctly. So his heart is still beating and he's still breathing, all right? It was ridiculous, he knew, to try to explain everything by the DMN machines hooked up to his mom. But he didn't know how else to tell him that the doctor was doing everything he could to help the Omega. He didn't know how to explain just what was happening. And Kazu didn't seem to care at all about those machines. His eyes were locked onto Deku, unmoving, pupils pinpoints. When he finally did move, it was to push himself away from Katsuki, to slowly crawl across his lap to Deku's bed. Although Deku's fingers were bandaged and his wrists heavily wrapped, Kazu pawed himself under the Omega's arm, rubbing at his wrist, trying to reach the smaller scent gland there, currently covered in bandages. He pressed himself to his Omega's side, curled up just under his arm. It's okay, he muttered, his voice so very small. It's okay now, mommy. He lay there for several moments, shivering, until Katsuki reached over. He scooped the pup up, Kazu wiggling in his grip before the Alpha nestled him right next to the Omega's neck. Immediately, Kazu rubbed his head to his mom's neck, scenting him thoroughly. The room slowly filled with their combined scents, Kazu doing his best to comfort his mom just as much as he was gaining comfort from the unconscious Omega. Katsuki sat back and he watched, unsure of how he felt. He was happy to see son and mother reunited, but there was a bitter irony to it. Watching Kazu trying to reassure Deku was both heartwarming and heartbreaking. For the pup to think he had to comfort his Omega tore at Katsuki's nerves, but he didn't know what else to do. This was their moment, after all, the moment that Kazu had been begging for. He needed to let this happen on their own terms. Why? The pup's voice startled Katsuki as much as the question did, even more so when he realized one of the pup's piercing red eyes was trained on him, demanding an answer of him. But how was he going to answer that question? Why did bad things happen to people? Why did people do bad things to other people? Why had this happened to his mom of all those people? Feeling a snarl on his lips, Katsuki leaned forward and said, "Sometimes, bad things just happen to people. There's no real reason or—" "No," the pup growled low and vicious. Katsuki paused, felt a spike of intrigue from his alpha brain. Had this pup just challenged him? He forced that part of his brain to shut the hell up. Instead, he focused wholly on Kazu as the pup lifted himself just a little from his mom to glare at Katsuki. "Why do you smell so nice? Why do you smell different from the other alphas?" As inevitable as this question was, as much as Katsuki had been anticipating it, he found himself completely unprepared to answer it. What did the pup know? What would he need to explain? How would he say it? But it was too late for those questions. The time had come and now he had to face it. He started with a breath, with a stilling of his trembling fingers, with meeting the pup's gaze without flinching. "Do you know what it means when a pup says they have an alpha?" Kazu didn't move, staring at Katsuki. The uncomfortable tension was broken only by the continued beeping of Deku's heart monitor and the ventilator breathing. The pup curled back up around his Omega protectively, said nothing, so Katsuki continued, "When a pup has an alpha, that alpha is the person who sired them. Whether their mother be an omega or beta or even another alpha, their true alpha is almost always their father. It's the alpha's job to protect and care for their family. So when a pup says they have an alpha, they have a person who protects and loves them. He paused when Kazu just stared at him, unmoving. Do you understand what I'm saying? The pup narrowed his eyes. Mommy told me about alphas. Did he tell you who your alpha is? Kazu growled, bore his teeth. I don't have an alpha. Nobody protected me but my mommy. There was something painful about his words. Something painful for the pup, the realization that the only person who ever loved and protected him was now laying unconscious in a hospital bed, and something painful for Katsuki to face the sheer, pure truth of the pup's declaration. Because he was right, of course. So Katsuki lowered his chin slightly. You do have a sire though. Everyone has a sire. A father. Kazu tensed uneasily. Katsuki wondered if he'd figured it out yet. He was bright, but he was still a pup, and a traumatized one at that. The alpha glanced to Deku, wondered if this was the right time to be doing this. The question still lingered in the air though. Why did Katsuki smell so nice? The alpha took a breath. The reason I smell so nice to you, Kazu, is because I'm your alpha. I sired you with Deku. Another silence. Until Kazu curled up around Deku. You're not my alpha. As much as you might not believe me, I am. No. Katsuki jerked upright as something came flying at him. His hands came up just in time to catch Kazu as the pup careened into his little fists smacking against him. No, no, no. You're not my alpha. You aren't. Katsuki tried to hold Kazu steady, let the pup continue to hit him. Kazu, believe me, I know it's surprising, but I really am. No. The pup wailed and smacked Katsuki one more time, devolving quickly into crying. The door suddenly opened, shocking Katsuki so much he wrapped his arms around the pup, pressing him to his tea, and letting out a deep warning growl. Tanaka paused, halfway through the door. For the first time, he looked a little afraid of Katsuki. I heard the pup screaming. I thought maybe something had happened to his omega. Katsuki let his growling fade away, but kept Kazu pressed to his The pup had gone very still, no longer hitting the alpha. We're fine here. Kazu is just upset. Yes, well, the doctor's eyes flickered over the machines, over Deku, but there was nothing clearly wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting. He shut the door, leaving them alone once more. Katsuki glared after him, until Kazu stirred in his arms. He let the pup raise his head from his to stare up at him with water-lined red eyes. For as much as he saw himself in Kazu, there was so much of Deku in there too. It wasn't fair to see someone who reminded him so much of Deku now crying in his arms. Why? The pup said again. Katsuki ran his hand over Kazu's back. Why what? Didn't you protect? It was a fair question. Too fair. But it hurt more than Katsuki had ever hurt before. He pressed the pup back to his I'm sorry, Kazu. I'm so sorry. You're right, I didn't protect you and I should have. Was he the one shaking or was that his pup? I've been a terrible alpha. But I want to do better. I want to be better. I want to be an alpha you can be proud of. An alarm beeped suddenly, Katsuki jerking upright to see Deku's heart rhythm had changed. He cursed himself, realizing he'd been putting out a sour scent, probably subconsciously distressing the omega. As he reined his scent in, Kazu leaped from Katsuki's lap to Deku's bed, curling around his scent gland one more time. Slowly, Deku's heartbeat returned to its normal rhythm, the omega otherwise not reacting. Katsuki couldn't stop a growled curse from escaping his lips, putting his head in his hands, digging at his scalp. I did it again. I upset Deku. What would he do if Deku woke up? How would he beg forgiveness? What would he do if Deku didn't survive? He let out a breath, found it filled his throat, made him choke. Something wet gathered on his face. Kazu, I'm sorry, he said again, though the words were sticky and heavy and strong to form. You don't have to forgive me. I'm not asking that. But please let me try. Let me try to be a good alpha for you and your mom. Please let me try to atone. It was ridiculous to ask such a thing of a pup. Would he even understand? Probably not. But the words had to be said. Katsuki had to ask, to beg, for himself. to try to start righting this wrong. As terrible of a wrong it was, he had to try to make it right. This was his fault after all. All his fault. Something like a sob caught in his throat made Katsuki quake in emotion he refused to show. Instead, he focused on not letting his scent go too sour, on not disturbing Deku. Deku needed to be calm, to recover, without Katsuki's scent distressing him anymore. So he focused on this one task, this one thing he knew he could do. His concentration broke when something small rested itself against his head. Slowly, he looked up, saw Kazu had reached across to pat him on the head. The pup looked like maybe he didn't understand everything. It would be foolish to think he did. But he understood enough. He rubbed Katsuki's hair as Katsuki had done to him, as no doubt Deku had also done to him before. He didn't say anything. But he rubbed Katsuki's hair and he lent the alpha a little bit of the comfort he could offer. Even if Katsuki didn't really understand all of what it meant, he knew enough. Like his pup, who was slightly confused and befuddled, he also knew enough. He knew this was the only way Kazu knew how to accept him, the only way he could tell the alpha that he would let him try. He pressed toward the pup, felt a second hand brush into his hair, then the pup's entire Zithian head resting on him. Kazu let out a little purr, buried himself in Katsuki's hair, subconsciously let out a little bit more of his scent. His scent was calm, despite everything. Katsuki didn't know how. But it was calm and soothing and one of the best scents Katsuki had ever smelled. He didn't move, not for a long time, letting his pup play in his hair, sitting next to the Omega he had abandoned, not knowing if this was the way he atoned, but knowing he would try and try and try again, until he finally got it right. Kaken! Kaken! Katsuki glanced over his shoulder, saw another pup racing for him from across the playground. Izuku Midoriya was a strange pup. Katsuki had met him at their school, had quickly grown a fascination with him. There was something about him that he couldn't quite put his finger on, but he liked having the other pup around, so when Izuku called to him, he stopped, waited until he came to a stumbling stop beside him. He went to speak, then realized there were tears running down the other pup's face. "What's wrong?" Izuku jolted, glanced up at Katsuki, and wiped at his eyes with a little shake of his head. The other pups were being mean. "It's okay. I'm fine." Katsuki set his teeth and growled. "They made you cry." The other pup wouldn't meet his eyes. "I always cry. It's fine." Unconvinced, Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Izuku looked alike uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze. Undeterred, Katsuki stepped to his side and took his hand, surprising him. "Tell me what they said," the pup demanded. At first, Izuku looked away, shuffled his feet nervously. When he did, Katsuki rubbed his head against the other pup's shoulder, as he sometimes did with his parents and they with him. It always made him feel a little better when they did that, and he saw it had a similar effect on the other pup, Izuku sinking into his feet and relaxing his shoulders away from his neck. "They said part of my name means Deku and that it means useless. They said it was the prefect name for me." There was a part of Katsuki's brain that growled and howled at what the other pup said. He wasn't quite sure what to do about the noise in his head, so he growled as well, causing Izuku to shrink back. Realizing he'd scared his friend, he calmed, told his brain to just shut up. "Well, that's stupid and they're stupid," he hissed. "And besides, it is a good name for you." The other pup jolted as if he'd been electrocuted, already starting to cry again. Katsuki quickly wiped at his tears. "Deku means lots of things. It also means never giving up. And that's perfect for you. You really are Deku, you know?" The other pup blinked at Katsuki, seemed to think over his words. Still, he didn't stop crying until Katsuki took his hand again and told him he'd beat up the mean pups if that's what it took to finally get him to be happy. Kaken? Katsuki jerked upright, his vision tunneled, focused only on the figures standing in front of him. He'd thought he was finally alone after ducking into an alley a couple blocks down from the school. The whispers of the crowd around him had died away, leaving him with only his thoughts, only the building sense of pressure in his city alone. That pressure hadn't eased any. Now, with someone standing right in front of him, it was building again, threatening to boil over. And it didn't help that he knew exactly who it was. Katsuki growled at the Omega, letting off an aggressive scent to scare him away. Deku paused, clearly noticing his aggression, but no doubt also seeing him struggle to keep himself together. Why was Deku even there? How had he found the alpha? Go away. Katsuki growled. Deku flinched, but didn't move. What happened? He asked. Katsuki roared to his feet. I said go away. I don't want you here. Again, Deku flinched away, looking hurt. Something squeezed Katsuki's insides, but he refused to back down. He was an alpha, after all. He was the top of society, a leader, a ruler. No Omega was going to disobey him, not even Deku. Go away before I make you. Kaken, please. Deku kept his voice low and calm. It was a wonder that he wasn't crying. Then again, Deku had never cried because of something Katsuki had done. The Alpha had made sure never to cross that line, never to upset the Omega. But now, in this moment, he thought he didn't really care. And still, the Omega tried. I can tell you're upset. Let me help. I don't need your help. Katsuki snapped his jaws, this time making the Omega whimper. Don't make me hurt you. Deku didn't move, though a little line of worry was deepening in his forehead. Instead, he shook his head. You would never hurt me. Kaken. It wasn't a challenge. Not a real one. And yet, something in Katsuki's brain snapped, roared, boiled over in furious indignation. Before he could think, he pushed himself off the wall, rushed toward the Omega. Whatever he thought he was going to do, he skidded to a halt very suddenly, only inches away from him. Deku looked more than a little alarmed, shocked at the Alpha's reaction, scared. But he still hadn't moved. Katsuki let out a breath, felt the part of his brain that had taken over recede, leaving only him, standing there, fingers inches away from the Omega. He gasped, step back. He swallowed, felt himself shaking. I didn't mean to. He stepped back again, stumbled, tripped, fell on his butt. He let out a snarl, trying to get back up, hearing Deku coming closer. Katsuki flinched away from the Omega, afraid. Afraid? Afraid of hurting him. Don't hurt Omega. Protect Omega. Make Omega happy. It was that voice. That voice Katsuki hated so much. Always telling him what to do. Making him feel crazy, out of control, willing to snap at anyone. Even at the Omega that had always been at his side. Kaken? Deku's voice was soft and soothing. Katsuki wouldn't turn to face him. Because he was looking away, he didn't notice when Deku leaned in close, until he pressed to the Alpha's neck and let out a little of his calming scent. It washed over Katsuki, like sunlight, like fresh, hot summer nights, campfires and forests, tall grass. It's all right, Kaken. I promise, everything's going to be okay. The Omega wrapped his arms around Katsuki, held him tightly. Didn't comment when Katsuki crumbled inward, when he gasped, then sobbed. He didn't even really remember why he was so upset. All he knew was that after a few minutes with Deku, it didn't really matter anymore. Kaken. He would have been mistaken to say he didn't miss the Omega, that seeing him standing there after so long apart made some part of his brain growl contently. It's only been a few days, chill out. Katsuki growled under his breath, stepped to the Omega's side, and immediately pressed his neck to the Omega's scent gland. It had been long enough that he couldn't detect himself in the Omega's scent, and that bothered him as much as he knew it probably bothered the Omega. They stood where they had agreed to meet, at the base of the mountain. It was a familiar mountain, one they had hiked many times before, one of Katsuki's favorite trails. Despite it having been several months since they'd been able to go out on such an excursion, he was less excited about the hike and more about just seeing the Omega again. It had been far too long. Halfway through scenting him, Deku relaxed in Katsuki's arms, purred happily. It's good to see you again, he said in the Alpha's ear. Katsuki growled lowly. It's been too long. The Omega laughed, pulled away. Whose fault is that? You're the one busy learning how to be a hero. Katsuki glowered, but he couldn't disagree. Deku smiled at him, took his hand. Their fingers intertwined easily, as if they had always fit together. The Omega tugged him along, Katsuki happy to follow him. Come on. You have to tell me all about your classes. Since you won't let me meet any of your classmates, you have to tell me what they've been up to too. Again, Katsuki let out a little growl, pulled the Omega a little closer. I just don't trust those idiots with you. Deku chuckled under his breath. You know, I might be an Omega, but I'm not fragile. You'd hate it if I was. I couldn't hate you. Katsuki rubbed against the Omega to reaffirm his words, then smirked. But I won't say it's not kinda hot that you're tougher than some of those morons. Oh, I don't know about that, Deku said, though he preened under Katsuki's attention, as he always did. Not many Omega out there would be willing to spend a weekend hiking with me. Katsuki said. Deku shrugged. I don't really care about the hike as much as I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you. The Alpha growled his agreement, took the Omega's hand, and led him toward the start of the trail. Katsuki was excited to be out of the city, to finally relax a little away from everything that had happened. The end of his first semester was approaching and the pressure was increasing. Katsuki wasn't sure exactly what the next semester would bring, but after one hell of a start to his hero schooling, he wasn't really looking forward to it. More like looking forward to it being over. But he wasn't going to think about it this weekend. This weekend, he was going to take Deku out and enjoy the appealing scenery with him, enjoy just being with the Omega for an extended period of time. Next semester, he knew he was only going to be busier, between internships, work studies, classes, and whatever else UA had up its sleeve. With Deku being enrolled at a different high school in town, it meant their schedules were unlikely to match up. So he'd enjoy this weekend, knowing it might be a while before he'd get another one. At the base of the mountain, the trails were wide enough that they could walk side by side, Deku pulling information out of Katsuki slowly and patiently, but always enthusiastic about the fledgling hero's adventures. Halfway through the day, they stopped on a slope overlooking the city in the distance for lunch. Katsuki had packed some food he'd made that morning that had Deku salivating just at the smell. They sat side by side, Deku leaning against the Alpha's shoulder, enjoying the quiet. With Deku focused on his food, he'd finally gone silent, no longer asking Katsuki about UA or any of his classmates. Instead, the Omega was content to just eat his lunch and the Alpha was happy to enjoy being at his side. He did, however, have one thing to say. He cleared his throat to catch Deku's attention. My class has been talking about forming a pack after we're done with school. The Omega blinked. Paka? That would be a pretty big pack. Katsuki shrugged. I don't think everyone would actually join. There are some loners in the class. Like you? Deku poked him in the side, a little tease that he knew the Alpha hated. Still, he didn't stop when Katsuki growled at him. A pack would be nice. There's not too many of them around anymore. Kind of an antiquated thing. But they sound nice. Katsuki picked at some grass nearby. It would be hell living with that many people. Don't you already kind of live with them all in the dorms? Yeah, and it's hell being around them all the time. Deku laughed, pressed a little closer to the Alpha. I don't think you're being truthful. Anyway, maybe because you're all living together the idea is getting thrown out. Once graduation rolls around, who knows what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Katsuki found himself staring down at Deku's hand. His left hand. Ring finger. Still empty. He picked up that hand, pressed his lips to that finger. Deku chirped happily, but Katsuki knew he didn't understand the significance. He had his own plans for graduation. Who cared what the others were planning? Graduation was going to be special for the two of them. He'd make sure of it. They packed up soon after, Katsuki slinging their bag over his back before peering up at the trail in front of them. It was too narrow to walk side by side and was a little more unsteady than the trail behind them. He glanced back at Deku, who was checking to make sure they'd packed everything, and said, I'll go first. You stay behind me and be careful. Omega put his hands on his hips. Come on, Kaken. We've hiked this trail before with no problems, right? And today's not going to be the day that something does go wrong. Deku just laughed and followed after him. Their plan was to hike to the next campsite, spend the night there, then hike back down the next day. It wasn't an uncommon trip for them. They'd never had an incident in all the times they'd done this. In hindsight, Katsuki would probably say that was why he wasn't expecting anything too drastic to happen. He was so focused on the road ahead of them, focused on looking for dangers to Deku in front of them, that he missed the sudden shifting of the earth behind him, until he heard the Omega cry out and it was far too late. He whipped around, saw only a flail of limbs as the ground slid out from under Deku and carried him down the cliff. Without thinking, Katsuki flew after him, his palms bright with explosions, his own safety forgotten as he watched the Omega crash into the ground and heard his sudden and piercing scream of pain. In an instant, he was beside Deku, cradling him in his arms. "Are you all right? Tell me where you're hurt." The Omega whimpered, clinging to Katsuki's jacket. My leg." Katsuki didn't really need to be told. Deku's leg was sticking out at the wrong angle, as well as his ankle. There were also a few cuts along his arms and on his cheek from the fall down, but the leg was the most concerning. Katsuki knew there were veins and arteries in a person's leg that could easily be cut by shattered bone, causing the victim to bleed out in minutes. If that happened, it would take him more than just a few minutes to blast them both off the mountain and back to the city, enough time to cause Deku a lot of pain and potentially kill him. The thought had Katsuki seeing red, but he knew he couldn't let that stop him. He reached for his phone, cursed when he realized he had no service. The Omega was shivering, maybe from shock, and was letting off a horribly sour smell. "It's all right, I'm here. Katsuki tried to comfort the Omega, rubbing against him, holding him tightly, but with how much pain he was in, there was little he could actually do. "Damn it. Kaken?" Katsuki pulled the Omega closer to him, reached for a plan, any plan. He had to do something. He couldn't just stay here with Deku, letting him suffer. But what was there to do? What could he do in this moment, right now, to fix this? He just decided that he would have to risk hurting Deku to at least get him within cell phone range when a voice called out to them. Looking up, Katsuki saw more hikers back up on the trail. "Are you two all right?" Someone shouted down at them. As much as Katsuki was loath to reveal their vulnerable state to potentially dangerous people, he didn't have a choice. "My Omega is hurt. Call for rescue. Tell them his leg is broken." "Kaken?" the Omega said again, Katsuki growling quietly, rubbing against the Omega to try and calm him. "Help is on the way, Deku. Just hold on, all right? You'll be okay." Deku curled himself closer to Katsuki, still shivering in pain. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. "It's not your fault. Shitty trail should have been better looked after. I should have realized it was too dangerous." "Why, Deku flinched, then a careful smile spread over his face. "Wouldn't it be funny if one of your classmates came to help us?" Katsuki let out a low growl. "Only one of those losers would be useful, but it's not like any of us have been able to do any real hero work yet." "Oh, I see." The Omega whined suddenly, gripping Katsuki tightly. The Alpha searched for something to do to comfort the Omega, but couldn't think of anything more he could do. He was distracted by more shouting, looking up to the other hikers on the cliff. One of them had a radio they were speaking into, though they paused when Katsuki looked up at them. "They're on their way. We're going to try to get down to you. Don't bother, we're fine here. Just make sure rescue can reach us." Katsuki growled. As much as he wanted to get Deku help, he didn't want these extras to fall and get hurt too. "It's all right. We'll be careful." Almost immediately, one of the hikers slipped, sliding a few feet down the cliff. On instinct, Katsuki nearly leaped to his feet. "Hey, don't just," a hand gripped Katsuki's arm so tightly he thought it might draw BLD. When he looked down at the Omega, he saw panicked, wide eyes, water flowing down freckled cheeks, shallow breaths causing a small tremble in tightly pulled lips. "PL please," Deku breathed out, gasped for air, dug his fingers into Katsuki's arm a little deeper. "Please don't leave me." The small part of Katsuki's brain that he oftentimes ignored swelled. It spread like an infection, claiming all of his headspace, the voice he often drowned out roaring loudly, demanding him act. "Protect Omega. Omega is hurt. Save Omega." But there was nothing he could do. They had to wait. Wait for help. Wait for rescue. Katsuki couldn't help his Omega. Slowly, he pulled the Omega back to his ear, let out a breath that felt hot and thin. He felt himself starting to gasp for air as well, held his mouth shut to stop himself from hyperventilating. He couldn't lose control. Not now. Not when Deku needed him. Not when he needed all his wits about him to help rescue the Omega. Not now. Omega hurt. Protect Omega. Save Omega. Alpha must make Omega better. Again, Katsuki gasped, curled in around Deku. His sour scent was overwhelming, making Katsuki feel like he was going to be sick, like he couldn't breathe, like he couldn't even think. Kaken? Deku's voice pulled a little at Katsuki's brain, but not enough to silence the voice, not enough to yank him free of his instincts. They were telling him to help Deku, but there was nothing he could do to help. He couldn't protect him now that he was already hurt, he couldn't save him without risking further harm, and he couldn't make Deku feel any better because he couldn't just make the pain go away. He couldn't do anything. Nothing. A sweet, gentle scent cut through the distress. Katsuki blinked again, realized that a couple of the hikers had finally gotten to them, were standing a few feet away. He also realized that he was hunched over Deku, the remnants of a snarl on his face, his teeth bared threateningly, his arms around his omega. That sweet smell, every now and then soured by the lingering taste of distress, was coming from Deku. The omega had placed both his hands on Katsuki's face, had turned his chin to face him, was trying to smile at Katsuki through the pain. "It's okay," he said. "It'll be okay. Don't worry about me, Kaken. I'll be okay." He flinched again, buried himself into Katsuki's ear. "Just, please hold me." There was almost nothing Katsuki could deny Deku. Knowing the Omega was trying to hold his scent back so not to negatively affect him, even while in so much pain, there was absolutely nothing he wouldn't have done for Deku in that moment. He curled up around the Omega, comforted him as best he could, as the hikers carefully stepped closer, crowded in around them, tried to help. But, like Katsuki, they could do very little other than wait for someone to come get them. Rescue came in the form of heroes, who used a combination of quirks and equipment to get Deku and Katsuki off the mountain and to waiting paramedics. The entire time, Katsuki found himself in a daze, unable to do anything but to stay at Deku's side and watch as everything else happened around him. When they were finally back in the city, when Katsuki was standing over Deku as he was loaded onto a stretcher, he saw the Omega reach for him and immediately took his hand. Deku smiled at him, the tremble gone from his lip, his scent still a muddled mix of calming pheromones and soured distress. But he smiled at Katsuki and said, "Please, stay with me?" There was nothing Katsuki could deny the Omega. He snapped and snarled at the paramedics until they threatened to sedate him, eventually switching to conventional methods by simply asking to ride in the ambulance with the Omega. The paramedics agreed, as long as he kept himself under control. For Deku, he sat in that ambulance and ignored the paramedics as they worked, focused solely on the Omega. Whenever he whimpered or whined in pain, Katsuki leaned in to comfort him. Every time he did, Deku relaxed a little, seemed a little more content with the Alpha at his side. Good Alpha. Protect Omega. Provide for Omega. Even if it wasn't enough, it was all Katsuki could do. He stayed with Deku right up until they had to wheel him away for X-rays. Then he was forced to separate himself from the Omega, pained when he heard Deku whining for him. He called Deku's mom, paced the waiting room, growled at anyone who dared to approach. When he was finally allowed to return to the Omega's side, he did so immediately. He was there when it was decided Deku would need surgery, he was there when the Omega was wheeled away, he was there to help comfort Deku's mother, and most importantly, he was there to comfort the Omega after surgery. Still out of it from the drags, the Omega was whimpering and whining when the doctors rolled him back into his room. As soon as they had locked his gurney in place, Katsuki crossed the room, felt unashamed as he rubbed against Deku's neck, releasing his scent. The Omega responded almost instantly, calming right down, settling in restful sleep. Katsuki stayed at his side, comforting him whenever he whimpered, easing Inko's worries when she voiced them, doing whatever he could to make everything better. When Deku woke, Katsuki was the first person he saw, and the Alpha was met with a small smile, a thankful gleam in the Omega's eyes. Katsuki leaned in to rub against him, to growl protectively, to reassure him that everything would be okay. He was there after all. He would make everything okay one way or another. "Oi, Deku!" The Omega startled, whipping around and drawing his hands up as if to defend himself. Which was ridiculous. Only one person ever called him Deku, after all, and he had said person to defend him from any idiot who might try anything stupid. And so, the Omega quickly calmed, settling down as Katsuki took a seat next to him. They sat on a hillside, a familiar place, one he and Deku had spent many nights at before. The city rolled out below them, its lights muddling the stars above. Still, the stars they could see gleamed as they always had, unchanging since their childhood. It was an appealing spot, though its beauty wasn't the reason Katsuki was drawn here time and time again. This place had remained Deku's favorite since they'd first found it years and years, the Omega spending so many nights stargazing on this exact hill. Almost every night where you could see the stars, Deku could be found there, staring up into the sky. And so, Katsuki wasn't surprised to find him there. It was always the first place he checked. Conversely, Deku tilted his head curiously at Katsuki. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, obviously," the Alpha grumbled. "Classes ran late and by the time they let us go, I had nowhere to be, so I figured I'd find you here." "What about being busy at that between-semester camp you talked about?" Katsuki growled deeply. "Cancelled. Something about a security risk. Which is stupid." As he grumbled, Deku hummed quietly, leaned against the Alpha, nuzzled into his neck. Katsuki wrapped an arm around him and drawing him even closer, savoring the smell of summer. "Well, if there really was something dangerous, I'm glad they cancelled it," the Omega said. "I want you to be safe." "I'm going to be a hero, Deku." Safety is a relative term. A little spike of sadness seeped from the Omega. Katsuki glanced down at him, saw his smile wither. In response, the Alpha intertwined their fingers, squeezing him to his side. "Don't worry about me. You know I'm not going to lose to some dumb villains, right?" Deku muttered. There was a beat between them, a silence that Katsuki tried to fill by running his hand up the Omega's side, trying to get him to relax again. Eventually, Deku purred, though Katsuki could tell it wasn't his usual happy purr. "So, are you going to be around until the school year starts?" the Omega asked. He nodded. "I've asked for permission to spend some time home." "What about you?" "I've got 3 weeks off, but I've also got a lot of schoolwork I have to do before the new year." Well," Katsuki tilted his chin toward the Omega. "I guess I'll have to take advantage of whatever time we have." The Alpha let out some of his pheromones, enjoyed the immediate reaction from the Omega, who melted against him, purred a little deeper, a little more contented. "I wouldn't disagree," Deku muttered, rubbed his cheek against the Alpha. There was a demand in his reaction that had Katsuki growling, wrapping Deku up and pressing him back against the hill. The Omega lay quiet underneath him, eyes closed, let the Alpha cage him between his arms, let him growl possessively, and release more of his pheromones. As soon as the Omega looked a little too relaxed, Katsuki opened his mouth, messaged his canines against the Omega's scent gland, careful not to break skin. The Omega jolted, grabbed onto Katsuki, gave a bit of a growl himself as the Alpha teased him. "Alpha," the Omega breathed, then gasped as Katsuki nosed at his neck. He leaned right into the Omega's ear and growled, "You want me, Deku?" Deku purred, tightened his arms around Katsuki, pulled him closer, too close to do anything more. "Don't be cute. You know I'm still in school." Katsuki's growl deepened, his own demands and grievances in his voice. "Kaken." "I know," Katsuki grumbled. He lifted himself off the Omega, just enough to look him in the eyes. I want to be a good Alpha to you." Deku chuckled, pulled him back into his scent gland. "You're the best Alpha. Treat me so good." At the affirmation, Katsuki's growls faded slightly, the Alpha turning his attention back to his Omega's neck. He pressed his mouth to the sensitive skin, enjoyed the little shivers of the body beneath him as he ate at Deku's scent gland. Deku smelled like summer. He tasted like honey. Deku hummed again. "Kaken?" Katsuki growled, listening closely but still working the Omega's scent gland. "Embrace me already, won't you?" Again, the Alpha growled lowly, let the vibrations in his ST excite the Omega more. Deku reciprocated with a purr that pulled Katsuki's attention away after one final lick at his neck. He swallowed Deku's lips, hungrily bit at the Omega's tongue, had him miming and quivering in only a few seconds. As much as Katsuki wanted to press the Omega for more, he knew their limits. Until they'd both graduated, this was all they'd have. But soon, in just a couple of years, he'd have Deku more than just writhing under him. He'd make the Omega feel like a king. Only a couple more years. Katsuki growled again, felt his own body start to shake when Deku pressed back against him, challenged him, demanded and took exactly what he wanted. It was their familiar song and dance, but one they were happy to play out. Eventually though, Deku pulled back from Katsuki, breathed, "Stop, stop," and Katsuki reluctantly rolled off him. He hadn't gone far before the Omega was chasing after him, nuzzling into his side, purring happily. Seeing Deku contented, Katsuki felt himself settling, even if he was still a little unsatisfied. His alpha brain was telling him to take the Omega just as much as he suspected Deku's Omega brain was telling him to let himself be taken. But it was okay and Deku was right. Statistics beat med, they didn't want to have to try to raise a pup while Deku was in school full-time and Katsuki was in hell training to be a hero. He knew that conventional BRTH control could lower Deku's already abysmal chance of bearing pups, so they decided long ago it wasn't worth the risk. Katsuki was okay with this, even if it did leave him a bit uncomfortable in the moments afterward. He did have a bit of solace when he glanced over and caught the frustrated look on the Omega's face before he buried himself back into Katsuki's neck. Katsuki let him release some of his scent to calm Deku, to settle him after he'd put out so much of his alpha pheromones. Deku's own Omega scent was still in the air, but slowly it was being replaced by the calm breezes of summer once again. Katsuki clung to this scent as he gazed upward, into the same sky he'd stared at for so many years. "Hey Deku," he asked, receiving only a hum in return. "Why do you like this hill so much? I know I could find you a better stargazing spot. Somewhere the city lights aren't so bad." The Omega growled at the suggestion, his lack of words telling the Alpha that he was still caught up in the excitement of their encounter. Katsuki rolled toward him, wrapped him up, pressed the Omega to his scent gland, and let off his calming scent. Slowly, Deku unwound, falling limp against him, letting himself be scooped up into the Alpha's lap. When he opened his eyes, they turned up to the stars, searching between each of them. Katsuki suspected that if he asked, Deku could name each of those stars. Finally, the Omega said, "Well, I know this sky best, and when I see it, I remember that no matter where you and I are, we're still under these same stars. Even if we're far apart or I haven't seen you in a long time, I know these stars can see you and I can see them. As long as we're on this earth, we'll always have this sky keeping us together." Katsuki listened. He listened closely as he did to most things Deku said. Sometimes, he found himself learning a lot from the Omega. Sometimes, he just enjoyed hearing his voice. When the Omega finished speaking, he scoffed. "How poetic." He grunted when Deku elbowed him in the city. "Be nice, Alpha," he growled, which had Katsuki grumbling and nuzzling his neck apologetically. "It's something that keeps me going. Besides, it's appealing out here." To that, Katsuki couldn't disagree. Though perhaps he and Deku might disagree on exactly where that beauty lay. To Deku, it was in the sky, the stars. To Katsuki, it was what lay beneath them. He nuzzled against the Omega, let out a satisfied growl, and settled quietly when the Omega answered with a loving purr. Kazu was so exhausted by everything that by the time Tanaka said they had to leave, he was too tired to put up a fuss. The nurse did provide them with a new blanket she carefully wiped on Deku's scent gland for Kazu, Katsuki once again tucking it around the pup's neck for comfort. As soon as he did, Kazu fell asleep and slept the entire way home, leaving Katsuki to his thoughts. Thoughts he didn't really want to think about. Why am I remembering all this CRP now? But he knew why. He knew why he was thinking so much of his past with Deku. How could he not, after all? He'd suppressed these memories for so long, refused to acknowledge them as part of his past. There was no way they weren't going to come roaring back after finding the Omega again. Still, he couldn't believe he hadn't recognized that sour scent from when Deku had broken his leg. That smell had haunted him so weeks. Then again, both Uraraka's and Yaoyorozu's scents had changed somewhat after the BRTH of their pups. Maybe that was just a thing that happened. He snapped his jaws, tried to think of something else, but there wasn't much else to think about. He wondered briefly over who must have picked up his patrol, but decided he didn't really care that much and to be honest, he knew the answer already. Shoji had had the day off, so chances were he'd taken Katsuki's shift without complaint. What was more concerning was the fact that Katsuki was scheduled nearly every day for the next 10 days. With Deku out of commission for at least a few days, he would have to work with the pack to cover those patrols. As much as he didn't want to give up his hero work, he knew Kazu needed him now more than ever, especially if his Omega were to take a sudden turn for the worse. And maybe it wasn't such a good idea for him to be out fighting villains and rescuing people in his current mental state either, though he'd never admit that out loud to anyone. When they arrived at the pack house, Kazu was still sleeping, the pup barely moving when Katsuki took him from his car seat. He was dreading entering the house, dreading the moment he'd have to explain all that had happened in the hospital, dreading facing the pack with the news he carried. Despite that, he was, in fact, not very happy to open the door and find the rest of the pack was, indeed, much too distracted to even realize he was home. Most of the pack was yelling as loudly as they could at one another, both pups were crying in their playpen in the corner, and Ida had Kirishima in possibly the worst headlock Katsuki had ever seen. The betas were crowded around their head beta and pack alpha, though none of them seemed eager to pull them apart, only screaming back and forth between one another and the two fighting in front of them. Uraraka stood nearby, also yelling, though at who, Katsuki couldn't tell. Tsu and Jiro were trying to comfort the pups, who were inconsolable no matter what the Omegas did. And Yaoyorozu stood in the middle of it all, her head in her hands. From his seat on the couch, Todoroki watched Katsuki enter the house and pause, taking in the chaos. The other alpha took a sip from his teacup before carefully setting it on the table in front of him. "Welcome back, Bakugo." Although Todoroki didn't try to raise his voice over the madness, everyone stilled all at once and turned toward Katsuki and Kazu. Even the pups went quiet. There was an awkward pause as everyone stared back and forth between each other, until Yaoyorozu suddenly squealed. "Is this your pup? He's so adorable." "I told you, Yamamo." Uraraka and the female alpha were very suddenly standing right in front of them, cooing over the somehow still sleeping Kazu. "Oh my goodness. He looks just like you, Bagwo." Yeah, Jiro had joined them, for some reason. Who knew Bakugo could look so cute? But the alpha jerked to life for the first time. From beyond the girls, he heard Kirishima call out, "Hey. Welcome home, buddy." Immediately, Ida was shaking the beta again. "Don't you dare try to distract from the subject at hand. I can't believe you actually." The noise started up again as Kazu stirred on Katsuki's seat. The pup lifted his head, stared out to all the people around him, paused for a moment as the girls oh'd and awed. Then he collapsed back onto Katsuki's seat, simply watching the chaos around them. Katsuki saw all of this, felt resigned to the fact that, yes, this was still his life. "You are a bunch of effing morons." "Bakugo. Not in front of the pups." "Really? That's what you're worried about? What are you idiots even doing?" "Bakugo. I require your aid as second in command, immediately." "Hey now, don't listen to him. He's got the wrong idea. It was just a little misunderstanding, a little mistake." Katsuki didn't have the lung capacity to sigh as heavily as he wanted to. "Well, how is Midoriya?" It had taken a full hour, but the pack house was finally quiet. All three pups had been put down for a nap and everyone had settled significantly. Now, the pack was gathered around the dining table, sharing some food together. It wasn't a full meal, but a few of the pack members had gotten together to make snacks for everyone while they waited for Katsuki's return. Katsuki hadn't even realized that he and Kazu had spent all morning at the hospital, with Tanaka telling them that Deku wouldn't be available for visiting hours until tomorrow. He still had a couple cosmetic surgeries to go through, including to fix his broken tooth. The idea of an alpha breaking one of Deku's teeth still bit at a nerve in Katsuki. Omega canine teeth were smaller than alpha teeth, but they were also denser. While it wasn't unnecessarily common for alpha to break their canine, the longer alpha teeth were known to shatter under enough strain. Many alpha heroes and villains were known to have broken teeth, a mark of their chosen trade. But to break an Omega's tooth? That required more effort, a more deliberate act. Katsuki didn't think he'd ever seen an Omega break their teeth before, in all his years as a hero. It was just another thing to consider, another terrible injury wreaked upon the Omega, Another thing for Katsuki to bristle in fury over, another story to tell his packmates as they gathered around him at the dinner table. He didn't speak only of Deku's broken tooth, but also of him being placed in a medically induced coma, of his many injuries, his generally bleak prognosis. The more he spoke, the more the snacks on the table were forgotten. As he hissed and growled over what had befallen the Omega, the pack closed in around him, all of them trying to lend their comfort through their presence and their scent. Kirishima even dared take Katsuki's wrist and rub the scent gland there. Although the gland on his wrist was smaller, it still warmed Katsuki to have contact with the beta. But it wasn't enough. Katsuki still faced losing Deku. Nothing his pack could do would change that. When he grew quiet, Ida intertwined his fingers, stared over his fists with an intensity that spoke to his focus. If Midoriya is as seriously injured as you say, then we must find the alpha responsible and bring him to justice. Hell yeah. Kirishima leaped up from beside Katsuki and rammed his fists together, his hardened skin sending off sparks. No way we're going to let someone like that run around. Katsuki hadn't allowed himself to think much of the alpha still being on the loose. He hadn't had much time to think between worrying about Deku and caring for Kazu to remember that the person responsible for what had happened to them was out there, free and living his life. As much as he wanted to blast through the window and out onto the street to start looking for him, he knew he couldn't do that. Not yet, at least. He needed to see Deku recovered or to his end, and he needed to deal with the aftermath with Kazu. Until that happened, he simply wasn't going to be able to join the search. That being said, he wasn't opposed to the idea of his pack searching out the alpha for him. They might even let him in on the takedown if they found where he was hiding. That was more than he could say about the police. Speaking of, Katsuki said, glancing to each of his packmates, shouldn't some of you be on patrol? Yaoyorozu nodded. The pack's been riled up since this morning after you left. We were all too anxious to hear about Midoriya's condition, and we needed to be here to support you if the worst happened. She nodded to Todoroki, who caught her look and narrowed his eyes. Some of us are still scheduled to go out tonight, but we've set up a basic schedule that keeps one alpha, besides yourself, in the pack house at all times, to reassure everyone and to keep Kazu safe. Kazu? Katsuki muttered. What would you be keeping him safe from? From the alpha, of course. Todoroki spoke with no mind to the tension that snapped through the pack after his words. From the alpha? Katsuki hadn't even considered that the alpha may come after Deku or Kazu again. They still didn't really know why he had taken both of them to begin with, so there was nothing to tell them he might not come after them again. A spark lit in Katsuki's palm. He willed himself not to think about that, willed himself to listen to his packmates as the conversation continued around him. It's not like any of us can't defend the pup and the pack ourselves, Shoji pointed out. Why keep an alpha here specifically? It's mostly a territorial check, Todoroki deadpanned. If the alpha who attacked Kazu and Midoriya is listening to his instincts more, he'll be less likely to try to attack the house if he smells an alpha nearby. It's got nothing to do with how capable each of us are at defending the house. It's more to do with deterring any attacks in the first place. Correct. But we'll still be asking any pack members not on patrol to be mindful of who's in the house and whether there are enough to keep the pack reinforced, Ida continued. We've never faced a threat directly to any of our pack members like this, so we have to be cautious on how we react. We can't let it cloud our judgment too much, but we also must be mindful of our safety. No worries. Mina suddenly leaped to her feet, showing off her biceps and grinning proudly. We can take Yem. We've never let the villains get away. Yeah. Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima all leaped up and joined her in posing. Only Shoji remained seated, his eyes tilted downward in clear resigned acceptance. As much as Katsuki wanted to call them all idiots again, he held back. Truth be told, he was tired. And not bone-tired like he sometimes became after long hours on patrol or after a particularly grueling encounter with a villain. He was simply tired, aching to lay down with his pup and rest, despite knowing he simply couldn't do that. There was a lot to do, a lot to plan. And after Kazu had had his first encounter with the entire pack, Katsuki knew they had to capitalize on it. He even hadn't reacted badly to Yaoyorozu standing so close to him. He didn't know if it was because she was a female alpha with a distinct smell or if he'd grown used to her smell from the clothes she'd bought. Bought and not made, as she'd quickly clarified when Katsuki had suggested the latter. The pups had also seen him as well, with Fumiko asking after the new pup when Uraraka tried to put her down for a nap. So they couldn't avoid everyone finally meeting him. Katsuki had to prepare himself and Kazuo for that moment. The alpha wasn't sure what to expect, but he'd have to be careful not to overwhelm him. After everything that had happened, things were moving very quickly for the little pup, and he was cautious of upsetting him by the breakneck pace at which life was determined to carry them through. However, he knew once everyone had been introduced and the pup finally settled in, they would have a much easier time around the pack house. They just had to get over this last hurdle. As wrapped up in his thought as he was, Katsuki still lifted his head when he heard Yaoyorozu ask, "What about the police? Have they contacted you with more information?" The alpha snorted. "No, and I haven't asked." Kaminari lifted his head, opened his mouth, but stopped when Katsuki growled at him. "Been a little too busy to follow up?" "It's all right," Ida said, putting a hand on Kaminari's shoulder. "I'm sure if they had something, they would tell you." Katsuki wasn't so sure about that, remembering only Ito's shocked expression as he marched Kazuo out of the interview room. In fact, he was a little surprised he hadn't been contacted about bringing Kazuo in for another interview with the psychiatrist. As much as he wasn't looking forward to hearing more about what Kazuo had been through, he knew at this moment the pup was their only lead. Perhaps the police didn't have anything to report because Katsuki was keeping their only witness from them. He growled, resigned himself to contacting Ito if only to get an update, to see if they needed more information from the pup at all, knowing full well they did. Uraraka stood very suddenly, the entire table turning to see what had caught her attention. In the doorframe, a single red eye was peering at them from around the corner. Katsuki sighed, stood, and went to the pup as the rest of the pack stayed very still, as if they didn't really know what to do. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Kazuo reached for Katsuki as he approached, the alpha picking him up and pressing him to his seat. Although he slipped into his now well-worn spot against Katsuki's heart, the pup remained tense, glaring into the dining room. He let out a low little growl, muttered into Katsuki's shoulder, "Alpha." Katsuki clicked his tongue, glanced to his pack. Although Todoroki hadn't outwardly reacted, both Ida and Yaoyorozu gazed sadly at the little pup. Kazuo huddled closer to Katsuki as the alpha sighed deeply. "They aren't going to hurt you, Kazuo. They're part of my pack. You met Yaoyorozu earlier." The pup glanced skeptically up at him, returned his glare to the other alphas. There was an uncomfortable silence, broken only by a low rumble from the pup as he glared at the alphas, until Kirishima suddenly jumped up. "You remember me, kiddo?" Kazuo's expression cleared, blinking curiously at the beta. "Red Riot. That's me. You can call me Kirishima though." He stepped a little closer, Kazuo eyeing him cautiously. "Aren't you supposed to be taking a nap?" Kazuo's fists twisted in Katsuki's shirt. He mumbled something into the alpha's shoulder, Katsuki only catching the word "alone." "What's that?" "I didn't quite hear you." Kirishima put a hand to his ear, turning toward the pup expectantly. The pup squirmed, trying to twist away from the beta, but Katsuki held him still. With one more glance at the rest of the pack, none of whom had dared to move from the dining table, he muttered, "It's scary being alone." Katsuki's heart shuddered in his freezing him in place, but Kirishima just said, "Well, do you want me to stay with you? I could use a nap right about now too." At the suggestion, Kazuo fully buried himself into Katsuki's shoulder, shivering slightly, but after only a few moments, his shaking stopped and he glanced out to Kirishima one more time. Capitalizing on the pup's uncertain response, Katsuki put a hand to his back and said, "Come on. Let's go back up to the room." He began toward the staircase, paying no mind when the beta followed after them. Although he had no idea if Kirishima actually intended to stay with the pup while he slept, at least being near the beta would help acclimate him to the rest of the betas and to the pack as well. Being head beta, Kirishima often took on the sense of the other pack members, being the one more likely to be interacting with every single pack member on any given day. He even still smelled a bit like Ida from their earlier confrontation, but his beta scent was beginning to muddle it a bit. Chances were, Kazu wouldn't be able to detect that it was an alpha scent he smelled on the beta. So it wasn't a terrible idea letting Kirishima stay with Kazu for a little while. Now, whether Katsuki trusted the beta with his pup or not was another issue entirely. He was still considering the pros and cons of the idea as they walked into Katsuki's room, the alpha crossing to the nest still on his bed. The new blanket from the hospital was laying on top, the first blanket tucked into the nest, nearly forgotten. Katsuki made sure to press the fresh blanket to Kazue's neck, the pup burying himself in his Omega's scent. When he glanced over his shoulder, Kirishima was waiting at the door. He let out a short growl, set Kazu in the nest. "I have to talk to my pack a little more. I can't stay in here while you nap, but you need to get some sleep." Kazu squirmed, suddenly launched himself from the nest to grab the alpha. "You said you're supposed to protect me," he growled. Katsuki had, on more than one occasion admittedly, felt the hot pain of a blade being stabbed through his skin. It was an unfortunate hazard of the job, one that the alpha had accepted long ago. He'd readied himself for that pain. Somehow, Kazue's words were a different kind of pain than one he'd ever prepared himself for. The closest he could equate it to was having a knife twisted through his flesh. He crouched to be eye level with the pup, saw water had started to gather in his eyes. "I know," he brought his voice low, quiet, just for Kazu to hear, "and I will. But here you're safe. Nobody in the pack would ever hurt you." Kazu narrowed his eyes, no doubt remembering that he'd smelled alphas in the house. "Do you remember playing with the Omegas?" Immediately, the pup's eyes brightened. "Yeah. And you had fun?" "Yup. Do you think they'd ever hurt you?" Kazu pouted. "No way. Well, the rest of my pack is like that. They just want you to be safe and happy." Even after his words, the pup still looked uncertain, moving a little closer to him when Katsuki stood. Realizing he wasn't going to be able to leave him alone, Katsuki glanced over his shoulder, nodded Kirishima in. The beta stepped carefully to the bed, smiling at the pup as he approached. Kazu watched him, snuck just a little closer to Katsuki. Katsuki ran his hand through the pup's hair, didn't react when Kirishima sat at the foot of the bed. "I'll stay with you while you nap. That way, you won't be alone." He smiled brightly, his cheer admittedly infectious, even to Katsuki. However, Kazu still hesitated, glanced up at Katsuki for reassurance. When the alpha nodded encouragingly, the pup crossed to Kirishima, paused to sniff the air around him experimentally. He stiffened, tilted his head, perhaps catching a whiff of the pack alpha still on him. But Kirishima smiled and said, "It's all right. I'll just stay right here. You can sleep in your nest?" The pup looked back toward his nest, a bit surprised, as if he'd forgotten it was there. For a moment he stared at it, unmoving. Then he growled shortly, walked over to Kirishima. The beta raised his hands, flustered, as the pup curled up on his ear, pressing his ear to his heart. Kirishima remained stiff and unmoving, glancing between Kazu and Katsuki, but as the pup settled, he brought his hands down, cradled Kazu to his tea. The pup snuggled a little deeper into Kirishima's shirt, closed his eyes. Both Kirishima and Katsuki were very still, watching the pup's reaction. However, he stayed cuddled into Kirishima's shirt, seemingly already asleep. Katsuki grunted, stepped to the beta's side, putting a hand on his shoulder. He leaned in very close and hissed, "If you upset my pup, I'll kill you." Kirishima blinked at him, then smiled. "Ah, come on, Kats. You know all the pups love me." Katsuki clicked his jaw threateningly, but stood and went to the door. He glanced over his shoulder one more time, saw the beta running his hand over his pup's back, soothing him, and left the room. Downstairs, he found the pack had scattered. The betas were in the kitchen cleaning up while the Omegas, Ida, and Todoroki were heading upstairs. Yaoyorozu waited for Katsuki at the bottom, offering a tentative smile to the other alpha. Although she was trying to look happy, Katsuki could detect a bit of sorrow around her still. He knew why. The female alpha was very sensitive to the pups of the pack, having taken a lead role in caring for Fumiko as well as for her own pup. No doubt Kazue's rejection would affect her most, especially after he'd had no reaction to her earlier in the day. She must have taken it as the pup accepting her when the truth was Kazu was probably just overwhelmed with everything happening to realize she was an alpha. His familiarity with both Jiro's and Uraraka's scent had probably helped too. If he was being honest, there was nothing Katsuki could say to comfort her. Things weren't going to get better overnight. She was just going to have to accept that Kazu was going to take some time to come around to her. There was no other choice. "Where's everyone going?" Katsuki asked. Yaoyorozu glanced up the stairs, seemed to follow everyone to their bedrooms. Like we said earlier, some of the pack are still going out on patrol. Their shifts are coming up. She reached into her pocket, drew out a few pieces of folded paper, handing them to Katsuki. "We've rearranged schedules with the agency. If Midoriya is going to be in the hospital for a few more days, we'll make sure to cover your shifts so you can take care of things with your pup." Katsuki unfolded the paper, saw it was a rough sketch of their schedules. The agency they worked at was technically an offshoot of Ida's family agency, consisting entirely of the pack, a few sidekicks, and some of their other former classmates. While Ida ran his family's agency, he worked closely with the pack agency to best schedule sufficient coverage between the heroes to protect the city. The rough sketch gave Katsuki a pretty good idea that the pack was trying to rally around him and Kazu, that they were trying to keep as many of the pack home as they could without endangering the public. And he didn't particularly like that. They were heroes. They were supposed to be out on the street, fighting villains and keeping the city quiet, not serving their own needs. But he also knew just how stubborn his pack could be. He wasn't exactly sure if it was worth the fight that it would cause if he tried to argue against it. A glance at Yaoyorozu told him she was expecting it, which meant they'd probably already thought of what to say to him if he said anything about it. Yeah, definitely not worth the fight. So, he folded the paper, tucked it into his pocket. Fine, whatever. There was a bit of satisfaction in seeing the other alpha's look of surprise as he walked away. Right, she said, too stunned to follow him. Katsuki went over to the living room, collapsed onto one of the couches there, ran a hand over his face. The tired feeling was still lingering, still aching in his muscles. He wondered if he should have just laid down with Kazu instead of Kirishima, but knew, in the long run, it was better for the pup to be exposed to the pack. Then again, would it really matter? If Deku survived and decided he wanted nothing to do with Katsuki, nothing to do with his pack, then would introducing Kazu to everyone just upset him later when he was separated from them? But what if the worst was to happen? Kazu would need all the support he could get. The pack had already shown they were more than willing to help him, if he would let them. In times of crisis, Katsuki knew his pack would be there. They always were, whether he'd ever wanted them or not. It would be the same for Kazu, no matter the circumstances. It was a dead situation either way. For now, Katsuki knew Kazu needed people looking out for him. As much as he wanted to be the only caregiver in his pup's life, that simply wasn't feasible. Katsuki had responsibilities, a job, not to mention that he wasn't particularly skilled at caring for pups. Just as Kazu needed the support of the pack, Katsuki needed them to help him navigate these strange, unknown waters. The alpha hissed out a growl, jerked upright when a blanket suddenly fell over his shoulders. Yaoyorozu smiled down at him when he turned to see her standing behind him. "Rest up, all right? We'll watch over everything." Katsuki let out a short grunt, perhaps a warning to her that he didn't need her pity. Whether she understood it or not, she gave no indication, wandering back into the kitchen. The betas had gone suspiciously quiet, after all, but Katsuki wasn't about to babysit them. Instead, he leaned back, stared up at the ceiling. The blanket smelled like Mina. She must have been the last one to use it. But it also smelled like the rest of the pack, all the smells that were comfortable to Katsuki, the scents he'd long grown used to, the ones he'd long ago begun to associate with belonging. It smelled like home. With another growl, Katsuki turned over, closed his eyes. A quick cat nap wouldn't hurt anyone, after all. Katsuki often dreamed of nothing, a blank slate, a numbing, peaceful void. It was a comforting experience, floating in that emptiness. There was nothing trying to pull at his attention, nothing to get on his nerves, nothing to interrupt his own, placid thoughts. Sleep was the one thing that ever granted him this feeling of complete ease. That is, until something poked at the void, made it collapse around him, brought him back to the waking world with a jolt. In such situations, Katsuki's typical reaction was to snap upright and snarl at whatever had so rudely woken him. A very specific scent was all that kept him from doing just that as he turned, saw two little pups right at his face. One was a little girl, wide-eyed, with a splat of blue hair pulled up into a ponytail on top of her head, her rounded cheeks a little pink. Beside her, a little boy stood with a pacifier in his mouth, sking happily at it, black hair pinned back to reveal startlingly gray eyes. Both peered at Katsuki, the girl with her fingers still dug into his cheek. Then she smiled. "Uncle Katz," she squealed. "Wake up." Katsuki grunted, rolled over. Two pairs of hands immediately grabbed at him, one trying to pull the blanket off of him, the other just randomly smacking his back. "Uncle Katz." The girl gave one great tug, then stepped away. Katsuki dug himself a little further into the couch as both pups ceased their assault. They were silent for a moment, the alpha trying to slip back into that peaceful void. Until one of them started shrieking. Alarm, both instinctual and reactionary, had him sitting quickly up, looking for the pups. The girl now had the pacifier in her hand and the little boy was crying. His face completely red. The girl smiled. "Uncle Kat's awake." Katsuki snatched the pacifier from her hand and gave it back to the boy, who took it immediately and put it right back into his mouth. "Fumiko, you know better," he growled at the girl, who looked a little taken aback. She sniffled, threatening to cry as well, so Katsuki sighed, scooped both her and the boy up into each arm, glancing around to see who was supposed to be taking care of them. As he looked, Fumiko sniffed at his shirt. "Uncle Katz smells funny." "That's right, they haven't actually met Kazuo yet." Katsuki grumbled lowly, glanced between them. "Would you like to meet a new friend?" Fumiko bounced excitedly in his arm. "Just, today? Here? Soon, pup. Settle down." Katsuki growled, peeked into the kitchen. Yaoyorozu was at the counter, making snacks. He set the pups down, the little boy tottering over to his mother, pulling at her leg. "Takahiro, be patient," she said, though she did oblige the pup and pick him up. "Ah, Katsuki. Did they wake you?" "It's fine." He glanced around, but found no sign of the rest of the pack. "Has Kazuo been up?" The other alpha shook her head, handed Fumiko a cracker. "I haven't seen him or the betas." "The betas?" Katsuki narrowed his eyes, but didn't have the chance to ask her about it before Yaoyorozu turned over her shoulder. "You better get him up or he'll be cranky tonight." Katsuki clicked his tongue, caught both Fumiko's and Takahiro's attention, the pups staring uncertainly at him. He'd had to stop snapping his jaws as much around the pups, as they always reacted badly, but now they were starting to react to any sharp sound he made at all. Uraraka told him to be more gentle around them, but he'd always said they had to learn eventually. Yaoyorozu was always quick to point out that Fumiko was only 3 years old and Takahiro too, so eventually was still a long ways off, much to Katsuki's annoyance. Now he was the one with the traumatized pup that was scared of nearly everything. If karma had a name, it surely would be Beach. Still grumbling under his breath, Katsuki stomped his way back up the stairs and to his room. Even before he reached the door, he started to smell exactly what was going to be behind it. Part of him wanted to slam the door open, but he opted to just nudge it open and if he was right. As he suspected, all 5 betas were curled up on his bed, Kazuo snuggled between them. Mina and Kirishima were cuddled closer together, with Shiro laying nearly on top of them and Kaminari flung at an awkward angle nearly falling off the bed. Seated at the head of the bed with the other betas piled up before him, Shoji watched as Katsuki entered the room. It wasn't unusual for the betas to pile up together like this for naps. If a pack member was particularly distressed, then they would do just this, find where they were and curl up with them. Nearly everyone in the pack had had their bedroom invaded by Kirishima and his betas, though never with Katsuki. The rest of the betas knew better than to enter Katsuki's room without permission, and even on his worst days, he wasn't particularly aching to have a sweaty, snoring pile of limbs all around him while he slept. Still, he had, on occasion, allowed Kirishima to fill some intangible need for comfort. Seeing all 5 betas piled up in his room had him both unbelievably furious at the invasion of his territory but soothed at the fact that they were so willing to show the same comfort to his pup as they did every other member of the pack. Careful of the one squeaky floorboard, Katsuki crossed the room to bed. Shoji watched him, but didn't move as he approached. "Kirishima invited us in," he said quietly. The pup did very well. He was a little nervous at first, but Kirishima settled him down and he's been sleeping soundly ever since. Katsuki grunted, carefully extracted his pup from the pile. Even if he was displeased at having 5 betas piled up in his bed, he knew them sleeping with Kazu was an excellent way of introducing him to the pack. Only packmates slept together after all. Otherwise, it was unwise to leave yourself so vulnerable. Even if he'd only ever had Deku, Kazu would know that, if only instinctually. Seeing him contently sleeping with the betas was reassuring, a sign that he was settling in nicely. As soon as Katsuki placed Kazu on his iti, the pup squirmed, curled up at his scent gland. Slowly, he opened his eyes, glanced at Katsuki, then around the room, the floor, the bed. "Mommy," he muttered, then shivered and fell against Katsuki's eye. Knowing exactly what he was looking for, Katsuki glanced around the room, didn't see it anywhere. So he took in a breath and screamed, "Get up, losers." The betas, Shoji included, all jolted at his voice, the alpha in him commanding the betas act. Only Kirishima stayed stock still for a moment, parsing through what had just happened, while the other betas leaped off the bed as if it were poison. When they did, they revealed Kazue's blanket just under Kirishima's arm. Katsuki snatched the blanket away before Kirishima had even recovered enough to realize what had just happened. "If you're done, then get out already." He growled at the betas before stepping out the door. Kazu took the blanket from him, buried his nose in it. "Mommy," he begged. "We'll go see him again tomorrow," Katsuki told him. The pup whimpered sadly and the alpha let out a little croon, the vibrations in his iti settling the pup. "Tomorrow? Will mommy be awake tomorrow?" Katsuki knew words could hurt. It was why some things went unsaid. It was why he had yet to say the things he feared the most. Instead, he sighed deeply. "No, I don't think so." Again, Kazu whimpered, curled up tighter on Katsuki's eye. He crooned again, low and comforting, but the pup didn't react. "Would you like to meet some pups?" Kazu perked up, blinked at Katsuki. "Pups? Sure. You remember Uraraka? You met her yesterday?" The pup tilted his head to the side. "She has a pup here in the pack, and there's another little pup, too." He toyed with the idea of telling Kazu about both of Takehiro's parents being alphas, but decided now wasn't the best time. "Would you like to meet them?" "Yes, please." Katsuki let out a rumble. "Oh look, you do know manners." Kazu pouted at him, but Katsuki just smirked, bringing him back downstairs. He found the pups in their playpen, Fumiko playing next to Takehiro, still contentedly skiing on his pacifier. Both pups looked curiously up as Katsuki lowered Kazu next to them. "Kazu, this is Fumiko and Takehiro. Pups, this is Kazu." He stood over them, put his hands on his hips. "You 3 better play nice." Fumiko blinked at him. "Or what?" "Yeah," Kazu glared suspiciously up at Katsuki, "or what?" "You don't want to find out?" Katsuki growled. Kazu did not seem impressed, but Fumiko shivered, turned quickly away. The older pup watched as she went to sit next to Takehiro, eyed them both. As much as Katsuki didn't want to hover, he found himself unable to move as his pup seemed to evaluate the situation. Then he took a few steps forward, sat next to the pups, Fumiko eagerly telling Kazu that she had learned how to share, handing him one of her toys. Kazu accepted the toy, slowly beginning to play. As much as he hated listening to it, Katsuki felt his inner alpha growling in contentment at seeing his pup playing with the other pack pups. It was where he belonged, after all. This was his home as much as it was Katsuki. Here Katsuki could keep him safe and provide for him. Good alpha. Happy pup. Pup safe at home. Katsuki clicked his tongue, tried to turn that part of his brain off. It wasn't true. This was a home for Kazu, but ultimately, his home would be wherever Deku decided it was, not where Katsuki wanted it to be. This was just to support the pup until his Omega recovered. Then they'd see what was to come. A sharp ringing brought Katsuki away from his thoughts. He fished in his pocket for his phone, found a number he didn't recognize was calling, had half a mind to ignore it, but then answered it with a growl. Yeah, what? Hello, I'm looking for Katsuki Bakugo? Yeah? And who's this? This is Detective Shoei Ito. Katsuki paused, felt a small part of him bristle at the name. But mostly, he felt a stab of coldness spread from his iti and into his limbs. Through that cold, he forced himself to move, knocked ice from his joints to carry him out the front door and away from earshot of his pup. Is Deku gone? The words weren't any easier to say than they'd been the first time, but Katsuki spoke them with a resignation, a realization that he had known this moment was coming. The detective made a strangled kind of noise. Oh no. No, Midoriya is perfectly fine. Well, I mean, how much do you know about his condition? Last I heard he was in a coma. Katsuki hid himself behind the tree in the yard, leaned against it for some privacy. The house was set away from the road, sequestered outside the city where the pack could live and raise the pups in peace. But they still got the odd photographer trying to sneak a quick shot. Katsuki had, more than once, driven them off with bared teeth and angry howling. Although the media never particularly cared for this, he always maintained that it was his duty as one of the alphas in the pack to protect their pack house. That answer was always sufficient, if not always well received, but they'd subsequently had less and less unwelcome visitors to the house. Still, he did cast a glare around the fence to make sure nobody was watching before slipping behind the tree. Well then, that hasn't changed. Dr. Tanaka is still looking after him and he's still recovering. Katsuki growled, though he wasn't even sure himself if he was happy with the news or not. Fine then. What do you want? Well, I think first, I owe you an apology. Katsuki scoffed, rubbed his fingers along his palm. Outside in the heat, he could feel the sweat starting to build on them. I don't need an apology from someone like you. I'll feel better if I say it, even if you don't need it. So, I apologize for what happened in the hospital. The pup looked so much like you, I should have known you were telling the truth. It's not about Kazuo looking like me or not. Katsuki let a hint of a snarl into his voice. It's that I've never lied to you or to anyone else in the police department. Especially not about something that important. You're right, Ito didn't necessarily sound cowed, but he at least sounded sincere, and I still apologize. Katsuki snapped his jaws, growled. Whatever. It's behind us now. And I know you didn't just call me to apologize, so get on with whatever it is you have to say. The detective gave a laugh that didn't sound nervous at all, but Katsuki knew the other alpha would be sweating just a bit. Got me again. I'm actually hoping to talk about Kazuo a little. Specifically, I would like to have your permission to sign him up for another interview with the psychiatrist he saw in the hospital. Same one. Katsuki breathed in deeply. Yeah, sure. Ito paused for more than just a breath. Really? Yes, really. Katsuki couldn't help the growl in his voice. I'm a bit shocked it was that easy. Katsuki kicked at the grass. Anything to find the BSTRD who did this? Again, the detective paused. But this time, the silence between them was heavy with those unspoken things. Then he said, all right. On that note, there's a couple other things I'd like to ask you. Yeah? Well, get on with it. He stopped as the front door flung open and Kazuo leaped out of it, so sudden and so intense that he nearly fell. The world reduced to that pinpoint. To just Kazuo, stumbling for purchase, head whipping around with a look of terror on his face. Without thinking, Katsuki pulled the phone away from his ear, made a high, sharp calling noise, an alpha's call for his pack, to gain the pup's attention. Whether it was instinct or fear that turned Kazuo to him, the pup immediately ran toward him, letting out a shrill cry as he did. Bakugo? Ito's voice cut through to him, for just a moment. I have to go, he breathed. The detective had just enough time to say, wah, before he ended the call, jammed the phone in his pocket before reaching for the terrified pup. Kazuo was sobbing when he rushed into Katsuki's arms, when he wrapped his arms around his neck, when he curled himself around the alpha. His scent was as sour as it had been the day he'd run into Katsuki on the street. What happened? The alpha spoke shortly, his world still pinpointed to just the pup in his arms, the pup who sniffled and squirmed, as if trying to reduce himself to a smaller size. Alpha, he sobbed. Katsuki's breath caught and he glanced around, half convinced he was going to see the BSRD who had done this to Kazu and Deku. But there was nobody there. Because of course there was nobody there. Kazu wasn't talking about that Alpha. The realization entered his brain, floated around for several seconds, several moments where Katsuki had to rein in his Alpha brain, remind himself that he couldn't let his instincts control him. He took in a deep breath, held it, let it out. Once that was done, he shifted Kazu to a more comfortable position, carried him back toward the house. When the door opened, Kazu tightened his grip around Katsuki's neck, digging his knees around the Alpha's teeth, trying to curl up more. Katsuki ran a hand along his back, smelled a very distinct scent in the air. Through the archway into the kitchen, he saw Yaoyorozu on the floor with the other pups. They were crowded around her, looking a little bewildered, a little scared. But they weren't hurt, and that was what mattered most in that moment. Yaoyorozu, however, was very clearly holding back tears. She glanced up, saw Katsuki and Kazu in the doorway, and drew Takahiro closer to her, rubbing against the pup as if to reassure him, although they both knew it was for her own sake. The longer Katsuki lingered near her, the more Kazu was starting to tense up again, sensing the Alpha nearby. So Katsuki went to the playpen, found Kazu's blanket laying abandoned within, and grabbed it, tucking it around the pup to soothe him. Then, he quietly took him back up the stairs to his room. It still smelled like the betas there, though he supposed it would also still smell like him as well. As soon as they entered the familiar room, the tension carefully unspooled from Kazu's body. He nosed his way under his blanket, settled on Katsuki's ear. Katsuki took him to the bed, sat down with him, wrapped his arms around him. Wished he could have done better for the little pup. That night, Tsu and Uraraka tag-teamed bathing all 3 pups by themselves, giving Katsuki some time to cook for the pack. It had been a while since he'd been able to make anything, and the familiar routine of it unwound knots in his shoulders he hadn't even realized he had. Todoroki had come home soon after the incident with Yaoyorozu and Kazu. Comforted his mate as best he could, though Yaoyorozu was still understandably upset. She'd explained that all she'd tried to do was offer Kazu some food and the pup had exploded on her, breaking the playpen in his attempts to get away from her. The playpen was easily fixed, but the female Alpha sat miserably at the dinner table, nursing a cup of tea. Todoroki, along with several of the betas, sat next to her, trying to lend her as much support as they could. And Katsuki cooked, unsure if it apologized enough for what his pup had done, but knowing at least she'd have a good meal for the night. Most of the rest of the pack hung in the archway, watching Katsuki as they normally would. It was this normalcy that lulled Katsuki, that let him just allow his body to move as it wanted to. Halfway through cooking, he realized with a jolt that he'd started making katsudon, Deku's favorite. He was tempted to scrap it and start something else, but didn't want the pack to notice something was wrong, so he resigned himself to thinking of the Omega all through dinner. When the pups came barreling into the kitchen after bath time, Kazu a little more cautiously than the other 2, Katsuki found himself waiting for the pup to realize what exactly he was making. If Kazu knew or not, he never commented, not once, not while Katsuki was cooking, not as dinner was served, not through eating dinner. Although the pup was reluctant at first to be in the same room as the 3 other Alphas, the table was big enough for him and Katsuki to sit at one end and the 3 Alphas at the other, the rest of the pack acting as a buffer between them. At first, Kazu sat in Katsuki's lap for dinner, though upon seeing the 2 other pups had chairs of their own, he demanded his own seat, squeezed in between his Alpha and Kirishima. He pressed his hands together and said thank you before he began eating. Katsuki watched him, but he never commented on the food. He simply ate, eyeing the pack as they chatted. There was a tension to the meal, despite the otherwise normal setting. Every now and then, Katsuki would see someone glance at Kazu, then at Yaoyorozu. Only the female Alpha kept her eyes to her food and her own pup, never letting her gaze trail up the table. Kazu, however, glared between the 3 Alphas frequently, his distrust not going unnoticed. Once dinner was done, the pack cleaned up, Katsuki and Uraraka putting the pups in the playpen and watching as they played. Katsuki kept close attention to how his pup interacted with the smaller pups, saw that he seemed well versed in how to play with younger pups, never getting frustrated when they grew impatient, never trying to interject himself where he wasn't wanted. He played around the pups, with them when they let him, but mostly he seemed just to keep an eye on them, as if he were the one watching of them. While it wasn't unusual for older pups to watch over younger ones, Kazu was a bit too young for such behaviors. Katsuki wasn't sure what it spoke to, but it certainly spoke to something. "It'll be okay," Uraraka told him at one point. Katsuki wasn't exactly sure what she was referring to and he didn't comment, just watched the pups playing. When they finally tired, Katsuki took Kazu out of the playpen first, offering him his blanket. The pup buried himself in the blanket, then in Katsuki's shoulder, allowed himself to be carried back up the stairs. Despite his nap, the nerves of knowing he was going to have to face Deku's unconscious body again and the fact that Kazu was going to see the psychiatrist again had worn Katsuki out. He got Kazu into pajamas, set him in his nest, and curled up right next to him. "Good night, pup," he muttered, closing his eyes, hoping it would signal to the pup that it was time for sleep. For a moment, it seemed to work. Then he heard shuffling from the nest. "Kaken?" The name seized at some long-buried instinct, something Katsuki had tried so strong to tear apart. It was this instinct that had his eyes shooting open, seeking out the pup, who stared calmly back at him, completely not understanding the significance of the name. "Kiri told me about your pack?" Katsuki just stared, still trying to reorient himself after the pup had called his name. "Kiri?" was all he managed to say. Kazu nodded. "His name is really strong to say, so he told me to call him Kiri." "Kirishima?" The pup huffed. "Who else?" That snapped Katsuki out of his daze, the alpha in him telling him to growl at the pup, though he swallowed it down quickly. "He said your pack is like your family?" "It is," Katsuki said carefully. "What else did he say?" The pup shook his head. "Nothing else." Although he wasn't exactly sure if he believed that, bedtime was not the time to push the pup on any details. Instead, he sighed, closed his eyes, trying to go back to sleep, but again he heard the pup rustling in his nest. He cracked one eye open to find him laying on his back, staring up at the ceiling. There was something haunting in that image. He reminded Katsuki a lot of Deku, especially in that moment. The pup tilted his head slightly and said, "Your pack is nice." Katsuki waited, wondering if there was more. But the pup was quiet, staring up at the ceiling. Slowly his eyes closed. Katsuki watched, moved himself a bit closer to the nest. "Yeah, I know," he said, but the pup was already asleep. Hospital visiting hours were from 10 to 7 every day, with a break for lunch between noon and 1. While Deku was still in a coma, Katsuki vowed to take Kazu to see the Omega at least once every day. It helped that the hospital agreed to host the psychiatric visits with Kazu for the police. Despite a nurse's reassurance, Katsuki wasn't exactly sold on letting his pup be interviewed over and over again by the psychiatrist, but he knew for as much as he and the pack could help to reassure him, he was going to need professional help as well to work through what he had seen and heard. So he allowed it, although reluctantly. He was even more reluctant when upon returning to the hospital the next day, he saw Detective Ito already waiting for them. "There you are," the detective smiled at the hero, who glowered in response. "What are you doing here?" "Kazue's session isn't until this afternoon." Ito flashed him a smile. "I came to speak with you, obviously. Our call got cut short yesterday." Katsuki eyed him flatly, stepped past him. "We're going to see Deku first?" "I promise it'll only take a few." Katsuki snapped his jaw, made the detective pause long enough for him to growl, "My pup sees his Omega first. Then we talk." Kazu, who had been watching the interaction from his perch on Katsuki's knee, nodded once, forcefully. Ito blinked between pup and alpha, but said nothing else as they waited for Tanaka to arrive. The doctor was not surprised to see them, led them quietly back down the familiar hallway, with Ito trailing behind them. At Deku's room, Katsuki glared at Ito, a warning not to follow them, and went inside when Tanaka opened the door. Deku was still laying in his bed, with the machines still hooked up to him. Some of the bruises Katsuki had seen the previous day were faded slightly, yellowing around the edges. They'd healed far too quickly for the time it would take to recover naturally. When Katsuki turned to Tanaka, Perhaps the doctor was anticipating the question, or perhaps he could read it in the alpha's glare. We have 2 quirk doctors working with Midoriya to try to help him recover. He's doing much better than he was yesterday. It's all looking up, but he's still not out of the woods yet, and he's got a long way to go. It was good news, and that's all Katsuki really needed to hear. He gently deposited Kazu near the Omega's scent gland again, watched as the pup curled up at his neck. Tanaka waited a moment longer, then excused himself. Likewise, Katsuki paused to make sure Deku and Kazu were doing well before he went to the window, pulled the curtain open to a surprised detective. Ito gazed into the room, tensed at the sight of Deku and Kazu. Katsuki ignored his reaction, went back out into the hallway. He stood next to the detective, glared into the room, kept a close eye on Kazu. The pup hadn't even noticed that he had left, still curled up at his Omega's side. Deku slept on. Katsuki wondered if he knew his pup was there or not. So, Ito breached the silence carefully, as if he were walking into a wolf's den and he knew very well how bad of an idea it was. "How has the pup been?" Katsuki didn't even look at him. "If you wanted something from me, you have until my pup calls me. Right?" Then, Ito pulled out his notebook. "Has Kazu said anything else about the attack?" "No, and I haven't asked," Katsuki growled. "He's just a pup." "I know, but he's all we have," Ito muttered, already writing on his notepad. He paused, glanced over what he'd written. "If you don't mind, I'd actually like to ask you about Midoriya." For the first time, Katsuki turned to Ito, met his eyes. The detective went very still, kept the alpha's gaze. There was a quiet between them, heavy and languid, as if the tension between them was slowing time itself. Then, Katsuki snorted. "You can ask, but it's been 5 years since I've seen him." "Interesting." Ito didn't seem pleased, wrote something else. "We've actually been looking for next of kin contact. We know his mother died a few years ago, but you don't happen to know how to contact his father." Katsuki grumbled, turned away. He'd known about Inko, had tried strong to forget about seeing her obituary on the news boards not long after he'd left Deku, had tried not to think of the Omega in the days and weeks and months after. His father's a deadbeat. Doubt even if you got in contact with him that he'd care, so don't bother. Katsuki lowered his chin. "I'm all you've got?" "Noted," Ito said flatly, earning another growl from the alpha. He paused, tilted his head toward Katsuki. "Long time since you've seen Midoriya. You want to know what he's been up to?" The conspiratorial nature of the question and the tone the detective took caught Katsuki's attention. He glared strong at Ito, but the detective never backed down. "Why?" Ito shrugged. "I do owe you an apology. Don't you want to know what your pup's life's been like?" Katsuki knew this was wrong. His pup's alpha or not, Ito knew Katsuki was not in Deku's life. He should be keeping the Omega's privacy. So he stayed quiet, watched as the detective flipped to another part of his notebook. "I need to review my notes anyway before the psychiatric interview. And I've always retained information better by saying it out loud." There was an out in his words. Katsuki could just walk away. Or, he could say nothing, just stand there, watch his pup through the window. He'd already hurt Deku so much. He didn't deserve this. But Katsuki wanted to know, needed? The detective cleared his throat, and Katsuki didn't move. "We tracked Midoriya's apartment to basically a one-room addition over a shop. The shop owner agreed to rent out the room to him and his pup about 4 years ago, and he's been living there ever since. We don't have a record of where he was living before that, though the timeline suggests he potentially was living in his mother's apartment before it was retained by the owners and any current occupants evicted after her death." Katsuki ground his teeth, waited as Ito turned to another page. "Currently, Midoriya is employed at a hero support agency on their administrative team, but he's also enrolled in classes at the nearby university. It looks like he was in training to become an engineer, maybe for said support agency. We've yet to receive confirmation if he's enrolled on their blessing. However, we did find out that he works mostly at home, caring for the pup." Ito flipped another page. "Busy guy." Katsuki said nothing. Part of him wasn't surprised. The other part of him was just sad. Of course Deku would do everything he could to provide for his pup. Of course he wouldn't let everything that had happened stop him from reaching his goals. Of course he'd figure out how to do it all alone. What this means for us is Midoriya was mostly at home, didn't have a lot of face-to-face contact, even with people from his company. Additionally, his classes were online, so the only place the Alpha could have found him and the pup was while they were out in public. So it's most likely a random attack. At this, Katsuki couldn't stop himself from snarling deeply. Ito paused, stilled, waited. Then he flipped his notepad shut. That's all we found so far. So not much, the Alpha growled. Not much, the detective repeated. Forensics of the scene at the abandoned building is still underway, but we're expecting that soon. Besides what Kazu can tell us, it might be out only other clue. It was a difficult thought to accept that this was all random. If it was, the question still remained over why the Alpha had taken Kazu along with Deku. There was something they were missing. Some vital clue. Annoying as he was, Ito was smart enough to know that. And that's what he had been searching for, that missing piece, while Katsuki had simply been wallowing. Aren't I supposed to be a hero? What's happened to me? Somehow, the answer was so simple, yet so perplexing. Kazu stirred suddenly from Deku's side, peered out around the empty room. A little tremble swept over his body and Katsuki moved, drawn by instinct, by need, to be at his side. As he passed Ito, the detective took his arm, stopped him. Katsuki was halfway through a snarl when he saw the piercing glare on Ito's face. It was a look he knew well, one of grit, determination, a suffocating need for something. Bakugo, the detective lowered his voice for only the Alpha to hear. I promise I will find who did this to Midoriya and I will stop him. There was something to be said about Ito's conviction. Truth be told, it was a conviction Katsuki knew well. It was one he often saw in other heroes, one he knew well from his own packmates. But he said nothing to it, merely growled until the detective let him go, and went back into Deku's room. When the door opened, Kazu jumped, crouching closer to his Omega, though he paused when he realized it was just Katsuki. Katsuki took a seat at Deku's bedside, the pup gazing curiously at him for several heartbeats. Then he laid back down, rested against Deku's shoulder. Katsuki watched, waited to make sure his pup was settled, then turned around and drew the curtain shut. Just before it closed, he saw Ito through the window gazing puzzlingly down at his notes. Kazu was not happy to be separated from his Omega when hospital visiting hours went on break. He was even more unhappy when he was told he would have to sit and talk with the psychiatrist again, though she skillfully took the upset pup from Katsuki and quieted him down with soft words and the offering of several new toys. Katsuki watched from the observation room again with Ito, though neither of them said anything to one another the entire time. An understanding between them that no words could convey. While Katsuki was concerned over his pup's welfare, Ito was searching for that missing piece. Their goals were linked, but intrinsically different. So they said nothing more to each other. And in the end, it didn't matter all too much. Kazu said very little more about the attack, adding only that Deku and the Alpha had gotten into a physical altercation before they were taken to the abandoned building. It was expected, but mostly Katsuki was interested in this new piece of information because it meant there were potentially other witnesses out there who heard the Omega trying to fight off the Alpha. Ito, too, scribbled furiously in his notebook at the news, so much so that Katsuki swore he could smell the paper burning. At the end of it, Kazu was returned to Katsuki, who took him to get a quick lunch before they went back to Deku's room, and Ito was given another small clue to continue his investigation. Nobody was entirely happy, but it had been a somewhat positive result either way. At the pack house that night, Katsuki set Kazu down and watched, surprised, as the pup went up to Kirishima, tugging at his breathes, trying to get the beta's attention. Kirishima was so delighted in his attempts that he nearly scared the pup off with his enthusiastic reaction, though he quieted quickly when Katsuki snarled at him. With Kirishima watching Kazu, it gave Katsuki the opportunity to cook for the pack again, this time making spicy noodles, his own comfort food. Siro suggested he make a non-spicy batch for those who didn't want to burn their tongues off, but Katsuki was only convinced after Todoroki pointed out that none of the pups, including Kazu, would be able to eat the spicy noodles. He still grumbled a little all through dinner, earning a curious glance or two from Kazu throughout the meal. That night, Katsuki laid down with Kazu again after tucking another new blanket around the pup's neck, Deku's scent lingering around them. Kazu laid very still in his nest for a moment, then suddenly leaped up, surprising Katsuki. The pup jumped off the bed, went around the room, began gathering up new things. Katsuki watched, unmoving as the pup built up his nest, specifically grabbing pieces of clothes that Katsuki had recently worn, surrounding himself with the alpha's scent. Then, when he deemed it suitable, the pup settled quickly in his nest, purred happily. After waiting for several minutes, Katsuki lowered himself back to his pillow, let out a breath. He slept more soundly than he had since finding Deku and his pup. When Tanaka opened the door to Deku's room the next day, Katsuki paused briefly in the doorframe, his heart swelling. The bandages were off Deku's eyes. Several of the bruises were receded. The cast was off his leg. Kazu gave a strange little chirp, struggling to get out of Katsuki's arms and rushing to the Omega's side. "Mommy, mommy." He grabbed Deku's arm and shook it. "Whoa, careful, pup." The doctor quickly crossed the room to stop him. "Your Omega is still hurt. You still have to be gentle with him." The pup glared up at the doctor, clambered up on Deku's bed to curl up under his arm. "Why is mommy still sleeping?" "He's still recovering," Tanaka said patiently. "He's doing a lot better, but the more he sleeps, the faster he heals up and the faster he can go back to playing with you. So you have to let him sleep for a little longer." He leaned in a little closer to the pup, despite Kazu shrinking away from him. "If you want your Omega get better sooner, then make sure you send him every day. As long as he knows you're with him, he'll heal up so he can see you again. That's the best thing you can do for him right now." Kazu growled frustratedly, but didn't protest when Katsuki picked him up and set him closer to Deku's scent gland. As he had every day before, he curled up at the Omega's neck, nestled in as if he were always meant to fit there. Katsuki watched as, too, had done for the past couple of days, until Tanaka touched his arm. "Let's talk briefly outside." As much as Katsuki didn't want to talk to the doctor or leave Kazu alone, he reluctantly agreed, making sure to pull the curtains open before following Tanaka. The doctor unhooked a clipboard from just inside Deku's room before joining him. Katsuki felt his lips tighten toward a snarl as the doctor flipped through some of the paperwork. "So," Tanaka sighed deeply, "as you can see, our quirk doctors have been working with Midoriya and have been able to make some good progress. As I told the pup, he still has a long way to go, but we can confidently say that we expect him to make a full recovery." Katsuki didn't know what the weight of the world felt like until it was lifted off his shoulders and he could breathe deeply for the first time. Deku was going to be okay. Deku was going to live. There was so much Katsuki wanted to say, so much he wanted to do, but he found himself unmoving, stuck in the moment of hearing those words over and over again. Whether he noticed the alpha's reaction or not, Tanaka continued, "For now, we want to keep him under medication, but we're hoping to bring him out of it within the next couple of days, so long as we can continue to make good progress with him. When that time comes, it won't be a good idea for Kazu to be in the room, should anything adverse happen, however we do suggest you being there." Something in the doctor's words set Katsuki on edge, something that snapped him out of the bliss of the moment and had him crashing back to reality. "Why?" The doctor nodded toward the window, and the Omega laying beyond it. "Since he was attacked by an alpha and some of our attending staff will be alphas, we suggest having a known alpha scent in the room with him when he wakes so not to cause him immediate panic. Just tell the alphas to leave and let Omegas and Betas work on him." Then, Katsuki growled, but the doctor was already shaking his head. "We simply don't have enough non-alpha staff to keep a rotation around Midoriya while we wait for him to wake up. It could be several hours before he is full conscious once we administer the reversal. While we will work to keep most of his staff Betas and Omegas, there will inevitably be alphas in the room, if only just in me." Katsuki blinked. He hadn't even realized the doctor was an alpha. Although he knew medical staff, like heroes, often wore scent blockers, he was a bit surprised he hadn't noticed the signs earlier. Of course, blockers probably wouldn't be enough to stave off his scent from Deku. Omegas already had heightened senses from other secondary genders, but especially so when they were distressed. He'd be able to pick out exactly what everyone was in the room with or without blockers. Katsuki snapped his jaw, felt like he was getting pulled into a situation he didn't have a right to be in once again. But at the same time, he'd do anything for Deku. Anything at all. When had that changed? When had he started saying that? Or perhaps, the real question was, had he ever really stopped? Tanaka ignored his annoyance, waiting for when the alpha shook his head. Alright, fine. I'll get one of my packmates to keep Kazuo. He gets to see his Omega as soon as he can though. The doctor nodded patiently. Of course. It's better for him to reunite with the pup sooner rather than later since he was also involved in the attack, but we do want to avoid traumatizing him any more than necessary. Once Midoriya is awake and calm, we can bring him in. All right, Katsuki growled. And if he tells me to get out, I'm leaving. No matter what you say. Again, the doctor nodded. That's sound and fair. He'll have to be somewhat lucid to tell you to leave, so I'll accept that. It's not your choice, Katsuki grumbled, turned back to the window. Kazuo was pressing his hand to Deku's cheek, slowly rubbing it, maybe trying to rouse the Omega. The sight pulled him forward, his alpha demanding he go and comfort the pup, but he stayed, waited to see if Tanaka had anything else to say to him. The doctor, however, simply lowered his clipboard, stared through the window just as Katsuki had. We really didn't know if he was going to make it. That Omega has a will to live, no doubt about it. He has a reason to live, Katsuki grumbled simply. Kazuo was reason enough to fight, to struggle, to endure any pain at all, if he could just get back to his pup. He knew that. It was the same for him. For Deku, he imagined the drive would be even stronger. Anything else to say to me? Tanaka shook his head. Just make sure the pup is careful around him. He may look a lot better, but he's still very injured. There's already permanent scarring on his arm and the dentist decided to leave the broken tooth for now. We'll have to see if it rots out on its own. Being a hero, Katsuki knew the lingering effects of injuries. He too had scars from battles he'd rather forget. Hearing Tanaka so casually name the scars on Deku, he turned away. If that's it, I'm going to care for my pup. Of course, Tanaka stepped out of his way, let him go back into the room. Katsuki shut the door, closed the curtains, took his normal spot next to Deku. Kazuo watched him as he did all this, seemed to settle quietly once the alpha had taken his seat. They stayed like that, comfortable, quiet, until a nurse came to tell them it was time for Kazuo's next psychiatric session. Then, Katsuki carefully took up Kazuo reluctantly prying himself away from the Omega, whimpering a little when he did so. He allowed Katsuki to bring him out of the room, down the hall, and deposit him into the care of the psychiatrist, who greeted him warmly. When Katsuki entered the observation room, he was expecting Ito to be there already, and the detective was there. But he had been joined by someone else. Someone who had the alpha pausing, taken aback. Inspector Tsukachi smiled warmly. Ah, there you are. Ito said you would be joining us. Despite his warm welcome, Katsuki paused, stared at the inspector. Like Ito, he was known to be an ally to heroes in their fight against criminals and villains. But Tsukachi was different from Ito. Ito was young and inexperienced. Tsukachi was one of the most senior officers Katsuki had ever worked with. If he was there, then something had changed. Something drastic. So he closed the door, kept himself from growling at the inspector. What are you doing here? Straight to the point as always, I see. Tsukachi paused as Kazuo was led into the interview room with the psychiatrist. We'll talk after this. I actually have some questions for you as the first person on scene. It was strong to miss the line drawn in the sand. The inspector wanted to talk with him, but only about his work as a hero. There was no doubt in Katsuki's mind that Tsukachi knew the entire situation with him, Kazuo, and Deku. But for this moment, he only wanted him as the person who had found the Omega. Yes, something had changed and perhaps not for the better. Just as the day previous, the psychiatrist sat and spoke with Kazuo, but gained little more information. Kazuo wasn't willing to go into detail on what he had seen, nor was the psychiatrist willing to force it out of him. Instead, she spent a large part of the session asking again about what the alpha looked like. Kazuo gave a similar response as he had the first day: dark hair, angry eyes, jagged teeth. Throughout the entire interview, nobody in the observation room spoke a word. When it finally came to an end, Tsukachi turned to Katsuki. First off, I'll say, congratulations on the pup. I didn't know you were a father. There was a question hidden there. Katsuki saw it, saw the inspector waiting for him to speak. All he said was, "What's changed?" Tsukachi's smile faded, turned grim. Unfortunately, we have reason to believe this case is linked to a series of cases we've been investigating for months now. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, waited for him to go on. The inspector glanced to Ito, who was glaring glumly through the window. At this time, that's all I can say. I've got a few questions that I hope can clear up some things for us. It may lead us to finding out exactly what is going on here. Perhaps he should have been expecting that answer. But that didn't mean Katsuki had to like it. Still, he said nothing, waited for the inspector to ask his questions already. Tsukachi did so without paying any mind to the Alpha's obvious frustration. "I would like to talk to you about what you saw. Specifically about the conditions of the pup and the Omega and the restraints used on the Omega." A growl escaped the Alpha. He glared down the inspector, said, "What exactly do you want to know?" Tsukachi lowered his chin slightly. He asked Katsuki to confirm the injuries Kazu had when they'd found him on the street, to describe the cloth used to tie up Deku, and the general condition he'd found the Omega in. The questions themselves weren't anything Katsuki hadn't gone through 100 times on different cases with the police, very standard questions. But there was something deeply upsetting about remembering that day and having to describe it all in detail. Katsuki's alpha brain was itching to let him just howl in rage and race out to find whoever had done this to his pup and the Omega. It was strong to keep it under control while trying to answer all of Tsukachi's questions. When the inspector finally seemed satisfied, Katsuki had a question of his own. "You think this is connected to other cases you're working on?" Tsukachi pocketed his notebook, frowned deeply. "We haven't confirmed anything yet. It's entirely possible this isn't related. But we do have our suspicions." Katsuki glanced up at the inspector, knew that if he was here, there was little doubt in their minds. This case was related to the others. And whatever these other cases were, they were bound to be something bad, something that had those highest in the police force scrambling for answers. Whatever had happened, it was very clear that Deku and Kazu had been a part of something both grand and terrifying. And maybe it pointed to this not being a random attack. Maybe this was something so much more. Katsuki took in a deep breath, but found his hands refused to stop shaking. They continued to shake until as they exited the room, as he stepped out into the hall and suddenly smelled something that caught his attention. Little arms wrapped around his legs before he registered what was happening, Kazu tugging at his breaths to get his attention. The Alpha lifted him up, tried to lay him on his settee as he always did, but the pup pushed away to look right into his eyes. "Mommy?" he asked. "We'll go see him in a moment." Katsuki glanced to the inspector and detective, who took a respectful step away. "That's enough for today. We'll be in contact if we require anything else," Tsukachi said. That was all that needed to be said. The spoken words were very clear. But it was what wasn't said that Katsuki understood clearly. The unspoken words were that although the inspector had told him about their belief in Deku's case being connected to others, he wouldn't get anything else unless it furthered their case. And maybe that was for the best. Just what the Alpha knew was stewing in his mind, barely contained by his own stubborn will not to show just how much it was affecting him. He was angry, scared, guilty, tired. So very tired. When had he gotten so tired? So when Tsukachi told him he would be in touch if he needed something, Katsuki turned away, didn't give himself the chance to demand information he maybe didn't want to have. He was a hero after all. He didn't need any more information. All he needed to know was where the villains were hiding. All he needed to know was who he could beat to a pulp. All he needed to know was who needed to be stopped. He was a hero. Kazu rubbed against Katsuki's neck, clung to him a little tighter. "Why are you sad?" Katsuki nearly tripped. How had the pup known? His scent? No, he was wearing scent blockers. Had he been frowning? What was it? Again, the pup nestled into his scent gland, gave off a little of his own scent. As a pup, he didn't have a lot of control over his scent, it only being an instinctual response. His scent didn't reflect his want to comfort Katsuki, but rather his own emotions, tastes of confusion and sorrow in his otherwise calm scent. Even with these sharp notes, it was still a wonderful smell. Katsuki dipped his nose toward the pup, rumbled low in his ear. The pup blinked up at him. Well, why are you so sad? The alpha stepped quietly through the hospital hallway. I miss your mom. Kazue sniffed. Yeah, me too. Even though Katsuki and Kazue were hardly home over the next couple of days, the pack found ways to integrate the pup into their lives while continuing to support the alpha. Somehow, someone found a way to take care of Kazue once they returned home, whether to take a bath or to play with the other pups, giving Katsuki a chance to unwind by helping to cook dinner. Despite the inherent chaos of cooking for so many people, he found it a good change of pace to simply sitting at Deku's side all day. After dinner was more relaxation, typically through the pack just sitting together and talking or watching television, though television sometimes led to arguments over what to watch. During the night, Kazue would curl up in his nest beside Katsuki and they would rest and recover and prepare for facing what the next day would bring. In the hospital, Deku continued to make marked progress. His bruises faded. Color returned to his face. Somehow, he looked stronger. And yet, whenever Katsuki set Kazue on his scent gland, he never woke. And each day that passed, Katsuki watched the hope in Kazue's eyes fade. The police set up one more interview between Kazue and the psychiatrist, but it was quickly apparent that Kazu either hadn't seen anything relevant or was too young to have understood any importance in anything he had seen. All his subsequent interviews were postponed pending additional information becoming available. For his part, Katsuki was happy to see them go. As much as he knew it was useful to the police and to Kazue to a degree, he hated leaving his pup in the hands of someone he didn't really know. At least in his arms and with his pack, he knew the pup was safe. There came a strange tempo to their lives, a movement that they stepped through with both a practiced ease and an apprehensive disquiet. Even if they were going about their day as if things were working just fine, everyone knew there was something missing, some crucial piece that was making life only just bearable. This strange unbalance continued until, finally, 2 days later, Tanaka pulled Katsuki aside. Tomorrow, we want to try waking Midoriya. His words had a strange effect on the ground under Katsuki's feet. It felt simultaneously solid and liable to shatter if he moved too suddenly. You remember what I said about the pup? The question didn't make the ground feel any less or more stable, but it was something for the alpha to focus on. Yeah, I'll have one of my pack sit with him. Tanaka nodded. Good. We're praying for a successful day. There wasn't anything Katsuki had to say to that. He called Kirishima and Ida, informed him on what was happening. Kirishima agreed to help without hesitation and Ida promised to prepare the pack. One way or another, things were going to change. They would have to be ready to react. But Katsuki didn't have time to think about the pack. That night, he took Kazue to a quiet part of the house, set the pup on his knees. Kazue, he said quietly, the pup tilting his head slightly. When your mom wakes up, you have to promise me you'll still be gentle with him. He'll still be hurt. Kazue gazed up at him. Even after nearly a week with the pup, he still felt like a stranger looking up at him, not understanding him fully. He tilted his head the other way. Is mommy going to take up? Yes, Katsuki hoped the pup believed him. Soon. He'll wake up very soon. Kazue was much too young to catch the subtler inflections of his voice. But maybe he wasn't completely in the dark. At the least, he seemed to understand the urgency of his words, just how important they were. Slowly he nodded. All right. Neither Alpha nor Pup found much rest. Katsuki assumed Kazue was restless due to picking up on his Alpha's anxieties. Meanwhile, Katsuki found himself stuck in a battle between two parts of himself. One part that was terrified of having to face Deku again and another part that was looking forward to surrounding the Omega in all the attention and care he deserved and needed. While he was very much looking forward to seeing Deku finally awake and firmly on the road to recovery, he had absolutely no idea what he was going to do afterward. What would he say? What would Deku say? What was Kazue going to say? The last question was the one that had the Alpha rolling over and over in his bed. He'd been so caught up in wondering how Deku would react to him that he'd forgotten the pup was, in fact, a part of this. He would have a reaction to Deku waking up, but he may also have a reaction to whatever the Omega said to Katsuki. It was hell wondering over all the possibilities. In the end, he slept only for a few minutes at a time, being jolted awake by sudden fears and thoughts that haunted his dreams well into the dawn hours. Kirishima drove them to the hospital in the morning. While both Pup and Alpha were clearly exhausted and a bit grumpy, the Beta hummed happily and seemed all too thrilled with life to not annoy the Alpha. In fact, Kirishima was lucky Katsuki was spending so much of his energy still battling between his terror at what Deku would say and his need to protect and provide for the Omega to really think about anything else. And luckily for the Alpha, Kirishima took the lead on telling Kazu about waiting with him. "We're going to play some games and stuff while we wait for your mommy to heal up," the Beta exclaimed to a much less enthusiastic Pup. They decided not to tell Kazu that today the doctors would be bringing Deku out of his coma just in case something went wrong. It would be devastating to the Pup if that were to happen. So instead, Kirishima was doing his best to convince him that they were simply going to try something new to help the Omega heal by playing random games in the waiting room and pretending Deku was playing with them. It was a good enough ploy for what they needed. Hopefully Deku would wake with no problems and they'd be able to reunite Omega and Pup quickly. But there was a nagging voice at the back of Katsuki's head that didn't trust the process. He was waiting for something to go wrong. That had been his experience with the entire situation. Nothing had gone right yet. Why should this be smooth? And yet he so deeply hoped it was easy. That Deku would wake up and it would be over. Not too long ago, Katsuki's goal had simply been life. Now, he was hoping for wakefulness. Small steps, small steps. But it was still progress. At the hospital, Tanaka took Katsuki back immediately, with Kirishima shooting a thumbs up over Kazue's shoulder as the Pup looked on in slight confusion. Katsuki smiled as best he could at the Pup, though he was aware that it probably didn't look much like a smile with how nervous he was. He tried not to show it as Tanaka led him down the hallway and to Deku's room. While every day before there had been nobody at the Omega's side, today several people were crowded into the room, all smiles and eager glances. Deku was looking a lot better today. His arm was still in a cast and there were bandages over his neck, though Katsuki had been told that was just to cover the inappropriate claiming mark while it faded. But other than that, and the machines looked up to him, he looked back to normal. Tanaka shut the door behind himself and gestured for Katsuki to take a seat next to the Omega. Katsuki did so, tentatively, digging his nails into his knees. He watched as the doctor and nurses carefully went around the room, first adjusting some of the machines, then giving Deku some drags. After a few minutes, they switched off the ventilator, made sure Deku was breathing on his own, and removed the tube from the Omega's throat. An oxygen line was fitted under his nose instead, still making the Omega look not quite right, but at least giving him a sense of life. Yes, that's what they were doing. They were bringing Deku back to life. Katsuki balled his fists up to stop them from shaking. All right, Tanaka approached Deku's bedside, injected a syringe into his foreline and pressed the plunger down. Now all we have to do is wait. Katsuki told himself not to hold his breath, but he found himself doing it anyway. He sat at the Omega's side and he waited. And he waited. And he waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. And when the doctor put a hand on Katsuki's shoulder and suggested he go home for the night with his pup, the Alpha didn't move. He simply didn't move. Tanaka handed Katsuki over to a bewildered Kirishima. Kazu was sleeping soundly in the Beta's lap, though he stirred awake as Kirishima hurried to Katsuki, asked him what had happened, tried to talk to him despite Katsuki having nothing to say. "It's best if you take them home for now," Tanaka said in a whispered tone. "Is Midoriya?" Kirishima didn't have the courage to say the words. Katsuki wasn't sure he would have been able to hear them. But the doctor shook his head. "He's alive, he just hasn't woken yet. He just needs some more time. We'll contact you if anything changes. Otherwise, they're welcome to come and sit with him again tomorrow." "Mommy?" Kazu muttered, picking his head up. A little, starved part of Katsuki howled in despair at his pup's request. He couldn't fix this. He couldn't make this right. A hand on his shoulder steered him onward, Katsuki catching a worried look from Kirishima. As much as he didn't want to show just how much he was crumbling inside, he couldn't seem to hold himself together. His hands were shaking too badly. The beta guided him out to their car, set him in the passenger's seat, and put Kazu in his seat. Though awake, the pup remained unresponsive, simply watching everything happening around him, not quite understanding. Katsuki stared forward, didn't react, if only for the sake of his pup. He couldn't let Kazu see how much this was affecting him. He couldn't let the pup know how bad it was. And yet, he could see his pup looking up at him, eyes wide with awe and horror, as if he already knew. "Why are you sad?" A noise caught in Katsuki's throat. As it did, a hand grabbed his shoulder, held him upright. "Almost there, Kats," Kirishima muttered. At a stoplight, he picked up his phone. "Mina, we're 5 minutes from the house. Have someone come and get Kazu from the car. I can't explain, just help me out, okay?" He hung up the phone, turned back to Kazu. "Is it okay if you play with some of the pack for a little while?" Kazu was very quiet. Katsuki didn't want to turn around to see what was happening in the seat just behind him. But the pup must have nodded, because Kirishima smiled and said, "That's a good pup. Don't worry. You'll have lots of fun, just like we did at the hospital." "Mommy?" The pup asked again, Katsuki sinking deeper into his seat. Kirishima paused. It wasn't fair that he was the one having to face this question. It should have been something only for Katsuki to handle. Kazu was his pup after all. And yet, Katsuki couldn't face the question. Because he was now certain that Deku was never going to wake up. The end wasn't just coming. It was here. Deku wasn't going to come back to him. Katsuki wasn't going to get the chance to apologize. He was going to have to sit at Deku's side and say goodbye. He was going to have to bury the Omega. He was going to have to watch his pup lose the only parent he'd ever known. This time, a slow, keening wail rose up Katsuki's throat, filled the car with a terrible sound of mourning. Even Kirishima tensed at the noise, distracted just as they pulled up to the house. "Sorry, Kats," the beta said, but his voice was trembling. "K Kaken?" Kazue's voice was so very small, so very scared. It echoed again and again in Katsuki's ear, an accusation in that word, a history that was all burning away. The car stopped and Kirishima muttered a thank you to every god he could think to name. When Katsuki raised his head, he saw most of the pack crammed into the frame of the front door, with Mina and Uraraka hurrying out to the car. The door behind Katsuki opened, and he felt rather than saw the sudden tension in the beta and Omega behind him. Mina was the one who could break from whatever had stunned them. "Hey, sweetie. Why don't you come play with us for a little while?" "Kaken?" Kazu called again, his voice much steadier than anyone else's. "Kaken." Katsuki spun in his seat, reached for his pup. He hadn't commanded his limbs to act, but they did, clawing for the pup being pulled away from him. "No, don't take him." Katsuki snarled, found himself shoved against his seat, held in place as his pup was carried quickly out of his sight. He sniffed the air for him but was overwhelmed by his own overpowering alpha scent. "Alpha save pup. Protect pup. Don't let them take pup away." He snarled again, found Kirishima pressing against him, trying to hold him back. The beta was shaking under the strain of fighting Katsuki physically but also fighting through his alpha scent. "Get off," he hissed. "Let go of me." "Cats, stop please. It's all right. I promise it'll be okay. Get off." Explosions popped along Katsuki's hand as he reached for the beta, only for strong arms to wrap around him, to hold him still. A glance over both shoulders found him faced with both Ida and Todoroki, both alphas pumping their own alpha sense into the car, trying to dilute his own. Katsuki snarled, snapped at Todoroki, but the other alpha bore his teeth and refused to. "Let me go," he howled, tried again to struggle free of the beta and alphas. "Where's my pup? Give me back my pup." "Katsuki, stop this. Calm yourself." Ida's voice was commanding, some part of Katsuki pausing to listen to the words of his pack alpha. But just because he heard them didn't mean he had to listen. He snarled, snapped this time at Ida, receiving a warning growl in return. "Let me go or I'll kill you." The voice that came from Katsuki wasn't his own. It was a voice that could usually only be heard inside his own head, away from the world, kept apart from the things that Katsuki cared for, the things it could hurt. In that moment, he relished in the feeling of it being loose, of his alpha running wild, taking control. Didn't you hear me? I'll kill you. I'll destroy you. The sudden sensation of someone rubbing against his neck had Katsuki rising up in his seat, every muscle in his body tensed like a spring. Even wearing scent blockers, Kirishima's scent was leaking out, Katsuki catching whiffs of it over the overwhelming alpha scents saturating the car. Where the warring alpha scent smelled like ash, iron, smoke, a building burning in a towering inferno, Kirishima's beta scent was a window opened, a rush of fresh air, salvation amongst the gloom. He had always smelled like that. Like taking a deep, clean breath after sitting in stagnant air. Although he lacked a particular scent, the alpha always knew when he was nearby. The feeling of renewal, of relief, followed wherever he went, allowing Katsuki permission to slip into a peaceful moment. Peace did not come easily. It came in several more snarls that steadily faded into pained groans and the odd whine. It came in smoking palms with burning fingertips and itchy skin. It came in Katsuki slumping against the alphas, giving himself over to them, even if just for the moment. It's all right, Kats, Kirishima said, again and again. It's all right. We'll make it through. Just trust us, okay? Katsuki let out a stiff growl, tried to push Kirishima away, but Ida held him back. You're scaring the pack, Katsuki. Get a hold of yourself, the pack alpha said sharply. Dude, Kirishima deadpanned, clearly not impressed with Ida's soothing method. Ida, however, didn't back down. I'm merely appealing to his sensible nature. Katsuki really isn't the sentimental one, Todoroki said simply. Get off, Katsuki growled. Kirishima rubbed against him again. Not yet. You're still wound up. I'm fine. I'm calm. Let me go. Where's Kazuha? See? Not calm at all. Kirishima loosened his grip slightly, and Katsuki didn't try to resist him. Just trust us, Kats. Let us take care of you. The beta's words were not unique. Katsuki had heard them more than once during any number of particularly bad moments for any of their packmates. But Kirishima had never said them to him. Katsuki wasn't one for letting others take care of him. He was used to taking care of things himself, for solving problems without turning for help, for doing things for others without them noticing or realizing it was for their benefit. He wasn't one to reach for help or turn to others for anything. But in that moment, those words were so precious to him. He let go, collapsed limply into the alpha's arms, leaned against Kirishima, drinking in their scents. Now that he had calmed somewhat, he realized the other alphas hadn't been trying to use their alpha's sense to overwhelm him. The only alpha scent lingering in the car was his own, full of fear and desperation and wild, indescribable agony. Along with Kirishima's scent, Katsuki now realized he could smell the alphas as well, the cool, confident, comforting scent of his pack alpha, Ida always reminding him of a freshly paved racetrack, tar and stone and order. Todoroki, meanwhile, smelled of unmoving mountains and eroding rivers and fresh-turned earth after a storm, of the appealing, unyielding strength of nature. Even if they were alphas, even if they could, indeed, do very little to calm Katsuki, he found their familiar sense so wonderful in that moment. Sensing his sudden release, Ida shifted his grip, held Katsuki up rather than back, Todoroki moving to do the same. The pack is waiting. It was not often Katsuki ached for his pack. Alphas typically didn't need the support of a pack as much as the betas and omegas might. Whenever he'd found himself craving their presence, wanting to surround himself with them, simply sitting in the living room and drinking in their lingering scents was enough. That day, he ached like he was coming back from war, like he was mortally wounded, like he was dying. The thought of his pack made all those aches fade away. So when Ida and Todoroki carefully pulled him from the car, when his pack surrounded him, when they brought him into the house, Katsuki gratefully fell against them, let them press in around him, let them fill the emptiness he hadn't even realized he'd been feeling. Once it was clear Katsuki had settled, Jiro and Sue curled up around him, letting their combined calming scents soothe him further. Then the betas piled in on top of them, keeping everything pressed together, keeping everyone right where they belonged, and the alphas stood over them, keeping watch. When Katsuki groaned, maybe from pain, maybe from loneliness, the pack called back to him, pressed in around him, held him together, even as he was convinced his world was falling apart. The pack spoke in low, quiet voices to one another, Kirishima relaying what had happened at the hospital. It was soon well understood why Katsuki was acting as he was, the cause of his pain and hopelessness. Through it all, Katsuki listened, but he didn't move. He didn't enjoy this feeling. Being helpless to do anything, at the mercy of whatever was to come. But what else could he do? The stress of the week was closing in around him, threatening to suffocate him even more than the guilt was. Guilt was something that had curled into his throat and was slowly growing, tearing him apart from the inside. The realization that he was almost certainly going to lose Deku was a weight wrapped around his neck, tight and inescapable, strangling him. He didn't know which was going to kill him first, but dying felt like a better option than trying to see the next day. The only thought he clung to was Kazu. Even if the worst happened to Deku, he couldn't leave Kazu alone. He'd have to pull himself together, be there for the pup. And he would. Somehow he would. Eventually, Kirishima moved through the pack, took Katsuki's arm, pulled him up. "You should eat something." "Kazu?" Katsuki asked. "He's all right. The Omegas will take care of him." "Let us take care of you." Those words again. Katsuki had thought them precious, but the more they rung in his head, the more he was beginning to despise them. Still, he followed Kirishima, aware of the rest of the betas trailing behind them, the alphas circling even behind them. He could feel that Todoroki, Ida, and Yaoyorozu were all wound up after what had happened. As one of the pack's alphas, he felt a need to join them, to pace through the house and make sure all was well. Even that urge wasn't enough to pull him from the fog he seemed to be stumbling through. Kirishima got him to choke down some food, though what it was Katsuki couldn't have even guessed, before suggesting he go to bed early. "Midoriya will be waiting for you in the morning," the head beta said confidently. "You'll see. He just needed a little time to wake up." Katsuki didn't know what to say. He went upstairs with the betas, changed into some more comfortable clothes, and went to lay down on his bed, going through the motions, not really paying attention to what he was doing. It was Kirishima who took his hand and pulled him back. "This way," he said, tugging Katsuki away from his bed. The alpha paused, suspicion rising up his back, but he followed the betas, allowed himself to be pulled into the pack room at the very center of the house. It was, as Mina liked to call it, the heart of the pack house. A huge, often sweltering, room full of plush pillows and blankets and poofs all piled together almost like a giant nest. The Omegas frequently used this room to spend quality alone time, as Omegas apparently needed, and the Betas used it as a comfy nap room. While the Omegas and Betas found comfort in this room, it was often only associated with bad times for the Alphas, Katsuki included. It was also used in those times where the pack felt the need to coalesce together, to be as one in a central location. It was a place of togetherness, but it was also a place of deep, painful mourning. In fact, the last time Katsuki had stepped foot in this room had been when Yaoyorozu and Todoroki had lost their first child. It had been years now, but Katsuki could still feel the suffocating grief, the heavy weight of loss that surrounded the couple in the days following. When he stepped into that room, he could almost hear the female alpha's cries of incompleteness, of incomprehensible agony, of the pack's mourning both the loss and their alpha's sorrows. The feeling of dread was so heavy that Katsuki took a step back, but Kirishima held him up, pulled him forward. "It's all right," the head beta smiled at him. "Lay down. Let's just get some sleep and in the morning, everything will be fine, you'll see." Katsuki didn't believe him. Couldn't believe him. And yet, he found he didn't have the willpower to pull against Kirishima as he led him further into the room. He hated how weak he felt. How incapable. And yet, his knees were too weak to hold himself up, and the nest was incredibly warm and comfortable, and it smelled like his pack. And maybe it would be okay to curl up for a couple of hours, just to forget about all the things weighing down on his mind. The betas curled in around Katsuki, who didn't settle very well, aching for something, feeling an emptiness in his stomach, and a cold void along his iste. Slowly, he sat up even as the betas hummed and purred and called for him to lay back down. "Kazu," he said quietly, and Kirishima leaped up. "I'll get him, stay here." There was a command in his voice that Katsuki didn't like. He lifted a lip in a growl that the beta didn't hear in his rush to leave the room. The other betas crowded in around Katsuki, But he sat very still, unmoving, waiting for the void to be filled. The door opened and immediately, the smell of cinnamon and burning sugar had Katsuki jerking to life, searching for the source. Kazu was laid against Kirishima's tea, but when he saw the alpha he reached for him, Katsuki crooning for the pup, reaching back. When he was in his arms, the world felt better. Not well, but better. He crooned again, but it dipped off into a groan of despair. Kazu blinked up at his alpha, buried himself into Katsuki's scent gland, rubbed his cheek along the alpha's neck. "Kaken?" he asked quietly. Katsuki couldn't find words to say. He just held this little bundle of life to his ear, allowed the betas to close in around him, to tell him it was going to be okay. He didn't think it was going to be okay. He thought it was going to be anything but okay. But Kazu felt so warm in his arms, felt so perfect and appealing. If Deku passed, then Kazu would be all he had left of the Omega. Something so much more precious than anything else on the earth. "Kaken?" The pup called again and Katsuki tilted his head toward him, bent his ear to listen. Kazu rubbed against him again. "It's okay. Don't worry. It'll be okay." As much as Katsuki wanted to believe him, Kazu was only a pup. He didn't know anything. He didn't realize just how bad things were. But Kirishima slid into the space on Katsuki's side, rubbed against the other side of his neck. "Yeah, like he said, Midoriya will be okay. You're not going to just give up now, are you? There's still so much to fight for. So much to—" Katsuki tucked the pup under his chin, let out a satisfied growl. "Let's just get some sleep," he said. Although there was a lot that could have been said, nothing was. The betas curled in around Alpha and Pup, lulled them towards sleep. Katsuki kept his arms wrapped around Kazu, who was soon dozing contently, buried into his ear. He was so small. Small and fragile, but he was still perfect. Katsuki breathed in his pup's scent, let it carry him to sleep. Kirishima took them back to the hospital the next day. Kazu refused to engage much with him, to the point where Katsuki knew he was having an effect on the pup. They'd gotten up that morning and Katsuki had gone about his normal routine in that same days, only slightly more aware than he had been the previous night. In the back of his mind, he still felt the incoming loss of the Omega, the deep void of despair waiting to reach up and claim him. But while Deku still lived, he couldn't give up fighting, couldn't abandon the hope that he would see the Omega awake and happy and safe again. When they arrived at the hospital, Kirishima was the one who picked up Kazu, pressed him to his scent gland and rubbed comfortingly against him. Kazu accepted his scenting, not putting up a fuss or even reacting much at all. Katsuki doubted Kirishima had even noticed he'd scented the pup. At this point, it was an instinctual reaction to the numbness the beta felt from them. Katsuki knew Kazu's scent was weak and faded, an extension of just how the pup felt. Even knowing this, he didn't really know what he could do to fix it. Deku surely would have known. But Deku wasn't there. Deku wasn't there. He turned to the beta when they reached the waiting room. "You sure you're going to be okay with him?" Kirishima smiled, just as he would any other time. "Of course. Don't worry about us. You just let us know when you need us." Somehow, Katsuki got the impression that Kirishima was still expecting to reunite Deku and Kazu today. Katsuki wasn't so sure. His more primal fears had overwhelmed his need to see his pup and Omega back together. Now, he was once again just hoping to see Deku alive. It was with a nervous step he wasn't completely unfamiliar with that he took that hallway back to Deku's room. He hadn't even waited for Tanaka to come get him this time. He simply let his feet take him where he most wanted to go. Outside the Omega's room, he found Tanaka in a whispered, hissed discussion with one Inspector Tsukachi, Detective Ito hovering over them, a grim line along his face. "Hey!" Katsuki hadn't even really meant to call out, but it was his voice that broke through the murmur down the hallway. Doctor, Inspector, and Detective turned sharply, not expecting him to be there. But there he was, and there was a pit beginning to burn in his stomach. "What's going on? Is Deku awake?" Tsukachi was the first to recover. "Good morning, Bakugo. We weren't expecting you." "Bullshit. I've been coming here every day since Deku was admitted. What's going on?" Instead of waiting for someone to answer him, Katsuki peered through the window, saw the Omega still laying in his bed. The only solace was they. hadn't put him back on the ventilator, so he was still breathing for himself at least. But it was still all wrong. The Alpha turned to Tanaka, the doctor clearly biting at the inside of his cheek. So, what happened? Why didn't he wake up? The doctor sighed deeply. We always knew this was a possibility. But it is unusual. We're still exploring some options, Tsukachi said simply. It didn't go unnoticed that he purposefully cut off the doctor. Don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of what's going on. Katsuki clicked his tongue, squared up to the inspector. You say that as if you think this isn't unusual in the normal sense. You think something's going on. Tsukachi refused to say anything, but the doctor was looking nervous. Katsuki glared him down. Something to do with the attack? Where Tsukachi and Tanaka remained quiet, staring at him, Ito stepped forward. We think so. Ito, Tsukachi said sharply, turning on the younger detective. Ito, however, never flinched. He's a hero. And he has a personal stake in this. He's exactly who we need. What are you talking about? Katsuki turned to Tsukachi, the inspector's lips pulled thin. If it's something that could help Deku, then tell me. Whether it was the growl in his voice or the words themselves, Tsukachi turned his sharp glare to the Alpha. Katsuki wasn't one to back down, and he certainly wasn't going to in that moment. He dug in his heels, threatened a snarl as the inspector studied him. The tension was only broken when Tanaka carefully cleared his throat. If I may, Inspector, he said quietly, I would give my blessings to this if Bakugo was chosen to participate. This could lead us to the end of the case, Ito continued, urgent, desperate, and not bothering to hide it. We could get this BSRD. It's too rash, Tsukachi countered. Katsuki growled. You think I can't handle it? That's not the problem. The inspector cut himself off, glared between doctor, detective, and hero. Finally he sighed. Let's take this conversation somewhere a bit more private. Your office, doctor? As soon as the door closed to the doctor's office, plain, white-walled, only a single picture of a pup a couple years older than Kazu on the otherwise empty wooden desk, Katsuki spun on the inspector. Talk. What's going on? We believe something happened during the attack that has caused Midoriya to remain unresponsive, Ito said, earning a sharp glare from Tsukachi, though he said nothing to stop the detective. Either something to do with the nature of the attack or something to do with the Alpha himself. And we have a way to try to figure it out. Something I can help with? Katsuki pressed, to which Tsukachi finally stepped forward. Enough, he said. He tugged at his tie, loosened it slightly before taking a seat with a sigh. Sit down, Bakugo. Doctor? Would you like to share what you found? Katsuki did not sit, but he turned his attention to Tanaka. The doctor had taken his seat behind his desk and was staring over intertwined fingers. He shook his head at the inspector's question. After you left, we ran several tests to see if we could find what had happened. Since Midoriya is breathing on his own, he should have woken up within hours of the reversal being administered. Since he didn't react, we thought there might be a medical reason. But we found nothing. He shifted uneasily, scratched at his chin. It's been long enough that we are concerned whether we should place him back into a medical coma so we can control his breathing a little better. So this could kill him is what you're saying? Katsuki said. The doctor shook his head. We just don't know. And that's why it's so important we figure this out. Ito turned to Tsukachi. That's why we should take the risk. Tsukachi still looked uncomfortable, arms crossed over his ise, refusing to look anywhere except forward. Katsuki purposefully placed himself in the inspector's line of view, caught his attention, held it. Tell me. The inspector tapped his arm, wrinkled his nose. Then he said, we have a resource with a unique quirk. She can allow someone to relive the memories of another person. Katsuki stepped forward at the news. Someone who could relive a person's memories? Someone who could see what had happened to Deku? Someone who could see the face of the Alpha who had attacked them? There are serious drawbacks though. Tsukachi's voice rose up through Katsuki's thoughts, even as he began realizing the connotations of such an experience would be. Someone has to volunteer to actually relive the memories themselves. And in this case, Midoriya has gone through an extremely traumatic event. Not just anyone would be able to live through his memories. And there are legal implications. It is a huge breach of privacy. That's all right, Katsuki growled, set his teeth to stop himself from snarling. Let me help. I don't care if Deku is mad at me as long as we can find a way to help him and stop the Alpha who attacked him and Kazuo. It's less about how the Omega feels and more about worries with the actual law, Tsukachi said. Then we'll say you teamed up with my agency and I was working as an agent of the police department. Katsuki snapped his jaws impatiently. We're running out of time. Call this person in. I'll sit through whatever I have to help Deku, and I'll bear any consequences later. Just as long as he makes it through, then I don't care. Even as Katsuki spoke, he didn't see any change in Tsukachi's demeanor. He'd worked with the inspector enough to know he was stubborn about the rules, even in circumstances like this. In this one moment, he was grateful to have someone like Ito there. This could be our only chance to find the Alpha, and to save Midoriya. The detective brought his voice a little lower, almost pleading with his superior. Tsukachi said nothing, but he closed his eyes. Although the Alpha wanted to argue, Katsuki held his tongue, waited for what the inspector would say. His words came with a snort, then as sharp, crisp syllables. Fine. But only to save the Omega's life. It was explained beforehand that coming out of particularly traumatic memories could trigger violent reactions, and with Katsuki's dangerous quirk, he was told he'd have to wear quirk-canceling cuffs to prevent him from accidentally harming anyone. Though annoying, Katsuki understood and he agreed at once. It was a small inconvenience for what it meant to both Deku and the investigation. Tsukachi called in for the necessary equipment and whoever this quirk user was, while Katsuki took a quiet moment to sit at Deku's side. He'd already explained to Kirishima what they were going to try, and they'd decided it was better if he just took Kazuo back to the pack house. The pup had resisted, screaming and crying and batting his little fists against the beta when he's tried to take him away. Even the presence of a new blanket coated in Deku's scent hadn't helped. It wasn't until Kirishima took that same blanket and had Katsuki scent it himself that the pup calmed somewhat, surrounded by both his Alpha and Omega's scents. Though Katsuki gave nothing away, he felt his ego swell a little at seeing his pup calmed by his scent. Heartwarming. That's what it was. But with the pup now gone and Katsuki alone, sitting at Deku's side, he wasn't feeling so well anymore. The Omega looked unchanging. Although the only marks of his previous injuries were the cast on his arm and the bandages covering the now healed-over bite marks on. Still looked so unwell. Even if Katsuki couldn't name it, he knew when he looked down at Deku that something was seriously wrong. He just had to hope this little excursion into his memories would help. Tsukachi's warnings about how invasive this would ultimately be was starting to churn in Katsuki's stomach. As much as he didn't want to invite himself into Deku's personal affairs anymore, he couldn't stand by while the Omega was in danger. They had to find a way to wake him up. There was no other choice at the moment. He also wasn't necessarily looking forward to the entire process. Being chained up wasn't particularly appealing, obviously, and neither was having to live through what was probably going to be some of the worst moments of the Omega's life. He was going to have to watch the Omega and his pup be hurt without having any ability to stop it. And that wasn't going to be easy. But he steeled himself, told himself he could make it through, that in the end, it was going to help Deku and help them find the Alpha who had done this. It would be okay. Even if it was going to be hell. It didn't take very long before the Alpha and Omega were joined by a conveyor line of doctors, nurses, police investigators, and an elderly woman slightly hunched over who swatted at a nurse's hand when she offered it to her. She walked straight to Katsuki, shoving a large hook nose ornamented by glasses with lens about an inch thick into his face. Katsuki bit down on a snarl, only a hiss seething between his teeth. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, then leaned back with a huff. He won't do. Hey! Katsuki snapped. The hell you mean? I mean, young Alpha, that you're not prepared to face what this would put you through. The old woman gave a short groan as she lowered herself into a chair provided by the nurses. Katsuki waited until she had settled before he leaned into her face, much as she had done to him, and hissed, "Try me." A finger poked deep into his cheek, the Alpha growling in warning, though the old woman took no notice. This is exactly why. This isn't a game or a challenge or a way to test your mettle. This is so much more than that. Madame Akage, Tanaka said, though the old woman cut him off with a click of her jaw. Katsuki was startled to hear the alpha reaction from her. My please. Madame Akage was my mother. Now, she pointed at Katsuki again. If this is going to continue, you're going to have to convince me that you're not just some boneheaded alpha. Rest assured, I'm not, Katsuki growled, but bit down on a more aggressive snarl. Deku is incredibly important to me. I'll do anything, go through any pain for him. So I'm more than ready for this. Mai blinked over her glasses at him, scoffed. That's even worse. This time, it was Katsuki's turn to snap his jaw. The older alpha narrowed her eyes, gestured for him to sit. Let me tell you about my quirk, young alpha. Sit, be silent, and maybe you might just learn something. There was a lot Katsuki wanted to say. But he wasn't stupid. He knew a good moment to shut up when he saw one, though admittedly he rarely took it. In that moment he kept his glare, but sat silently, waiting as patiently as he could. Mai leaned back, for the first time turning to take in Deku. The Omega was unmoving, more like a fixture than a living being. Being so close to him yet unable to reach out to him, unable to comfort him, still, brought all the anxiety and grief and guilt back to the surface. But he held it back. There was a chance, a hope, that he could finally do something to bring Deku back. He held on to that hope, used it to pull himself through the darkness. When he turned back to Mai, he found the old alpha glaring right back at him. She took in a breath, rubbed her hands over one another. Do you know how many times Tsukachi has called me in? 7. She let the word fill the room, let the silence fester into something deep and sticky and unnerving. For as useful as her quirk could be to the police, to hear she'd only been called upon so few times? Katsuki understood the significance. The old alpha, however, continued, do you know how many times I've seen someone lose their minds because of my quirk? For she didn't pause to give him time to consider an answer. She said it as if flinging it into his face. Katsuki did not flinch. I'm not as weak as they were. Strength or weakness has nothing to do with it, she growled. It's about control. Can you control yourself while watching someone else live through hell? While watching someone you care for go through hell? She snorted. I want an impartial professional or I won't agree to proceed. Didn't you hear me? Katsuki growled, leaned forward, didn't back down while the older alpha narrowed her gaze. Anything it takes. I can endure. Why do you think that? Because I owe Deku to endure it? Mai shifted slightly, pushed her glasses up her nose. Watched him. One of the nurses coughed. The alpha had forgotten they weren't the only ones in the room, because all that mattered was the older alpha and the sick Omega. The other extras didn't matter. Not in this moment. Neither Tsukachi nor Ito had moved. Katsuki couldn't tell if they'd even breathed since they'd entered the room. Only Tanaka dared move, shifting slightly, raising his hand, though he stiffened when Mai's arms snapped up, signaling him to stop. She leaned back into her seat, tilted her head as if to get a better angle of Katsuki. Was silent for a moment longer. Then she said, "This is how this will go." She spoke with a lowered voice, quiet, intentional. Katsuki had to focus to hear her words. So he did. You will walk alongside the memory of this Omega. You'll see all he saw, but you'll also feel everything as well. Not the physical sensations, but the emotions. Memory is built from emotion. You won't be able to escape it. Everything the Omega was feeling, through everything that happened, you will experience it as he did. You won't be able to get away from it. You won't be able to turn it off. You'll just have to live through it, no matter how painful it is, no matter how much your own emotions are running wild. But most importantly, you cannot let your instincts rule you. If your alpha takes over, you will try to save the Omega, and let me be very clear, you won't be able to save him. That's how you'll lose yourself. The more she spoke, the more Katsuki felt the dread return. As much as he never wanted to admit it, Deku always triggered his instincts worse than anything else. He'd always struggled reining himself in around the Omega. That's the reason you gave yourself when you abandoned him. You told yourself you had to let him go because of it. Katsuki ground his teeth, tried to ignore the voice. It refused to be silent, to go unheard. That's the excuse you used to let this happen. This happened because you couldn't control yourself, and you blamed him for that. That's why I have to set it right now. He had to do this. Prove he was stronger now. Prove he had learned. Prove he cared enough about Deku to swallow his own selfish needs and desires and just endure. Prove that he wanted to atone, that he could atone. One step at a time. And if this was what Deku had gone through, then Katsuki wanted to feel it too. This was his fault after all. He deserved this pain. This was a pain owed to him. And he could accept that. Katsuki lowered his chin. I told you. Anything. The older alpha took in a breath, released it in a sigh that had her shoulders sagging, her head. If in resignation of what she knew was going to happen. She glanced to Tsukachi. Nodded. You won't blame me, no matter what may happen. Katsuki growled, clicked his tongue. Enough talk. Let's get going. The cuffs were uncomfortable to say the least, tight around his wrists, his fingers tingling, his palms slick with sweat. It was the farthest thing from Katsuki's mind. He only half watched as doctors and nurses went around the room, preparing. Deku was sat up, his vitals checked and rechecked, pain medication fed through his foreline. Tsukachi and Ito both sat nearby, looking grim, though Ito had a spark of hope in his clenched teeth, his curled fists, his determined glare. Mai sat between Katsuki and Deku, reclined back, eyes closed, unbothered by all the goings-on around her. When Tanaka muttered, "We're ready," she sat forward. Very well. She caught Katsuki's gaze. Are you ready, young alpha? Did she even know his name? Did she even care? Perhaps she didn't show it, but Katsuki suspected she did. There was a tired look beneath her well-worn glare. For all her bravado, she was exhausted. Katsuki understood that well. He nodded. Ready. She blinked once, slow, catlet. Close your eyes, then. Imagine yourself going to sleep. It was impossible to get comfortable, but Katsuki leaned back, closed his eyes. Thought of death. Tried to remember his laugh, his smile, his light. A hand touched his arm, and Deku's light burned into darkness. Please see author's note above before reading farther. Katsuki jolted awake to a completely white void. He was laying on the ground, though what the ground could be, he didn't really know. Because there was nothing around him, nothing at all. He laid on that emptiness, on that nothingness, on an incorporeal space he didn't quite comprehend. And yet he wasn't scared. He felt quite contented actually, happy, relaxed. He felt at peace. Slowly he sat up, shook his head. It took him a moment to remember what was happening. This was supposed to be Deku's memory, but there was nothing here, nothing for as far as Katsuki could see. He bit at his lip, got to his feet, found it a bit unnerving to be standing on nothing. Had something gone wrong? Had Mai's quirk failed? Were Deku's memories gone? Katsuki hoped it was the last option. Yes, that would mean maybe they couldn't use Mai's quirk to find out what had happened, but at least it also meant the Omega didn't remember the horrible things done to him. As he stood there, contemplating what he was going to do, the world started to take shape. It grew from behind him, as if someone were drawing the world in ink, lines flowing outward into vague shapes of buildings and trees and people walking about. Although their forms moved around as any normal person would, their faces were all blank, empty slates, many of them looking nearly identical to one another. There was something unnerving about it, the world being drawn right in front of him, but Katsuki snapped to attention as something rushed past him. It was the only color in the otherwise drab, abstract world, and it didn't take him long to realize what he was looking at. Kazu, fully realized in color and appearance. He looked so real, so detailed, compared to the other people who walked past Katsuki that he felt his heart drop. Was the pup here? It couldn't be. He wasn't even at the hospital. Why was he here? But his answer came swiftly as someone else in full color and detail walked past him, following in the pup's heels. It was almost strange to see Deku awake and moving, to see him alive. Katsuki could immediately pick out the little details he'd missed, the things covered up by life-saving machines and bandages. His hair was cut back some, not quite combed but at least under control now. He was a bit taller, but still lean, despite having his pup. His pale skin was pulled over surprisingly muscled arms, his stride forward confident, easy. A pair of sunglasses rested on the tip of his nose, hiding his viridian eyes, a couple of shopping bags in his hand. He was wearing jeans and a plain t-shirt with a jacket over it. There was an aura about him that was a bit unfamiliar to Katsuki. Deku had always had a nervous side. While that nervousness remained, it was being overpowered by a sense of purpose, of poise, of serenity. Though faint, the Omega was smiling. As soon as the Omega walked past Katsuki, the world quickly faded back into the white void, erased from under his feet. He hurried to catch up to Deku, kept stride with him and the world that existed only around him. Everything my head said couldn't have prepared him for this. The memory was strange, the only spots of color Deku and Kazu, the pup calling out and giggling, turning frequently to make sure his Omega was right behind him. Likewise, Deku kept his attention fixed on Kazu, his eyes flicking away only every now and then. When his eyes moved away from Kazu, things in the world would light up in details and sometimes even color, becoming the Omega's focus for a moment before fading into the background when he lost interest. It made sense to Katsuki that the Omega not remember every little detail of his world, to just see what he needed to move forward. The only constant was the little pup, his delighted giggling echoing over the murmur of those passing by, his colors the most vibrant, his form fully realized in a world of black-white lines. And it made complete sense. After all, Deku's entire world was Kazu. They walked down the street, perhaps going home after their shopping trip, perhaps heading to another shop. Katsuki couldn't really tell. He tried to look around the world, but quickly found it useless, as he could only see what Deku had noticed, what he remembered, and those details were vague at best. Out of curiosity, and maybe a need of his own, he leaned into the Omega and sniffed him. Deku didn't have a scent here. In fact, this world was void of sense. Disturbing to say the least, though it quickly fell out of Katsuki's thoughts when Kazu shrieked suddenly and Deku's world exploded in color around the pup. The Omega became acutely aware of his pup and what was happening around him, searching for what was going on. The shift was so sudden that Katsuki was frozen in place, feeling more than a little overwhelmed and scared. But no, that wasn't it. He wasn't scared at all. This was what Deku was feeling. His emotions cleared quickly and the world faded back to a pinpoint when the Omega realized the pup had picked something up off the ground and was trying to show it to him. "Look, Mom, look." The pup raced back to Deku, their world collapsing in as Deku crouched forward to examine what Kazu was holding up to him. It was a butterfly pin, perfectly intact, despite laying on the street. "Oh, that's pretty, Kazu." Deku's voice sent shivers down Katsuki's spine. It had been 5 years since he'd heard the Omega speak, and while he could have picked his voice out from an entire crowd of people, the voice from Deku wasn't exactly his own. It was slightly warped, damped and muted in tone even if it still rang through the world like any other voice. Must be how Deku hears his own voice. Though it made sense, the thought was weird. That Deku didn't hear himself correctly, that he couldn't hear the wonderfully pleasant ring of his voice, didn't hear how musical he could sound, especially in times when he got particularly lost in thought, made Katsuki a little sad. But it was still Deku's voice. Even if it wasn't exactly right. "Can I keep it?" Kazu bounced up and down, his eyes gleaming. The Omega's smile softened. Would you use it?" "Yes, of course." "What for?" The pup stopped bouncing, stood very still, clearly thinking. After waiting for a moment, Deku chuckled. "How about we see if Ms. Sano can give it to one of the other pups? Maybe they would like it?" Kazu pouted, balled up his fists. "But..." "Kazu," Deku's voice dipped in warning as the pup continued to pout, "it could make someone else very happy, just like it made you happy?" At this, Kazu stopped, narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, with a sigh, he nodded, handed the pin to Deku. Deku laughed, pocketed the pin, and took Kazu's hand. "That's my little firecracker. Come on, let's go." There came a moment that stretched into eternity, a second that carried through several more heartbeats than it should have. A moment when Deku's gaze lifted and the world filled in, and for the first time, both the Omega and Katsuki realized someone was standing right in front of them. Every hair on Katsuki's body rose. He felt a swell of unease and fear climbing up his back as the person came quickly into focus, as he filled in with color, as the Omega faced the Alpha standing in front of him. The first thing Katsuki noticed about the Alpha was his teeth. Jagged, but not like Kirishima's. His teeth were jagged and grinning and sharp in the way a predator's might be, crowded inside his entire mouth. He had thin curtains of black hair hanging past his shoulders, small, dart-like eyes that glared down at the pup and Omega. Deku had never been a big guy, but the Alpha towered over him, towered over even Katsuki. He was so tall that Katsuki wondered briefly if Deku only remembered him being this tall. There was no way he was so big. His shadow loomed over them, all-encompassing, all-consuming. It made Katsuki want to snarl. But of course, it wouldn't change anything. The thought came crashing through his mind, along with so many others. Katsuki stared up at the grinning Alpha and thought that he was going to have to watch him violate and nearly kill the Omega standing beside him, that he was going to have to witness everything that had happened to Deku that had to him laying half dead in a hospital bed. He realized he was looking into the face of the Alpha that was going to haunt him for the rest of his life. The Omega gave a nervous laugh, pulled Kazu a little closer to him, edged around the Alpha. "Excuse us?" The Alpha turned to watch them, but he didn't move as Deku urged Kazu down the street. The pup turned to look back, but as he wasn't in Deku's line of sight anymore, the Alpha was quickly fading away. Fear was still making Katsuki's heart pound, perhaps just as the Omegas had pounded in that moment. It was strong for him to separate out what his emotions were versus what Deku was feeling, strong to parse through what was happening in his own head to what he imagined was happening in the Omegas. He could almost hear Deku chiding himself, telling himself he was just being silly, felt his heart hesitantly begin to slow in response. "Mommy?" Kazu asked. What? What's wrong?" "Aha." Deku paused to pick Kazu up, rearranging his bag so he could hold the pup on his hip, hurried down the street. "Nothing, don't worry about it." Kazu considered his Omega, seemed to think over something. Then he tilted his head back. "Mommy, do you think Miss Sano would let me keep that pin?" Deku managed a laugh, but it was nervous and strained, strings pulled tightly in his ear. The world around them had reduced in size to nearly only the street in front of them, but more things appeared and lingered in color. The Omega hyper-focused on everything around him, so much so that even the pup in his arms was starting to fade in color slightly. "I don't think you should. You want to make the other pups happy too, don't you?" "Yeah, but they don't have to keep it, right?" "I could keep it." "You could, but what would you do with it?" "I don't know." Kazu bumped his head into Deku's neck. "Mommy, why is that man following us?" The world flared into sharp colors, the street in front of Deku receding as he snapped over his shoulder and the Alpha flaring into existence. He walked at a steady pace toward the Omega and the pup, still with that same grin in his teeth. Dread crept up along Katsuki's back. He could tell where his dread ended and Deku's began. His own emotion was washed in the realization that he knew the end of this altercation. He knew what was coming, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. Meanwhile, the Omega's fear was spawned from the unknown, the uncertainty of why the Alpha was following them, why he was grinning at them. Deku's dread was sharp, jittery, where Katsuki's was deep, fathomless. It was nearly paralyzing to be in that moment, to watch as the Alpha approached Omega and pup, knowing what he did, feeling Deku begin to realize something was very, very wrong. "Just endure." Katsuki ground his teeth together. "Get through this." Kazu glanced to his Omega, took in the tightness of his face, the barely concealed look of dismay, and turned a glare toward the Alpha. "Hey you!" Panic drew a soft chirp from Deku, a warning not to speak, but he called out, "Stop it. You're scaring my mom." "Enough, Kazu." Deku drew the pup to his ear, glanced up the street. People in front of him lit up in color, ones and twos, until he spotted a group gathered and rushed toward them. It was a smart idea. Staying around people, in general, would deter any unwelcome behavior. So Deku went to that street corner, stood right in the middle of the crowd. Katsuki followed, saw, just as Deku saw, that the Alpha followed, stopped just beyond the group. Felt, just as Deku had felt, the sudden, paralyzing fear that had taken hold. Kazue had wrapped his arms around Deku's neck, was looking more and more uncertain. People in the crowd around Deku were glancing at him. He must have been giving off a soured scent subconsciously. Katsuki could feel just how panicked he was, could almost hear his thoughts as they raced through his head. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what this alpha wanted. HW didn't know where to turn for help. But as he stood there, surrounded by people and with an alpha bearing down on him, Deku suddenly stopped, took a breath, held it, eyes closed. Katsuki was struck, recognizing the motion. Kazue had done just this when upset by the nurse in the hospital. And as with the pup, he felt the Omega calming, his mind taking over from his panicked instincts. He reoriented himself, shifted Kazue in his arms. Whatever plan he had, Katsuki knew it was doomed to fail. Deku wasn't going to be able to get out of this situation unscathed. It was only a matter of time. But Deku still opened his eyes, a grim line of determination along his face, not knowing his fate. When the pedestrian lights changed, he barged his way through the crowd, ignoring the noises of protest that followed him. He was aware of the alpha as well, following after him, quick glances over his shoulder keeping track of just where he was. But as the crowds going opposite ways converged, Deku, being smaller and more agile, slid through everyone, and the alpha was caught in the rush of people, slowed significantly as he tried to lumber his way after the Omega. Deku kept an eye on his progress, but his focus flickered up the street as well, the entire sidewalk lighting up as he examined it. As he did, Katsuki glanced up at the street signs, took careful note of them. Deku's flickered briefly to them, a name filling in just long enough for the hero to read it, before the Omega's focus went back up the street, the sign falling into the white void of the empty world around them. Just 2 blocks down, a shop bloomed into existence, growing more and more detailed as Deku realized what it was. Katsuki vaguely remembered Ito saying Deku lived above a shop. Surely he wasn't going to lead the alpha straight to his home? Katsuki knew he wasn't that stupid. Was he just panicking? But no, that wasn't it. The closer they got to the shop, the more Katsuki realized it was an Omega nesting store. Lone alphas weren't allowed in such shops without being accompanied by one of the storekeepers, a check on predatory alphas stalking Omegas while they may be in a vulnerable state close to their heats. If Deku got to the shop, he could alert someone to the alpha and get him either thrown out or at least get some distance between them. It was a smart plan. Katsuki wasn't surprised Deku had come up with it so quickly and under such pressure. But again, he knew it wasn't going to work. The hopeless of it all pressed against Katsuki's cold fingers, squeezing his insides in a vice that refused to loosen. But he didn't let himself linger on it, taking in as many details as he could, looking for anything that might be helpful to the police investigation. Because that's why HW is there, reliving this. To help the police track down this BSTRD. Not to stop this from happening. Because he couldn't stop it. He couldn't change what was going to happen, had indeed already happened. Don't think about it. Don't let your instincts take over. That's how you'll lose yourself. Mai's words were ringing in Katsuki's ears, her warning, her disbelief in his ability to make it through. But he would. He had to. Just look for what can help us find him, what could help Deku. It was more than difficult to remain focused, especially with the lingering pit of tension in his tea from the Omega. So he looked around, saw what Deku had noticed in the environment, remembering all he could. Once they reached the sidewalk, Deku scanned the area, different parts of the street filling in with detail and color. A bench, a mailbox, a light post. Katsuki wasn't sure what he was looking for. All he knew was that when Deku glanced over his shoulder, the street behind them outlined, but the figure of the alpha was gone. For a second, the Omega froze. The pit in his stomach was slowly curling inward, doubts sprouting like tendrils throughout his stomach. It only lasted until someone jostled his shoulder and knocked Deku forward, continuing down the street. Halfway to the nesting store, the memory now detailed enough for Katsuki to read its name, Plush Haven, with Deku still looking around, perhaps searching for the alpha, perhaps looking for things he could use to get away. Kazue shifted in his arms, putting the Omega slightly off balance. He readjusted, pressing the pup tightly to his ear, and Kazue suddenly chirped sharply. Both Deku and Katsuki realized what had happened as Kazue reached for the ground, the sidewalk burning into color to reveal the butterfly pin, laying at Deku's feet. "Mom!" The pup whined, trying to get out of the Omega's arms. "Leave it, Kazu." There was a clear command in Deku's voice as he walked on. "No. I want it. Kazue." "I said leave it." The pup growled, shoved against the Omega, managing to tumble from his arms and race back down the street. "Kazue!" There came a panicked pitch to Deku's voice, but the pup gave an excited shriek as he picked up the butterfly pin. All eyes went to him, drawn instinctually by the cries of the young pup. As they did, only Katsuki noticed as someone flashed into existence just at Deku's side, as arms wrapped around his mouth and zizi. As the Omega was yanked silently into the nearby alleyway, nobody the wiser. The world receded around Katsuki, the street slipping out from beneath his feet, but he simply couldn't move. His head was splitting open, his alpha brain reacting immediately, demanding he race forward to help the Omega, while something else was screaming inside of him. Some horrific panic that made his bones ache and his muscles twitch. As much as he knew it was Deku's fear, it felt so deeply ingrained at his core that he stood, wanting to scream and rage. It took all his willpower to move forward, to steady himself as best he could, and follow the outline of the alley into its very depths, knowing very well where he was headed. Eventually, the world expanded around him, revealing the Alpha trying to wrestle Deku under control. Some of the Omega's initial panic had subsided, overruled by a desperate need to fight, to get away, to survive. The will to fight and live warred with the alpha part of Katsuki's brain, made him sink a bit lower into his feet and growl deeply as he watched the scene before him unfold. The Omega twisted and screamed and tried to elbow the alpha, who growled threateningly, using his larger size to simply overpower Deku. Katsuki tried not to focus on the attack itself, paying more attention to the alpha, noticing only the terrifying grin of teeth, the snarl of sadistic glee. Katsuki's growl deepened into a snarl and his hands popped with heat, though he desperately kept his fists clenched, clawed for breath, tried to keep his mind from spinning out of control. "Mommy!" Kazue's voice brought everything to a sudden stop, the pup splashing through the black and white alley in bright colors as Deku realized he was there. All his fear and all his determination evaporated in the face of something brighter than the sun, the Omega shocked, stilled. The sudden absence of Deku's emotions had Katsuki stumbling, gasping, feeling incredibly empty very suddenly. Neither he nor Deku could gather themselves to react more than just to stare at the little pup standing in the mouth of the alley. The Alpha, however, turned toward him, seemed to look him up and down. And he smiled. "There you are." The Alpha's voice was chilling, calm, controlled, and he reached for the pup. Katsuki didn't really know what was going to happen until he saw Deku JRK suddenly, managing to sink his teeth into the Alpha's hand. The Alpha snarled, surprised, but the Omega was focused now. The only emotion Katsuki feeling from him was present and pressing instinct. There was only one thing in the world that mattered in that moment, and that was Kazue. Katsuki felt the burning inferno of need to protect his pup, just as he'd felt it himself, just as he felt it in that moment, his entire body quivering, aching to be unleashed. "So," he wanted to say, watching helplessly as the Alpha grabbed at Deku, as Deku twisted, unable to get away. As Kazue suddenly charged toward the Alpha and Omega, not realizing the danger. Something in Katsuki snapped. He raced forward, reached to grab the pup. His fingers slipped through Kazue, the hero screeching, his vision tunneling. "Where's my pup? Let go of my mommy. Stop being mean." When he looked up, he saw Kazue beating his little fists against the Alpha's leg. Katsuki felt a single thread of panic tighten within himself as Deku's eyes widened. He watched as the Alpha growled and grabbed for the pup. Katsuki snarled just as Deku thrashed, let out a snarl of his own, and lunged at the Alpha. The Omega latched his teeth onto the Alpha's ear, the Alpha howling, trying to beat Deku away. The Omega held on until, in his flailing, the Alpha knocked Kazue over, the pup yelping. Agony pierced through. Katsuki. As he once again reached for Kazue, only to watch his fingers slip through. He let out a howl, watching Kazu rolled over to look for his Omega, tears streaming down his face. Then, Deku snarled, jerked sharply, and the Alpha screamed. Katsuki felt a bit of bitter triumph sour his tongue as the Alpha stumbled, grabbing his ear, and Deku finally slipped out of his grip. He spat, a bit of flesh splattering onto the ground. Kazu blinked, his eyes glazing over as Deku grabbed him, picked him up, ran. Without a thought, Katsuki found himself running beside the Omega, positioning himself to best cover him and the pup, his palms slick with anticipation for the fight ahead. Deku's focus was inconsistent, Katsuki's easy tight, his mind picking out the little details that lit up along the alley as the Omega searched for a way out, for anything that could save them. What he forgot to do was focus on what was right in front of him. A wall towered before them, hope dropping from its top to splatter at their feet as the Omega stood before it, with Kazu bundled in his arms. Slowly, the alley behind Deku lined out, the form of the Alpha coming into focus as Deku very suddenly realized he was trapped. Slowly, he looked down at Kazu. Even with the Alpha looming, the pup was the brightest, most clear thing in that alley. Even Deku himself had faded slightly as the Omega's focus sharpened on his pup alone. Katsuki felt himself breathing as the Omega breathed, realized again that he was, in fact, feeling different forms of panic within himself. From Deku, he felt the Omega's will to survive, to protect his pup, his absolute agony at the realization that he might not be able to. From himself, he felt a sinking pit of despair opening up, a maw of sharp teeth at its bottom. Katsuki thought he knew what was coming. However, he wasn't expecting to feel a trickle of warmth in his eye, to see Deku smile lovingly at Kazu, to rub against him soothingly. "It's going to be okay," the Omega whispered. "Just stay right here, all right?" Kazu made a small noise, maybe of fear, maybe of confusion, maybe of both. He dug his fingers into Deku's arms as the Omega lowered him to the ground, let him go. He whined, reaching for Mom, Katsuki feeling a little faint, his head swarmed with something he couldn't quite name, groaning in frustrated impotence as the Omega rounded on the Alpha. The monster roared into detail and color. BLD dripping down his neck. A snarl in his lips. His teeth sharp and menacing, Deku seeing all of this, but facing him, unwavering. And very suddenly, Katsuki could name the feeling that was pooling inside of him, what the Omega had felt when he turned toward the Alpha. It was love. The undying love for his pup. It was this love that was driving everything else. The fear, the stubborn hope, the willingness to face what he must have known was a useless battle. In that moment, Katsuki wanted so badly to move. To race in between Deku and Kazu and the Alpha. To protect them. His Alpha brain was roaring in fury as he watched, silent and unmoving, as the Alpha stomped toward Deku and Deku snarled at him to stay back. The Alpha ignored him, kept shambling forward, reaching for the Omega. In one swift motion, Deku grabbed the Alpha's arm, twisted it away from him, jammed the heel of his hand into the Alpha's face. It was an easy movement, smooth, practiced. When Deku moved, it was with confidence, with a calm in his knowing that he was doing this correctly. For Katsuki, the movement was anything but soothing. He knew that move. He'd taught it to Deku years earlier, as some vague attempt to prepare him for what he may face in the world. And here the Omega was using it, trying to save his pup. The Alpha, however, didn't seem to notice. His teeth were gnashed in anger now, his eyes nearly completely white, flailing around to try to catch Deku off guard, Deku doing his best to both keep out of the Alpha's grip and to keep him away from Kazu. It wasn't a terribly long fight, and as it progressed, the more the small spark of hope Deku had felt in his tiny, insignificant victory faded away. As much as he fought, there was no way out of that alley. Their entire world was just him, the Alpha, and little Kazu. Kazu sat on the ground. Although he made no sound, he watched his Omega, and tears streamed down his face. And finally, the Alpha got his arms around Deku's cheek, trapped him still, and very suddenly bit deep into Deku's neck. For a split second, Katsuki's vision went red and he snarled, racing forward. His hands grabbed at nothing, his entire body throbbing as he watched the Alpha bite a bit deeper into Deku's neck. Deku snarled as well, twisted, trying to get away, but all at once, his entire body fell limp in the Alpha's arms, his eyes rolling up into the back of his head. The entire world vanished beneath Katsuki's feet, startling him out of his Alpha brain's control, glancing around to see what had happened. The world came back with a sudden shriek from Kazu. Deku was laying on the ground now, unmoving, his eyes barely open. A sluggish feeling crept over Katsuki from the Omega, an understanding that didn't quite reach the hero. A small bit of color focused on Kazu as the pup once again beat at the Alpha towering over Deku, snarling and hissing and telling him to go away. The Alpha glanced down at Kazu, grabbed his arm, and bit deeply into him. Panic and pain made Katsuki's BLD burn as the Omega leaped forward, snarling ferally as his pup went limp in the Alpha's grip. The Alpha pushed the Omega back to the ground, even with Deku struggling to get up, to get to Kazu, and bit into his neck again. The Omega snarled, whimpered, then the world faded away. And as the world faded away, so did Deku's stubborn determination, his will to fight and live. All that was left was Katsuki's own fury and impotence, the madness of being so utterly helpless. He snarled and hissed and looked around the empty world for something, anything. The voice in his head spoke like a withering demon. Find Omega, protect Omega, kill Alpha, kill Alpha, kill, 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 kill. Katsuki wanted to scream and thrash and destroy something. Instead, he sunk into a crouch, pressed a shaking hand to his forehead. Because he knew what was coming next. He knew how this story ended. Not much time passed before a new feeling trickled into Katsuki's ear, a familiar tightness, longing, loneliness, fear. Slowly, Deku appeared, drawn first in black and white, then filling out in detail as the Omega blinked awake. The world, too, flickered into reality as he glanced around. It took Katsuki only a heartbeat to recognize the abandoned building in which he'd found Deku. The Omega lay on the very same mattress Katsuki had found him on. Deku's emotions trickled into Katsuki, mixing with his already heightened senses. First, there was confusion, then pain, then panic. Parts of the room lit up as Deku searched and searched, looking for Kazu. Katsuki realized. He couldn't find the puppet first, until a small noise caught the Omega's attention and a door in the corner flared into detail and color. It was a simple closet door, a chair tucked under the handle. From beyond it, Katsuki could hear the pup crying. Kazu, Deku called and the pup quieted. Emma mommy? Kazu, the Omega pushed himself up, gasped, trembled on his elbows. The bite marks on his neck were still bleeding. With a whine, Deku pulled at the mattress, clawing toward the closet. And as he did, another door opened, and the Alpha appeared first not as lines drawn into the world, but as a shadow, something Deku refused to see, refused to believe. Only when he looked up and saw the grinning line of teeth did everything settle into place. Realization and horror clawed its way up Katsuki, his own or Deku's, he couldn't tell. All he knew was when he looked up at the Alpha and the Alpha looked down at Deku, they both knew what was going to happen. Don't, Deku whispered. The Alpha grinned. When he reached for Deku, when Deku tried to kick away from him, when it all became so useless and hopeless, when Kazu called for Deku even though the Omega couldn't think of anything to say back, when Katsuki felt himself filling up with something he couldn't explain, something he couldn't comprehend, it didn't really matter what the Omega's world looked like. To Katsuki, all he saw was red. The world faded in and out of existence, both to Katsuki and to Deku. The white void consumed them off and on, but as time went on, more and more the only part of the world Katsuki ever saw was the closet door and the chair leaned against it. More times than not, even the Omega himself was faded into vague lines and strange shadows. Between the white voids, Katsuki found himself thrashing around a world tinted red, a world of inconsolable fury and sorrow. And there was no escaping it. No way out. Nothing he could do to make it end. In the brief moments where he actually had the wherewithal to see what was happening, his mind refused to take it in. Likewise, his own emotions spun wildly out of control, then slowly drained away. It left Katsuki feeling hollow, lifeless. Even Deku's emotions grew numb. The only constant that remained was a small, fluttering pit of love in his ear, the closet door, the wish to endure, if only to see his pup one more time. Kazu cried through most of it, but he was too young to understand what was happening. All he knew, just as he'd told everyone before, was the alpha was hurting his omega, was making him cry. For as long as he wanted to, Katsuki let himself rage and scream, let his palms explode and burn until his arms hurt and his hands smoked. Then, when he was spent and helpless and oh so tired, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, enjoying the moments of white and emptiness. He watched events play out. He watched, but he took no interest. He no longer knew why he was even there. All he knew was that he couldn't stop this from happening, and he couldn't bear to let it happen anymore. So he watched, but he felt nothing and he didn't try to stop it. Katsuki didn't know how long it went on. But, eventually, he was graced with sudden calmness. Slowly, one line crawling into place at a time, Deku came into focus, laying very still on the mattress. Katsuki didn't know where his clothes had gone, saw only the bruises that painted his skin. Anything more, he didn't want to see. The Omega's eyes opened, slowly. The Alpha wasn't in the room. The door was shut. Deku was very focused on a cricket chirping somewhere. Then, he heard his pup shuffle in the closet. The noise made that corner of the room flare with colors so bright that Katsuki actually picked his head up, felt the small linger seed of love wiggling in his eye. Slowly, painfully slowly, the Omega rolled over. Pain, both physical and mental, shot along Katsuki's body, had him shivering. He whimpered, surprised to hear that the Omega had whimpered with him. Deku made his way, inch by inch, dragging himself, clenching his teeth yet unable to hold off every whine of pain, off the mattress and to the closet. He grabbed the leg of the chair leaned against the closet, rattled it. From inside, Kazu yelped and screamed and Deku whined at the sound of his pup in distress, Katsuki shuddering as the seed of love withered slightly, as something came to smother it, desperation. He watched Deku struggle with the chair, the Omega grinding his teeth in frustration, tears slipping down his cheeks. Then, with a growl, it finally toppled, freeing the closet door. Deku laid on the ground for several moments, breathing heavily. The world began receding again, Deku's body fading out of existence before the closet did. Until, the door handle turned, and the closet opened. Deku lifted his head, Katsuki doing the same, watching as lines filtered through the dark of the closet, lining up with a small form they knew so well. Kazu grew from the lines, then into colors, one at a time, the finer details filling in, the smaller things that even Katsuki hadn't noticed. There were so many freckles on the little pup's cheeks and nose. How had he ever missed that? He began counting them off, though for what reason, he didn't know, until the pup shrieked out and the world became vivid and sharp around him, if only for a moment. "Mommy!" The pup collapsed onto his Omega, who curled up around him, humming happily and rubbing against him as the pup burst into tears. "Mommy? Mommy, where are your clothes?" Somehow, Deku managed to smile at the pup. It was a painful smile, one full of hidden fears and tears and unspoken truths. But he still smiled at his pup. That little bit of love, the small part of warmth in that room, stirred again in Katsuki, but it remained buried under a layer of numbness, of desperate need to feel nothing. It was from this little spark of warmth that Katsuki knew the Omega drew his smile and the words that followed. "Kazu, listen to me." His voice was dry and cracking. Kazu sniffled uselessly, but he listened as his Omega spoke. "Do you remember all the heroes I would tell you about?" "I don't want to talk about heroes." Kazu glanced around the room, but Deku took his chin, pulled him back to focus on him. "Listen, Kazu." The Omega's voice was soft and soothing, calm despite everything. "You remember that heroes keep us safe, right? That's their job." The pup wasn't listening, turning to look around the room. "Can we leave now? Let's go home." "Kazu, firecracker, please listen to me." Kazue's eyes brightened suddenly and he raced away from Deku, the Omega letting out a cry as he did, Katsuki flinching at the deep stab of pain that radiated from his stomach. The pup faded from Deku's world, the Omega calling to him with a weak cry, only for him to scurry back, the lines and details and colors filling in quickly as he held something out to Deku. The Omega's clothes. They were bloody and torn. "Here, Mommy. You have to get dressed now. We have to go." Kazu, please listen to me. Kazue offered him his shirt. Mommy, please. I want to go home now. Katsuki listened, but he wasn't really listening. It was too much to listen to. He didn't want to hear it anymore. He watched as Deku took the shirt, tried to fit it over his head. Kazue had to help. It was a bit awkward, Kazue a little too small and Deku a little too weak to do correctly, but there was a comforting mundaneness in the motion. This was something Kazue understood, something Deku had done to him for years. Just as the Omega had helped him dress for so long, he did his best to help the Omega get dressed. Deku went through the motions, but as he did, he spoke quietly to the pup. Heroes are supposed to protect you and take care of you, right Kazue? Right, mommy? Good. So listen to me. Do you remember who my favorite hero is? The pup nodded, tugged Deku's shirt down over his stomach. Yes, mommy. Who is it? The pup offered Deku his breathes. Mommy, you have to get dressed. Deku tried to smile, but there were tears in his eyes and his lips were trembling. He took the breathes. Kazue, tell me. Who's my favorite hero? Kazue sniffled. It's Ground Zero. The world shattered around Katsuki. He found himself so focused in that moment that he could see every small detail on both Deku and Kazue, could see every pore on their faces. Even if Deku's memory was faded and blurred, he could see everything as it happened right in front of him. Deku smiled warmly at Kazue. That's right, Firecracker. It's Ground Zero. Mommy, get dressed. Deku took a moment to pull at his breathes, slipping them over his legs, trying to hide a wince. Kazu, I need you to do something for me. What is it, mommy? The pup sniffled, tried to tug at his Omega's hand. Deku didn't seem to notice. I need you to go out and find a hero. Go find a hero and ask for Ground Zero. He'll take good care of you, Kazu. Katsuki was still too numb to react. He heard the words, let them wash over him. But in the end, he couldn't make himself feel anything in them. He watched as Kazue stared down at Deku and Deku wept up at him. The pup pulled at his Omega's arm. Let's go now, mommy. Deku pushed himself up, hands and knees, quivered with the effort. Kazue, I need you to go now. Do as I say. Find a hero and ask for Ground Zero, okay? Make sure you get to see him. Make sure he finds you. Mommy, Kazue, go. Deku sobbed, collapsed to the ground. Kazue didn't move, not even as his Omega begged. Kazue, please. Please go. Go find a hero. They'll protect you. Kazue was very quiet. Mommy, let's go. Deku sighed, laughed, hysterical. His outward expression of emotion was strange with how empty Katsuki was feeling. He supposed if he couldn't feel it inside, then he had to feel it on the outside. Then, Deku stilled, sobbed again. Kazue, let's go. You go first. I'll be right behind you. Kazue was very quiet. Go on. I just need to find my shoes. I can. No, Kazue. I'll be right there. The pup was quiet. When Katsuki dared to look up, Deku was laying on the floor, and Kazue had tears streaming down his face. The pup wiped at his eyes, then nodded, stood. Okay, mommy. Deku smiled at his pup. The little seed was starting to bloom, warming and growing roots destined to wither and die. Kazue, I love you. So much. You know that, right? I love you so much. Kazue nodded, again and again. I love you, mommy. The Omega sobbed, smiled. Go on. I'll be right there. I'll always be right behind you, okay? Okay. Go find a hero. Ask for Ground Zero. Okay? Kazue nodded. Okay, I'll go find him. I'll find him and you can finally meet him, mommy. That will make you happy, won't it? Katsuki didn't know what it was, but very suddenly, the seed of love flared out into a deep, throbbing agony that began eating away at him. He saw it bloom in Deku's tea as well, as the Omega smiled and sobbed and drew his pup in to send him one more time, as the pup pressed his hand to his Omega's face. It was so painful to watch. So painful to listen to. Katsuki didn't think he could watch or listen anymore. For as much as he was shuddering and sobbing and agonizing, there was a part of Katsuki that was still lucid. Lucid enough to realize that this wasn't the scenario he had found Kazue and Deku in. That although now dressed, the Omega was still unbound. This wasn't over. The thought struck him silent and cold, Katsuki looking up at the sound of a door opening, and all the painful, agonizing love in his he was replaced with despair. No, the Omega shuddered, Kazu turned, startled. And the door in front of them flew open. Silence as the Alpha stared down at Deku and Kazu and Deku up at the Alpha. Stillness as the world collapsed in around them, as time reduced to this 1 second. The Alpha snarled, reached for Kazu. When he did, Deku launched himself forward with what Katsuki knew was every last ounce of strength he had. The world reduced even more, to just Deku, Kazu, and the Alpha's neck. He watched as Deku clamped his teeth down onto the Alpha's throat and tore at his flesh, the Alpha howling in pain. Blood gushed from the Alpha's throat, dripped down Deku's chin. Somewhere, Kazu shrieked, but Deku clung to the Alpha, digging his teeth in, trying to kill him. A fist flared into reality as it struck Deku across the jaw, stunning him long enough for the Alpha to push him away. As Deku's strength faded and he fell to the ground, the Alpha roared after him, still bleeding, still snarling in fury, still beating the Omega every time Deku tried to move, to stop him, to get away. Kazu shrieked again, grabbed at the Alpha, only for the Alpha to turn and smack him, the pup thrown against the wall and collapsing in a heap. Deku whined for Kazu, clinging to the seed of love that had held him together through everything. But in the end, Katsuki watched as the Alpha continued to punch and claw at Deku, as Deku finally grew still, as that little bit of hope withered and died. Eventually, even the Alpha faded away. He grew tired of beating Deku and wandered off, but once he was gone, there was nothing left to the world save for vague shapes. Even Kazu, slumped in the corner, was only a lump of shadows and incoherent lines. The feelings had faded away as well, reduced to the pinpoint that Deku was aware of, the few things that his memory had somehow retained. The mattress. Random flickers as the Alpha moved around the room. His voice was distorted and uneven, only a series of growls and muttered half-words. Deku didn't move. Neither did Katsuki. He knew this sinking, fading feeling well, though this was slightly different from what he had experienced before. This slow slip away from reality, the fading of reason, of self. He'd felt it before many times, though only once to such a degree as this. He'd felt it most 3 years earlier, when he'd been young and stupid and hadn't been careful enough with his own life to realize just how sacred it was. When he threw caution to the wind as he was apt to, and found himself bleeding out from a well-placed cut along his leg. He'd laid on the ground, feeling the world fade away, just as it was for Deku. This was what dying felt like. Perhaps the familiarity of the feeling was what kept Katsuki in the moment. Or maybe the last rational thread in his mind remembered that this was just a memory, that though it felt like dying, Deku had survived this. Somehow he was still alive. This wasn't the end. And yet, it felt so much like one. At some point, the Alpha returned. He returned as a swelling mass of entangled lines far too disjointed to be understood clearly, until he grabbed Deku by the hair. The sudden, vicious contact had the Omega whining, looking up at the Alpha, colors and details filling in some of the gaps, but they were few and scattered. An angry snarl of teeth. A knife held in an iron grip. Bandages hastily wrapped around still bleeding wounds. Words echoed through the dream, but just as the images, they were warped and incomprehensible. The Alpha shoved Deku back into the ground, put his knee into the Omega's back. Took off his shirt. Katsuki almost couldn't believe it, that the Alpha was actually going to do this again, but was taken off guard when he began cutting up his shirt into ribbons, which he then used to tie up Deku. It was a useless gesture. Deku was too hurt to move. He hardly even had the strength to whine. When he was sufficiently bound, the Alpha returned him to the mattress, stumbled out of the room. The door slammed, and it was very quiet. The room was only a shell, an outline, a few lines dictating where Deku knew the walls ended. But as he lay on that mattress, he became aware of movement nearby. Of Kazu stirring, the pup filling in with a few more details. Slowly, the pup roused, whined for his Omega, fell silent when he realized where he was. Then he got up, trudged over to Deku. Through the vague shapes, Katsuki couldn't see exactly what he was doing, but he got the impression of the pup trying to tug at the restraints on his omega, trying to free him. When that didn't work, the pup instead curled up on Deku's scent gland. As he did, he filled in with more detail, his voice floating through the room. "It's okay, Mommy. It's okay. I'm here. I'm right here. Please wake up, Mommy." The pup's voice haunted them until he fell into sleep, until Deku faded into the white void, and Katsuki had a moment to pause and to try not to think. When the white void spun back with lines and shapes, it was to the intimidating sound of the door opening. While the world remained vague and incoherent, the form the Alpha loomed over them, a shadow so much larger than anything else. Kazu leaped up from Deku, hissed, and raced to stop the Alpha, who pushed him away and crouched over the Omega, growling possessively, leaning in toward his scent gland. Katsuki had seen it enough times to know what was coming. This time, however, Kazu gave a shriek and ran out of the room. The Alpha seemed to turn, to look up, and a sound shook the memory, something familiar and comforting to Katsuki, though he couldn't place where he knew it from. With a snarl, the Alpha scrambled away from Deku, following after Kazu, slamming the door shut in his wake. And it was quiet for a long time. The more time passed, the more Deku's focus faded away. He was aware of the room around him, of the closed door, of the absence of anyone there. Every now and then, he whined out, trying to call to Kazu, his voice muffled from the Jiji. But his pup never answered. He was all alone, waiting. And so, when the sound of someone entering the home echoed into the room, the Omega was aware of it as well. Perhaps Katsuki shouldn't have been so surprised when the door flared into focus as it was smashed open. As a new figure emerged from the doorway, a snarling Alpha entered the room. Just as before, he presented as a mass of angry lines, incoherent shapes. Deku tried to piece together who was standing there, but he couldn't quite figure it out. A voice growled, the words still jumbled and meaningless. But at them, the Omega's focus tightened. His world constricted to the Alpha slowly approaching, taking in the smaller details he could piece together. Blonde hair, red eyes, green gauntlets. Hey, the words were clearer now, even if the voice was not. "It's all right now. I'm a hero. Help is coming." A light flared into the room, illuminating a figure still faded around the edges, but much clearer than anything had been in what felt like a lifetime. And something changed in the Omega. Katsuki felt it, a pit of emotions that bloomed as the new figure stepped into the room, as it crouched over Deku and gasped. "Deku?" His own voice, suddenly very clear, was jarring, and he couldn't tell if it was because that was how the Omega remembered it or if that was how he'd actually sounded. But at the name Katsuki had given him, that pit of emotion flowered into something that had Katsuki wavering once again, feeling his own emotions threatening to overwhelm him. As Katsuki had crouched over the Omega, Deku had felt a small spark of hope starting to burn again. Then, the white void came and took him away, and he gasped and choked on fresh tears. Then he opened his eyes. It was strange to return to a world full of detail and color. So strange that Katsuki felt like he'd fallen from a nightmare into a dream. He stared around a room full of people who all had faces and bright colors and dull colors and noises, and there was a distant absence of lines. Dozens of eyes stared right at him. But Katsuki had nothing to say. He looked up, saw Deku, asleep in his hospital bed. He couldn't feel what the Omega was feeling, had only his own emotions to wrestle with. But he couldn't seem to grasp just what he was feeling in that moment, couldn't seem to wrap his head around the fact that he was back to only himself, in a world that moved forward without a predictable end. He stared for a long time at Deku, unsure what he was expecting exactly, then he turned, saw that nobody else in the room had moved, waiting for him to finally speak, to say exactly what he had seen, what had happened. But he said nothing. Nothing at all. Katsuki was quickly released from the cuffs when he didn't show any violent inclinations, but, to his annoyance, a psychiatric team was brought in seemingly with intent to admit him to the hospital as a patient. He adamantly refused, demanding instead to just have a few moments to breathe. Nobody bothered to listen to him, until Mai suddenly spoke for the first time. "Let him stay." Her voice rose over Katsuki yelling and the doctors insisting and Tsukachi arguing, silencing them all. Katsuki had nearly forgotten she was even there. The old alpha leaned back unassumingly in her seat. She was watching him closely. Perhaps give us just a few moments alone? Her tone had changed from what felt like a lifetime ago. Katsuki didn't even really know how much time had passed at all. A few minutes? Hours? Days? Even as scattered as Deku's memories were, he'd felt like he'd been wandering them for longer than the 2 or 3 days the police suspected the Alpha had kept the Omega and Pup. He pressed a hand to his forehead, watched the heart monitor still hooked up to Deku. Somehow, his heart was still beating. After all of that, his heart was still beating. Somehow, Mai convinced the others to leave the room. Even the doctors and nurses followed Tsukachi and Ito out, leaving only the 2 alphas and Deku alone. The absence of people in the room somehow made the silence easier to bear, the weight of bodies pressed against one another gone. Katsuki gave no reaction to it, though he did feel something cautiously begin to unwind in his seat. "You want a cigarette?" Surprise stopped Katsuki from immediately sneering as he normally would, even more so when he turned to see Mai offering him her pack. "Deku's on oxygen," was the only thing he thought to say. "So, it's explosive?" Mai raised an eyebrow. "Look who's talking." She tucked the cigarettes in a pocket near her heart, then leaned back in her seat, seemed to settle quite easily. Katsuki watched her, unsure of what to say or do. Eventually though, he decided he didn't really care, turning to watch Deku. Still, the Omega was unmoving. He wasn't sure how long they sat like that, long enough that the ticking of the clock on the wall didn't seem real anymore. The only thing that felt real at all was the heartbeat monitor hooked up to Deku, a small but significant sign of life that Katsuki watched zealously. Then, the older alpha snorted. "I told you, you weren't going to make it through." She had said it, of course. But Katsuki still snapped his jaw at her, glared with all the anger he could muster. "And I would do it again, as long as it leads to some progress." Mai leveled him with a gaze of steel. Katsuki endured it, as he would have any other day. But he didn't feel the rise of tension in his body, the need to challenge the other alpha back. He simply sat and he watched her. Finally, she shut her eyes, huffed. "You're a strange one, I'll give you that." Katsuki snorted, turned away. Found himself facing Deku again, all his strength bleeding away. He picked up his feet, shuffled them a bit, found the noise they made grating against the measured tick of the clock. "Did you see it?" Mai was quiet. Katsuki didn't break the silence between them. The older alpha sighed. "Oh, I merely facilitate the visions. All I saw was you slumped over for half an hour." Her chair creaked, but Katsuki still didn't bother to look. "Long time. Typically visions only last up to 10 minutes. Lucky me." Katsuki rubbed the back of his head, didn't know why it was so strong to do anything more. There came silence again, though this time he was happy for the tick and talk, for something to keep the tension between them from rising too much. It was better, he knew, for them to not have this conversation around Deku. The less stress he was exposed to, the better. In fact, Katsuki didn't exactly know how the Omega was going to face the world again if he woke up. How did someone enter back into a world that had done this to them? "You're shaking." Mai's words crashed through Katsuki's thoughts, though he ignored her, clenched his hands tightly together. Kept watching Deku, keeping vigilance over his continued heartbeat. The older alpha didn't let the silence settle again, sighing deeply. "Give me your phone." It was this question that shocked Katsuki enough to pick up his head. "Why? Just give it here." Katsuki waited a moment longer, until Mai held out her hand impatiently. He bit down on a growl, but handed it over to her, the older alpha scrolling through it. "What was the name of that packmate of yours they mentioned was with you yesterday?" Katsuki blinked. "Who? Kirishima?" "Sure." "Who's he?" "He's my pack's head beta." Katsuki narrowed his eyes. "Again why?" "Oh, just be quiet," Mai snipped, pressing the phone to her ear. Katsuki could hear it ring, as well as Kirishima's uneasy greeting when he picked up. "Put the pup on the phone. His alpha needs him." "But what's wrong with Bakugo?" Even as Kirishima's panicked voice pierced through the room, Katsuki felt his stomach drop. Kazu, what he wouldn't give to hold his pup, to comfort him, To promise him the world he'd seen in those few days wasn't how the world always was. Just do it already. Mai growled, earning a yelp from Kirishima and a hurried noise that had Katsuki leaning forward in anticipation. When Mai offered him the phone, he took it, pressed it to his ear. Waited as Kirishima called Kazu, then as the phone was handed off, the beta patiently helping the pup with it. Then in a small, curious voice, "Hello." Katsuki opened his mouth to say something, to tell his pup hello, but all that came out was a painful wheeze. The last thing he'd heard from the pup was a scream of panic and rage and fear and confusion. And here he was, a little confused, a little concerned, but content, safe. "Hello? Kiri, it's not working." Kazu grumbled, but Katsuki swallowed and found his tongue. "I'm here." "Oh." He could almost hear Kazu pout. "Kaken, why didn't you say something?" "Sorry," a name tripped along his tongue. Something Deku had called him. "Firecracker." He swallowed again. "How are you?" "Fine." "Are you at the hospital?" "Yeah, I am." The pup gave a little distressed noise that had Katsuki running his hand through his hair, trying to hold himself together. "Why didn't you bring me?" "I'm sorry." "Tomorrow all right?" "I'll bring you tomorrow." The pup paused. Katsuki wished he would speak, say anything, if just so he could hear his voice again. When he didn't, the alpha pressed, "Are you having a good day?" "It's fine. I played with Fumiko and Takahiro. And Kiri, he knows lots of games." "Yeah, that sounds about right." "Right?" The pup went quiet again, then huffed very suddenly. "Kaken, you sound sad again." "Why are you sad?" A breath shuddered its way out of his lungs. He gasped to try to get it back, couldn't quite seem to. Kazu went very quiet. Then, "Kaken?" "Yeah, Kazu?" The words were painful to get out, but Katsuki managed to force them without a quiver to his voice. "It's okay," the pup said. "Please don't be sad. It'll be okay." The words tasted like iron and bitterness. They sounded too much like what the pup had said to his Omega while he'd laid on that mattress, dying. Katsuki swallowed again. "Yeah, it will be, Kaz." "It will?" A gasp from the other end of the conversation jolted Katsuki slightly. "What did you call me?" The pup said, Katsuki racking his mind to think of what he'd said. "Kaz." The pup gasped again, long, drawn out, far more dramatic than he'd ever seen the pup. "Kaken," he said, very seriously, "I love that name." There was something about the way he said it, something inherently adorable and ridiculous in his words, that had Katsuki snorting. "It's your name, isn't it?" "No. My name is Kazu." "See? Kazu." I see. Right. But I like Kaz." "What about Kazi?" Katsuki could see the pup's nose wrinkling. "Nope. That's too much." "All right. 'Cause it is." The pup chirped happily. He sounded a lot like Deku. But somehow, it wasn't a painful sound to hear. In fact, Katsuki smiled, knowing he'd made Kazu a little happier. "Listen, Kaz, I have to go now. I'll come home as soon as I can. Just come home soon so that it will be night soon and then soon we can go see Mom." "All right. Be nice to the pups." "But what about Kiri?" Katsuki snorted again. "Just be nice to the pups. Anyone else is free game." "Oh." Kazu said this seriously, and Katsuki could hear Kirishima chuckling in the background. "But okay, Kaken. I'll see you soon, Kaz. Bye." With a final chirp, Kazu clearly handed the phone back to Kirishima. The beta got about a syllable out before Katsuki hung up on him, turning his phone to silent and pocketing it. As soon as he'd leaned back, Mai shifted, her chair creaking, announcing her presence still in the room. Although Katsuki hadn't completely forgotten, he was still a little uneasy at the reminder. The old alpha was watching him closely. "Feeling any better?" Katsuki snorted and she laughed. "Good. We've still a long day to get through. You can go home and break down tonight with your pack?" "I'm not going to break down." Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Anyway, you're right. Have to tell the police what I saw. Got a good look at this BSTRD alpha. He won't get away." Mai hummed slightly, but when Katsuki went to stand, she raised a hand. "Maybe," she spoke quietly, conspiratorially, "we should have a conversation first." Katsuki paused. "Before talking to the police?" The old alpha nodded. Talking about a memory of a memory can be confusing. Speak with me about what you saw. Tell me before you have to try to face Tsukachi. Katsuki watched her, saw other words behind her suggestion. Saw an invitation to try to parse through exactly what he had experienced, to settle into the emotions before he had to try to keep his composure in front of the police and doctors and whoever else may be involved. To find the facts amongst the raw feelings of the encounter. Typically, Katsuki would have said no, told her to get someone official in the room with them. But she had been called in by Tsukachi, had done this 7 times previously. The inspector obviously trusted her. And maybe it would be better to sit down and really think about what had happened. To battle through that emotional quagmire. Before he had to face it with a voice recorder in the room. Slowly he sat back, nodded. Good. Why don't you tell me about this alpha first? Katsuki growled, set his teeth together. The alpha had taken many forms in Deku's memories, but what was burned most into his mind was his grinning line of teeth. Just as Kazu had said. But he also remembered, vaguely, what had happened when the alpha had grabbed Deku in the alley. The Omega's desperate bid to get away. He remembered that the alpha was missing an ear, torn free by the Omega's teeth, and he wasn't sorry at all for the pain it must have caused him. Grinning teeth and a missing ear. A monster in all the ways someone could be. He described the alpha to Mai, who listened quietly and gave no outward reaction. When Katsuki finished, he snarled again. When I find him, I'll kill this bastard. Mai sighed deeply. You see, this is why I suggested you speak with me first instead of incriminating yourself to Tsukachi. Katsuki snarled, but Mai continued as if she hadn't heard, or more so that she didn't care. What about Kazu? Did he take any particular interest in the pup? It was an interesting question, one that hadn't crossed Katsuki's mind while he had walked through Deku's memories. Looking back, he could pick out little bits of the alpha addressing Kazu, telling him to stay or he would hurt his Omega, reaching for him when he saw Deku had freed him from the closet, chasing after him when the pup ran away. When the pup ran, that bastard had been chasing after Kazu when he'd run into Katsuki and Kirishima. They could have passed right by him and never known. A breath squeezed itself out of Katsuki's lungs in a tight hiss. He ground the sound between his teeth, spat out. He only ever bit Kazu once but never hurt him again. But he always made sure the pup was nearby. Did he threaten Midoriya with hurting him? That would have been the logical conclusion to make, but Katsuki couldn't remember the alpha addressing Deku at all. He'd only ever growled something broken and disjointed when the Omega had tried to bite his throat out. No, he didn't. He didn't really speak much. He was more like an animal than a human being. Mai tapped her leg with all 5 fingers, rhythmic and grounding, a noise outside of the ticking clock. And he bit the pup? Yeah, he did, Katsuki growled. Made him pass out? He paused, thinking back on that first memory, of the alpha biting Deku and the Omega passing out only to be jolted awake by his pups crying. The alpha had bitten him again and he'd fallen asleep again, same with Kazu. Once might have been a coincidence, the stress of the encounter getting to Deku. But to happen twice? And a third time to someone else? Something was going on. Why didn't I think about that when I saw it happen? It was a difficult question to answer. 1, because he should have recognized it. 2, because it was absolutely understandable why he didn't. Did you see him use a quirk at all? Mai's question confused Katsuki for a moment, still caught up on the alpha's bite. The bandages on Deku's neck stood out, caught his attention, held it for several seconds. The alpha had bitten Deku more times than Katsuki had cared to count, nearly every time leading to the Omega passing out. It wasn't a coincidence. So what was it? Katsuki shook his head. Don't know. There was something weird though. Mai raised an eyebrow at him, curious. He relayed what he had seen from the alpha's bite, the effect it had on both Deku and Kazu. The more he spoke, the more Mai sat forward slightly, slowly knitting her fingers together, a thoughtful preciseness to the motion. The older alpha snorted. She sat back slightly, worried her thumbs over one another. You know, our biology has changed a lot in recent times. Katsuki growled, turned away from her, uninterested in going back to science class. But she continued, once upon a time, alphas had hormones in their saliva that would interact with a scent gland when bitten. Claiming wasn't just a mark on someone's skin, it ran deeper than that. Almost as if the alpha were infusing their partner with their scent and being. Katsuki turned to glare strong at Mai, trying to follow the breadcrumbs she was leaving. When he said nothing, she shrugged. Of course, there's still a bit of that to any claiming bite. That's why anyone who has been with an alpha partner for a long, long time may start to smell like them, but it's uncommon for someone to have a dramatic effect on another person with just their bite alone. That being said, she tightened her grip on her hands, stared at Katsuki over them. One of the side effects of being bitten by an alpha long ago was a complete surrender to the alpha. It was a biologic response, an instinctual SBMSN. It wasn't particularly uncommon for people to completely lose consciousness. The connections lined up very suddenly, had Katsuki growling deeply. But he paused, really tried to think about what he had seen. And still, something didn't quite line up. Kazue was bitten on the arm, not the neck, he said. I shrugged. It's an unusual situation to begin with. And if you said you didn't see him using an obvious quirk, then maybe we don't need a deeper explanation. Although strange, the pieces did line up. It gave answers both to why the alpha had bitten Kazue and why Deku hadn't been able to fight him off after being bitten. But was it really that simple? That the alpha had higher levels of this herm in his saliva? That he'd infected Deku? Another growl rose up Katsuki's throat. Deep and thrumming, something he hadn't felt for a long time. Even Mai, unfazed by any of his previous shows of aggression, paused and leaned back slightly at the sound. It was a deeply possessive sound, a warning to all others to back away. When Katsuki had been with Deku, he'd been more than happy to tell others that his Omega was already taken, had scared off more than one Alpha and Beta to keep the Omega to himself. But it had been a long time and the noise rose up like liquid in long rusted pipes. He wasn't used to the sound. All he knew was that he didn't like the idea of another Alpha infecting Deku and his pup. In any case, the older Alpha's voice drew Katsuki's attention, and though he quieted, he kept the growl in his lips. What else did you see? Was there anyone else who stood out? Katsuki clicked his tongue, shook his head. Oh, just the Alpha. And I don't suppose he monologued at any point and gave his name away? No. Mai snorted. I suppose that would be far too easy. She paused, shifted slightly. The atmosphere in the room changed suddenly. Katsuki wasn't sure what it was. The older Alpha's uncomfortable shift in her chair, the fact that there was an inevitability to their conversation, or the way Katsuki had been very clear not to speak on certain subjects. He knew when the older Alpha raised her gaze to him and the room was taken by a cold breeze, that he was going to have to face the elephant in the room. What else did you see the Alpha do? In truth, there were no words to describe what Katsuki had witnessed. Perhaps mostly because he hadn't seen most of it. Between Deku's inability to remain conscious for any length of time and Katsuki's willingness to let his alpha brain take over and let the world run red with his rage, he hadn't actually seen some of the worst of it. But he did know what Deku had felt. And there were simply no words Katsuki knew to describe it. All he really remembered was that pervasive feeling of nothing. If the Omega had simply willed himself to no longer exist in a world where feelings and emotions had any bearings on anything. So he didn't really know how to answer that question. Nor did he really want to. Would the police also ask him about it? Perhaps not. The doctors seemed to have known. Perhaps their testimony was all they needed. When he stayed quiet, the older Alpha shifted forward. She groaned as she rose from her seat, crossed the room to where Katsuki was sitting next to Deku. Took his hand. Her fingers were surprisingly calloused, but they fit in the rough skin that layered Katsuki's hands. Constant explosions raging through his fingertips meant his skin had long developed a strong layer from his hero work. The pups sometimes complained he had scratchy hands. But the older Alpha's hands felt similar somehow. Not that she would know what it was like to wield fire and force as Katsuki did, but she would know a rough lifestyle when it was presented to her, just as well as Katsuki could recognize one. He didn't know if it was any of this that made him accept her presence, allowed her to take his hand and squeeze it. I'm sorry, she whispered, staring down at their hands. It's truly awful to think what you must have seen, and it's not fair that this is what you felt you had to do. At her words, Katsuki let a small growl slip through his teeth. I told you. Anything for Deku? You must harbor a lot of guilt if you think this exchange was fair, the older alpha grumbled, though she kept her grip of his hand gentle. Katsuki glared forward. It's not a fair exchange. But it's never going to be. She stood for a moment longer, rubbed his hand soothingly. Then she released him, reached into her BRST pocket again. Katsuki half expected her to pull out the cigarettes again, and was half tempted to accept one this time, but instead, she pushed a small card into his face. I'm technically retired now, but you're an interesting case. And the pup is cute, so bring him along with you. Katsuki blinked at her, scanned her card. It was a business card, my Akage trauma psychologist. He turned a glare toward her, but she was already returning to her seat. As if sensing his gaze, she said over her shoulder, surprised? Most people are. Alphas aren't typically seen as the ones to sit you down in a comfy chair and ask about your feelings. But, she paused, stilled, went very silent. She stood for a long moment, a single heartbeat that dragged along. Then she said, I've seen what my quirk does to people. I know the damage memories and emotions can have. So it fit. There was something else in her words. A guilt of her own. Katsuki could see it, even if she had given no voice to it. It would be difficult, he supposed, to inflict upon people what she had to him. To force others to witness and feel terrible things without having to go through it herself. Maybe it was guilt that had led her to take up this profession. Maybe it was her experience watching others break apart that made her so jaded about everything. Whatever it may be, Katsuki saw it, didn't comment on it. When he stayed quiet, Mai shrugged. If you don't want to do this for yourself, do it for your pup and for the Omega. He's going to need a lot of help after all this. And she was right, of course. Katsuki knew she was right. But still, he didn't like the feeling of the card in his hand. It felt too heavy, too much like a weight, like a burden. And perhaps the card itself wasn't the burden, only what it represented. Katsuki fingered the card, tucked it into his pocket. If he wakes up, he muttered, half to himself. The older alpha hovered over her seat. Then she straightened. I don't suppose you've heard of alphas overriding claims? Katsuki glared at her, but she continued on. It's an antiquated thing nowadays, but nonetheless, it does happen. If an alpha's partner chooses to leave them for another alpha, the new alpha can develop a strong need to reclaim their partner and override the hormones from the previous alpha. It can lead to quite enthusiastic mating sessions. But mostly, it can overwhelm the previous alpha's hormones in the partner. By biting their new partner, they infuse their own being and overrule the old alpha's presence. The older alpha shrugged. An antiquated thing, to be sure. But an interesting one nonetheless. In certain situations, it can have a drastic effect on the partners. She glanced between Katsuki and Deku. Katsuki dared not move even as she spoke. He dared not do anything. The older alpha intertwined her fingers. I think I need to relieve myself before we speak to the police. Don't feel the need to follow me. Tsukachi will come find you when we're ready. And with that, she shambled out of the room, closing the door sharply behind her, leaving Katsuki alone with Deku. Her words echoed in his mind over and over again. She wasn't seriously suggesting what he thought she was suggesting? That he try to override the alpha's claim on Deku? What did that even mean? What would that even entail? He didn't want to think about it. It made a pit in his stomach roll over in disgust at the thought. He pressed a hand to the card in his pocket, glared forward, hearing her words over and over again. What if she hadn't been suggesting he do anything terrible? If she was a professional, then she wouldn't have suggested he do what he thought she had meant. No, he was just being ridiculous. Still, looking down at Deku, unmoving even after 2 days of being off the ventilator, 2 days that he should have spent awake and aware and with his pup, something was wrong. If it was the alpha's claim, the alpha's quirk, that was doing this to him, then could doctors even do anything? Surely there was some reversal they could give? But what if they couldn't? What if it was just something they would have to wait out? What if it was something that could cause permanent harm to Deku if they let him languish here? What if he was just overthinking all of this? He gave a sigh, ran a hand through his hair again, bit down on a curse. Looked down at Deku. This wasn't fair. None of this was. It would be so much better if he would just wake up already. His gaze trailed down to Deku's arm. The strong cast had been replaced with a soft brace, progress from when he'd first been brought in. When had his arm even been broken? Katsuki couldn't remember. When the Alpha had attacked him after the Omega had bit into his throat? During the times when his world had gone red and he hadn't been able to watch? What had it been? He stared and stared and stared, trying to remember, caught a whiff of the Omega's muted scent. It wasn't often Katsuki could smell him, the environment too sterile, the Omega too hurt, his scent gland covered muffling the smell, and with Kazu scenting him nearly every day, the pup's stronger scent had always overpowered Deku's. But it was there. A hint of summer days and cool nights. Of starry hills and long-lost days. Katsuki growled, leaned forward slightly, trying to catch the scent again, a small whiff drawing him even closer. He realized he was leaned toward Deku's arm, perhaps drawn instinctually toward it. The soft cast must have absorbed the scent from the smaller gland at his wrist. His wrist? Katsuki swallowed uneasily. There was a scent gland at his wrist. It wasn't as important as the one at his neck. But it was out of the way, unobtrusive. If he could help the Omega in any way, he'd said he would do anything. But was this too far? I've already crossed so many lines. Katsuki stared down at the Omega's wrist intently. Since when have I been okay with all of this? Maybe he wasn't okay with it. But maybe it was all he could do. Slowly, Katsuki reached forward. It was the first time he would touch Deku since finding him in that abandoned building. Even when picking up Kazu from the Omega's body, he'd always been careful not to touch him. It hadn't felt right. And this didn't either. But slowly he reached forward. Deku's skin was soft, but slightly sweaty. A warm spark zinged up Katsuki's arm at the contact, but he ignored it, leaned forward. The soft cast pulled back, revealing just a sliver of skin along the Omega's wrist. Would it be enough? Was he insane for trying this? Maybe. Slowly, Katsuki leaned forward even more, watching the Omega, praying for him to just wake up, to see him and scream and kick him away. He'd be okay with that. A lot more okay than what he was about to do. But it wasn't a real claiming mark. Nobody ever claimed someone by their wrists. The scent glands on the wrists were used as platonic gestures, as he'd learned through interacting with the pack. So it wasn't as if he were claiming the Omega. It was just to see if it would help, if it brought the Omega back to the living world. That was all. Katsuki took a breath, closed his eyes, and sunk his teeth into the Omega's wrist. The taste of summer, of honey, of all the good things in this world, flooded his senses, had him quivering as he hadn't in 5 long years. He looked up to see Deku's reaction. He wasn't sure what he was expecting. A flinch, a jerk, something. But the Omega didn't react. Slowly, Katsuki leaned back, readjusted his cast to cover the mark. It had been hardly more than a nip, wasn't even really bleeding. Had it been enough? Would it even work at all, no matter what he did? Was just being a JRK? Maybe. Katsuki growled, sat back. Waited. Deku's heart beat on. But his body laid still and unmoving. When Tsukachi knocked at the door and told him they were ready to interview him, Katsuki felt a growing pit in his stomach he couldn't quite name, but he felt it tearing around inside of him, making him feel more than a little nauseous. He glanced one more time at Deku, saw that he still hadn't moved, and shut the door between them. There was something cathartic in revealing the police all he knew of the Alpha. Both Tsukachi and Ito greedily scrambled to write down every small detail, every tiny, meaningless thing. Mai sat in the corner, watching everything, but saying nothing. Katsuki paid close attention to what the detective and inspector were writing down, noticed an ongoing list of tasks for them to do: reach out to Plush Haven, examine alleyway of initial attack, look for witnesses around time of attack, locate Miss Sano, and on and on. In the end, Tsukachi thanked Katsuki for what he'd done, handed him a card for another psychiatrist without saying anything about it. Katsuki tossed it into the trash, caught a raised eyebrow from Mai, though he growled at her. When he was finally told he could go home, he did so with a grateful sigh. Ida had dropped him off at the hospital that morning, but instead of calling someone from the pack to come get him, he drew a hat down over his head and put on sunglasses, opting to take the train. It took a lot longer to get out of town and a bit of a walk to get back to the pack house, but he didn't mind the time alone. Time to think. To readjust to the world after what he had seen. Except, he found he didn't think much during the trip back. He simply existed in the world, going about his day as if everything was completely normal and all right. It was a weird experience, to be anonymous, to have the world pass him over, to be a nothing for a few minutes. But he enjoyed the peace. As soon as he approached the pack house, he felt a shift in the world. In this place, he wasn't a nothing, nor could he pretend to be a nothing. Kazu needed him. He needed him so desperately. How had Katsuki never known how much the pup needed him? Deku had known. Deku had told him to seek Katsuki out. They were the words Katsuki had given no voice to for either Mai or the police. They were words that belonged only to the pup and the Omega. The Omega's last plea to his pup, to run away, to leave him, to let him die alone. And Deku had chosen to send him to Katsuki, had told him to find Ground Zero, to place him in the care of the Alpha who hadn't even known of his existence. Katsuki didn't know if that spoke to Deku's desperation or a small spark of faith that the Omega still had in him. He suspected the former. Deku had been so convinced he was going to die in that building. He'd come this close. But he'd held on to the hope that he could save his pup for as long as he possibly could. It was that hope that had pulled him through, as impossible as it had been. And it was that hope with which he'd sent Kazu to find the one person he could potentially trust with the pup's life. Katsuki let out a shuddering breath, trying not to hear the Omega's pleas for his pup to leave him. The pup begging his Omega to get up, was startled when someone called out to him. Kazu rushed out of the pack house, raced toward Katsuki with a startled Jiro hurrying after him, though she stopped when she realized Katsuki was there. The Alpha growled, stooped to pick up the pup. He wanted to reprimand Kazu for being reckless, for running out of the house when it wasn't safe, but the moment he was holding the pup, he felt a little lightheaded. Without thinking, he rubbed the pup's neck, let off as much of his scent as he could, tried to convey to the pup that he was safe here. Kazu stilled at first, then he dug himself into Katsuki's neck, purring happily. "Kaken, did you see my mom?" "Yeah, I did." "Is he awake yet?" Katsuki growled. "Not yet." The little pup traced a pattern along the Alpha's teeth, a meaningless, absent motion. "Kaken, is my mommy ever going to wake up?" Katsuki didn't really know how to answer that. He rubbed against the pup again, went to face the rest of the pack. Falling asleep that night was hell. Katsuki tossed and turned next to Kazu and his nest, unable to find a comfortable spot. Every time he closed his eyes, he was met with gruesome images and horrific sounds. When he did find sleep, it was to a world not full of lines and vague shapes, but to what Katsuki could imagine in great detail everything that had happened in that abandoned building, with him chained in the corner of the room, watching it all unfold, unable to stop it, unable to do anything but watch. Every now and then, Deku would catch his eyes, beg helplessly for the hero to save him. But Katsuki was just as helpless as he was, just as unable to stop what was happening, unable to do anything at all. "Kaken." The call of his name had the Alpha scrambling up, screaming for Deku, reaching for the Omega. It took a moment to realize he was in the dark of his own bedroom, then another to gasp for breath, to stop himself from being sick. He leaned over himself, pressed his hands to his head, and startled when something touched his arm. He drew away on instinct, nearly snarled in fury, but stopped when he saw little Kazu at his side. The pup blinked up at Katsuki. Katsuki stared back down at him, frozen, not knowing what to do. Slowly, the pup nudged himself under Katsuki's arm, curled up against his sissy. "Don't cry," the pup said quietly. "Please don't cry. It'll be." But Katsuki hadn't even realized he was crying, but once the pup said it, he felt more tears slip down his cheek. He wrapped an arm around Kazu, wiped at his face. "I'm okay," he said quietly. "Did I wake you up?" "I'm sorry, Kazu curled a little deeper into Katsuki's he said nothing. He was releasing some of his scent, sleepy and subdued, but it was still a wonderful smell. Katsuki leaned into the pup, let the scent fill up his senses, let it seep into his muscles, let it cover him. Eventually he laid back down, expecting the pup to crawl back to his nest. Instead, Kazu scrambled up to Katsuki's neck, curled up just as he would with Deku, settled deeply against his scent gland. "Good night, Kaken," the pup patted his face. "Tomorrow we'll go see Mommy and it'll be okay." Katsuki didn't know what to say to him. He didn't know how to tell him that he might be wrong. But in that moment he let himself believe it. He curled in around the pup, growled contentedly. Didn't sleep much, if any. Just listened to his pup sleeping on, until his door suddenly shot open. Katsuki leaped up, hands up threateningly, ready to blow away whatever intruder had dared break into his room, already snarling and releasing his most aggressive scent. He was stopped very suddenly when he saw it was Ida, holding the packhouse phone, a look of alarm in his eyes. "Bakugo, it's the hospital," he said, and Katsuki's stomach dropped into his toes. "Something's happened. You need to get down there right now." One word had both Ida and Katsuki scrambling, breaking the one constant rule of no costumes in the packhouse to hastily throw on any protective equipment they could find. It was a word even they, as heroes, didn't hear very often, but one that had made every bone, every fiber, every cell in Katsuki's body shiver. Feral. After more than a week of barely being alive, Deku was awake. He was awake and alive. And he'd gone feral. If Katsuki weren't so focused on grabbing his gear and getting to the hospital as fast as he could, he would be laughing hysterically. Because of course Deku would go feral. After all that had happened, of course he would lose control. Omega's going feral was exceedingly rare. Katsuki had only ever heard stories of feral Omegas, had heard of terrifying Omega lost in their own madness, often exhibiting superhuman strength and extreme aggression. It wasn't uncommon for the Omega to hurt someone who got too close or tried to help them. But it also wasn't uncommon for the Omega to inadvertently hurt themselves. In fact, there was almost a 100% injury rate, along with about a 50-50 chance of surviving the episode or suffering a shock-induced heart attack and dying. Deku was alive and awake and Katsuki still faced losing him. "Police forces are en route," Ida said as Katsuki yanked on his gloves. No time to calibrate his bracers and gauntlets. He had to go without. But showing up without proper protection would be stupid. Even without a quirk, Deku was going to be dangerous. They were going to have to be careful. "They're preparing a tranquilizing team now. Tell them not to bother," Katsuki growled. He didn't like the idea of police barging into Deku's room and shooting him, even if it was just with a tranquilizer. He'd been through enough. The last thing he needed was to be shot by the people trying to help him. It was going to be strong, but if anyone could calm Deku, it was going to be him. It was far too dangerous to bring the pup with him. Even if Deku would never intentionally hurt him, there was absolutely a risk of him being accidentally injured if the Omega reacted badly to something else while the pup was too close. Bringing him along was out of the question. He'd do it alone. But that didn't mean Kazu wasn't going to be able to help. Before rushing out the door, Katsuki stopped and crouched beside the bewildered pup. Uraraka stood with him, lending a comforting scent as Kazu blinked, not quite understanding what was going on, but knowing enough to realize something terrible was happening. When Katsuki crouched in front of him, Kazu reached out, grabbed for him, a little tremble in his lips. "Mommy?" he whispered. The alpha squeezed his hands. "It's okay. I promise. I'm going to help your mom, but I need something from you first." Kazu leaned in a little closer, blinking when Katsuki held out one of the old hospital blankets, having long since lost Deku's scent on it. "I need you to scent this blanket for me, all right? Just rub it on your neck, like this." Kazu looked a little confused, but he let Katsuki rub the blanket along his scent gland, releasing a bit more of his scent instinctually. When Katsuki sniffed it, it smelled just like the pup. He tucked it into this pocket. "Good. This will help Deku. Can I see Mommy soon?" The pup was very quiet. Soon. "I just need to handle something first." Kazu glared at him, so Katsuki asked, "Do you trust me?" The pup looked him up and down, nodded once. "Okay." The alpha nodded slowly, stood. "I'll see you soon. Be good, all right?" Kazu blinked slowly, narrowed his gaze. "Only if I can see Mommy soon." "Soon, I promise." Katsuki glanced at the clock. bit down on a curse. I have to go. Be good. When the alpha tore away from the pup, he couldn't hesitate when he heard a small whine, couldn't stop, couldn't turn around. The longer he stayed, the closer the police got to the hospital, the more in danger there was of Deku suffering a debilitating injury or heart attack. Ida was waiting for him outside. The pack alpha glanced Katsuki up and down. Are you sure you're ready to face this? We can find someone else. No one else can do it, Katsuki growled. I'm ready. Let's go already. For a frustrating moment, the other alpha just stood there, until Katsuki lifted his lip in a snarl. Then he nodded. All right, let's go. Katsuki did not enjoy using Ida as transportation, but it was the fastest way to the hospital. So he swallowed his pride and rode on Ida's back, the engine hero zipping through the pre-dawn city streets. A nurse was waiting for them when they arrived, trying to keep a calm facade. This way, please, she tried to say, but Katsuki and Ida ran past her, into the hospital, down the hallways the alpha had come to know so well. They rounded that final corner and were faced with what felt like the entirety of the hospital's staff, nurses, doctors, security personnel, anyone who had any business within a mile of that room. They were all gathered outside Deku's room, though there was a wide breadth given, as if everyone were afraid of the door bursting open, releasing what was inside. When they rounded the corner, something else struck Katsuki nearly to a stop. The overwhelming smell of fear. It was exactly what he'd smelled in that abandoned building, missing only the lingering scent of the alpha. Deku was terrified. Katsuki raced forward, went to grab for the door, but a strong grip stopped him. Ground zero. Wait, Ida said sharply, earning only a vicious snarl from Katsuki. Where's the doctor? Who cares? Deku needs me. There you are. Thank goodness. Tanaka's voice grated on Katsuki's nerves, renewed his snarling, though the doctor took no notice. What's the situation? Ida asked, stepping in front of Katsuki, ignoring when the alpha turned his growls to him. Tanaka nodded to the room. Midoriya is inside. He's barricaded himself. We believe it may be a response to his situation before being admitted. The last he knew was being attacked by an alpha, with his pup in danger. Then he wakes up in an unfamiliar place, alone, without his pup anywhere nearby. He sighed deeply. He's just scared. He just needs something he knows, something he's familiar with. Right? Katsuki shoved him and Ida aside. So let me handle it. Call off the police. Tanaka frowned sharply. He's scared, but he's also dangerous. He needs help, but he could very well hurt someone or himself if we're not careful. Right, so we don't have any time to lose. Katsuki stepped to the door, pressed his palm against it. If it was barricaded, then it was unlikely he could break it down without using his explosions, which was a bad idea in the hospital. Deku had been on oxygen, so there was a chance he'd broken the line and the room was filled with the highly flammable gas. So that wouldn't work. Ingenium, you and the other alphas need to back away. Ida crossed his arms. I'm not letting you go in there without backup. It'll be fine, Katsuki growled. Just get back. He stood in front of the window. Safety glass, as it was in every hospital, wires woven through the glass to make it even less likely to completely shatter. No matter what happens, don't come into the room until I tell you, all right? He cast a glance to Ida and Tanaka, neither of who had moved. Did you hear me? Get out of here. Ida tapped his finger, nodded to Tanaka. In the end, the doctor, several of the security guards, and some of the nurses had to leave. But Ida stayed, even as Katsuki growled at him. I'm not leaving you alone. I'm going in with you. You dumb sheet, Katsuki snarled, earning a growl of warning from his pack alpha. Deku's been through hell. Do you hear me? The last thing he needs is to be surrounded by alphas. Even though he knows me being an alpha is going to be tricky enough. I need him focused on me, not on any other potential alpha sense nearby. This'll only work if I can break through to him, and I can only do that if I'm the one he's focused on. He's feral, Bakugo. He could kill you. Then let him kill me. Ida jolted in shock, but Katsuki took no notice. If it would make him feel better, then let it happen. Now you're just being ridiculous, Ida snapped. You're just going to give up? No, but I'm not going to hurt him. If it means I die, then I die. Katsuki pressed against the glass, wished the curtain wasn't drawn so he could see what was inside. Don't worry. I have no intention of just laying down and letting him kill me. But if it happens, then I won't regret it. And neither should you. You could leave your pup all alone. Katsuki snapped over his shoulder, glared at Ida with widened eyes. The pack alpha returned his glare without flinching. If you let Midoriya kill you and something happens to him, then your pup is left all alone. There was a beat between them, a little more than a heartbeat. Katsuki counted it out against the pounding in his ear. Kirishima and the rest of the pack would take care of him. Ida shook his head. It wouldn't be the same. And suppose Midoriya survived. He'd have to live, for the rest of his life, knowing he'd killed you. If he's really been through hell, as you and I both know he has, then it wouldn't be fair to him to let him do that to you, to let him live as a murderer for the rest of his life on top of everything else. Katsuki wanted to growl and argue and tell him he was wrong. But he knew he wasn't. It would be selfish of him to just let Deku kill him. It wouldn't help anyone. It would only make everything so much worse. He paused for a moment, then snapped his jaw. Just go, Ida. This isn't going to work with you around. Ida didn't move, glared at him. Are you going to just let Midoriya kill you? Katsuki tapped at the glass, heard a snarling hiss from within. It didn't sound anything like Deku, but he knew it had to be. He stepped back. No, I won't. But like I said, I'm not going to hurt him. He leveled a glare at the pack alpha. Trust me. I'm a hero after all. I've faced worse before. Ida gave him an incredulous look, but sighed deeply. Even if I don't agree on your methods, I understand what you mean when you say Alpha Sense could trigger him. So I will respect your request. However, I'm calling in for Beta and Omega heroes to back you up. Don't bother. Katsuki glanced around, saw a chair, picked it up, but it was pretty light. And call off that tranquilizer team. I'll handle this on my own. While Katsuki searched around the office, Ida hesitated a moment longer before he directed people to move back, encouraging them to stay away as the alpha growled, examine the glass again. He could kick it in, he supposed, but that would leave him open for attack. But maybe it was his only chance, and maybe if he got through in one movement, got to a place where Deku could actually see and smell him before the Omega had much time to get violent, he'd pause long enough for Katsuki to calm him. It wasn't the best plan, but time was running out. The longer he remained in that feral state, the more at risk he became of suffering terrible injuries or a heart attack. So he set his teeth, braced himself against the opposite wall, and charged the window shoulder down. Under the force of his weight, the window broke, bent, and fell free of its frame, Katsuki rolling into the room, landing in a crouch and immediately releasing his most calming sense. A scrambling in the corner had him glancing quickly around, taking in the room, bracing himself for what he would find. The hospital bed had been jammed up against the door, the curtains pulled on the windows, much of the medical equipment in the room shoved aside. A few chairs had been gathered together in the far corner, blankets and sheets strewn over them. Every single light had been smashed out, leaving the room in darkness, save for small slivers from the breaks in the curtains. It wasn't a lot of light, but it was enough for Katsuki to see something moving just beneath the cover of the blankets, to catch a spot of green and the flash of bared teeth. The smell of fear in the air was suffocating with the Omega so near. And splattered across the floor in front of him, the Alpha saw bits of BLD, smeared in desperate lines across the tiles. Katsuki felt his throat tighten at the sight. Was it Deku's BLD? Someone else's? No, Tanaka would have mentioned if he'd already hurt someone. He'd talk about the Omega being dangerous in terms of potential risk, not known risk. So this was his BLD. But it wasn't a lot of BLD. Only enough to show he was hurt. And judging from the 4 lines smeared in the BLD, Katsuki could guess where it was coming from. But it was only a guess. If the Omega was hurt and bleeding on top of everything else, then he needed help, now. Slowly, he focused on the corner, on the shadowed figure curled up under the makeshift cover of toppled furniture and torn sheets. Hey, the Alpha lowered his voice, held up his hands, tilted his head to the side in Ispi. He was met with a low growl, a warning to stay away. It's all right. It's me, Dad. It's Katsuki. A sharp, shrill snarl cut through the air. A pair of green eyes peered from the corner, pupils blown wide, reason and logic long beaten away. Katsuki let him growl, but he didn't back down. I know. You're scared and you're hurt, I know. But it's okay now. He took a hesitant step forward, the Omega snarling, jerking forward threateningly. Katsuki caught a glance of a freckled nose and sweat-dampened hair. He paused, but didn't back away. At this point, he was sure backing away would be just as bad as steeping forward. If he showed any weakness, Deku would see it, and he'd see it as an opportunity to attack. But the dilated pupils and excessive sweat were both bad signs, on top of any potential BLD loss. He had to calm him down and quickly. Here, Deku, I brought you something. Katsuki pulled the blanket from his pocket and tossed it toward the corner, Deku scrambling back into the shadows with a sharp cry. I know you must be thinking about Kazu. He's okay. He's not hurt. He's safe. If you calm down, I can bring him to you. But you have to calm down first? He trailed off as he heard shuffling from the corner, saw a flicker of movement, the smell catching the Omega's attention more than his words ever could. Slowly, nearly one limb at a time, Deku emerged, crouched in front of Katsuki, never daring to draw his eyes away. As he came into the flickering light through the curtains, the Alpha felt his throat tighten. There was BLD running from both the Omega's neck and wrist. Deku had clawed out the bite marks on his body, both the rogue Alpha's and Katsuki's. And now he was bleeding. He was hurt again. Something pitched in Katsuki's stomach. Something deeper than his own feelings. When he reached for Deku, it was instinct that drove him forward. Deku, he called, desperate to help, desperate to stop the bleeding. The Omega's eyes reduced to slits. He leaped at Katsuki, throwing the Alpha to the ground, the air rushing from his lungs. Something kicked Katsuki's brain out of his Alpha instincts and into his hero ones. When Deku's hands reached to claw at his eyes, he ducked away, tucking his body up around Deku and flipping him over, trying to pin him to the ground. The Omega snarled and screeched and bore his teeth in maddened fury, flailing wildly to try to get Katsuki off of him. Deku, stop. You're hurt. Just calm down. Deku snarled, snapped at his throat, the Alpha pulling back. In his attempts to avoid the Omega's teeth, he missed the fist aimed right at his kidney, Katsuki cutting off a yelp as his body roiled in protest of the attack. Then, suddenly Deku was on top of him, his hands around the Alpha's throat, fingers dug into his windpipe. Katsuki choked, tried to grab at Deku's arms, tried to pull him away. Deku hissed, pressed closer to him, Katsuki only able to see his slitted eyes and bared teeth, his broken left canine. Deku, stop. The Alpha gasped. The Omega only growled, bit at the Alpha's hands when he reached to try to free himself. A scream and sudden, panicked shouts pulled at his attention, but he couldn't afford to look away, had to try to shake Deku off of him. The Omega shoved against him when he tried to buck him off, kept snarling and snapping whenever he tried to struggle. He was losing oxygen. Soon he would go lightheaded, pass out. Potentially suffocate if the Omega didn't let go. And he couldn't afford to let himself die. Ida's words echoed in his mind, telling him not to let Deku live with the knowledge he'd killed Katsuki. Kazue's smell, faint from the blanket laying nearby, had more words ringing in his head, promises to the pup still held at his heart. He told the pup he'd see him soon. He told the pup he'd see his mom soon. He told the pup it would be okay. And he had every intention of keeping those promises. But he also refused to hurt Deku anymore. Not ever again, no matter the cost. One way or another, he had to do this, he had to live, had to make sure Deku lived as well. Katsuki growled, set his teeth, and locked eyes with the Omega. There was only one choice. If Deku wasn't going to let go and he didn't want to hurt Deku, there was only one way to do this. His calm scent roared into his strongest, most aggressive alpha pheromones, Katsuki barking sharply at the Omega, a command to be heard, to be respected, to be obeyed. Deku flinched. It was a deep reaction. Katsuki could see it jerk the Omega backward from his navel, fingers loosening ever so slightly, just enough for the Alpha to get his hand between his throat and the Omega's fingers. The moment he did, Deku snarled back, dug into his neck again, though this time, Katsuki was able to gasp in some air, to keep a small space between his throat and the Omega's strangling grip. Deku, it's okay, his voice croaked, didn't even really sound like his own voice anymore. He reined in his pheromones, pumped out his calm scent once again, though the Omega didn't react. It's all right. I'm here now. I'm not going to let anything hurt you. Not ever again. Even as he spoke, the Omega growled over his words, not hearing a one of them. Katsuki pulled at Deku's fingers, but he only dug in more. He wasn't getting anywhere. Deku was still feral. He was still bleeding. He was still terrified. There wasn't much more Katsuki could think to do. Not anything that knew could convince him to calm down. He couldn't even tell if anything he'd said so far had gotten through, if Deku was listening or if he was completely lost to the madness. But he was running out of time. He had to something. So, he took in a deep breath and reached for Deku's face, a quick, sudden movement, giving him no time to react. The Omega reeled away, froze as Katsuki's fingers brushed over his cheek. The gloves on his hands meant his touch would be cold and a little rough, so Katsuki softened his fingers, twirled a curl of hair along the Omega's face. Deku's teeth were set in a snarl, but he'd gone quiet, watching Katsuki. The Alpha smiled. It's okay, he croaked. You don't have to fight anymore. It's over. You won. You beat that bastard. Deku's fingers loosened. His eyes dilated slightly. His body was shaking. It was the only reaction Katsuki had gotten so far, and he grabbed onto it, stroking the Omega's nose and cheek over the freckles he used to count, the ones he'd known by heart. He didn't know how any Deku had anymore. Hey Deku, Katsuki curled his fingers around the hand strangling him, rubbed little circles into it. I missed you. The Omega sat up, went rigid. He kept hold of Katsuki's neck, but his fingers shook. Tears were gathering in his eyes. Katsuki rubbed his chin along the Omega's hand. You're still so appealing, Deku. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For a moment, or maybe more than a moment, neither of them moved. What the Alpha saw, though, what he felt, was the Omega unwinding, his grip fading, the first of his tears falling. When Deku sobbed, Katsuki hushed him. When he pulled Deku's hands, they released his throat. When the Omega's eyes cleared and he gasped and shuddered, Katsuki pressed his lips to his knuckles. It's all right, he whispered. It's all right now. Deku looked down at him, shivered, sobbed. And light flashed into the room. In a second, Katsuki turned, saw the muzzle of a gun aimed at the Omega through the window. He didn't have time to think. He threw himself over Deku, heard the snap of the gun, felt the punch of something striking his shoulder, stumbled as fatigue ripped through his limbs. Kaken! At the call of the Omega, Katsuki lifted his head, saw him JRK as the gun went off again, watched as Deku's eyes rolled up into the back of his head as he collapsed to the ground. Heat rippled through his limbs. He howled, pushed himself up, turned, saw red, heard the gun discharge once more, and fell into a dark voice. The void consuming Katsuki held him still and quiet, until the rage drained away, until the world colored itself. In more than just red, until he opened his eyes and found himself staring up at a white-paneled ceiling. It was a sight he was familiar with, even if he knew he might not know this particular ceiling. And it wasn't a sight he was happy to see. He growled, pushed himself up, saw only that he was laying in a bed before his head spun and his arms trembled and he collapsed back against his pillow. Language. Really now, Ida's voice wasn't perhaps a surprise to hear, though Katsuki couldn't say he was happy to hear it either. The Pack Alpha sat next to him, his helmet removed, his glasses perched on the tip of his nose as he stared down them at Katsuki. He looked slightly disapproving, which was to say he didn't seem any more or less bothered than he normally was. I'm glad you're awake. You gave us all quite a fright. Where's Deku? What happened to him? Ida sighed deeply. Bakugo, you were shot with a tranquilizer gun, twice. You need to relax. Katsuki growled, forced himself up. When his head swam, he clenched his teeth, focused on the pinpoint his vision had reduced to. A hand steadied him until he shrugged it off. What happened? As much as he didn't want to hear the other Alpha reprimand him, an inevitability he had felt in the firmness of his grip, he needed something to focus on to keep from passing out. So he let the pack alpha sigh, listening if only to ground himself in the familiar voice. Midoriya was attacking you, so the police attempted to subdue him and you put yourself in the way and got hit. Then, when they neutralized Midoriya, you turned and went to attack them, so they shot you again. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Honestly, what were you thinking? I told you to not let yourself be killed. I wasn't. Katsuki clicked his jaws. I'd gotten him calm and you let those morons shoot him anyway. He pressed a hand to his forehead, wondered if he was going to be sick. Where's Deku? Is he awake? Is he all right? Ida crossed his arms. I'm not going to tell you anything until you're seen by the doctor. You're simply in no shape to. Either tell me or I'll tear apart this DMN hospital to find him. A sharp snap of the other alpha's jaws had Katsuki quieting. It wasn't often Ida exhibited such behaviors. In fact, of all those in the pack, he was, ironically, the one least likely to show any sort of gender-typical behavior. For being the pack alpha, Ida was always told he was a weird alpha. It worked well for their pack because Katsuki was often overindulgent of alpha behaviors, the lead alpha and second alpha balancing each other out. It wasn't a conscious effort by either of them that made it work, it simply did. But on those rare occasions where Ida reminded Katsuki who was in charge, it took a lot in the alpha not to growl back, not to immediately challenge Ida. Because in truth he didn't want to challenge Ida. Not seriously. What he wanted was for the other alpha to get the hell out of his face. So he growled sharply, but didn't rise to Ida's challenge. The pack alpha readjusted his glasses. Now then, he sat back. You will not do any more property damage to this hospital. One window was quite enough. It was necessary. All well and good, but it's a bill for the agency to pay either way. Katsuki growled, watched as Ida shifted in his seat. Midoriya is fine. And he only got one dose of the tranquilizer. I believe he's been awake for about an hour now. An hour? Katsuki's head whipped around sharply, finding a clock on the wall nearby. While he didn't quite remember exactly when he and Ida had arrived at the hospital, he estimated it had been around 5 in the morning. It was currently 8. The encounter with Deku couldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Which meant he'd been asleep for almost 3 hours. Damn it. Katsuki threw himself out of bed, only for his legs to immediately collapse from under him. F-. Ida sighed deeply and with a resignation that spoke to many beleaguered years. Be careful. You'll hurt yourself. Don't tell me what to do. Just get back into bed already. As much as Katsuki wanted to argue, as much as he wanted to fight, as much as he wanted to see Deku right now, he knew that wasn't possible with his body still waking up from the drags. He needed a little more time. Just a few more minutes. Then he could start looking for the Omega. Hell, maybe someone would actually tell him where to go. Still, he did growl as Ida helped him back into bed. He leaned back, let out a frustrated huff as Ida resumed his seat, the pack alpha settling comfortably. I've been in contact with Kirishima. He'll be bringing Kazu here when the hospital's visiting hours begin. That was in 2 hours. In 2 hours, Kazu was going to potentially be allowed to reunite with his Omega. Deku was going to get to see his pup, safe and sound and happy. He ran a hand over his eyes. Has the doctor said anything about Deku being allowed to see anyone? I don't think it will be an issue. There was something in the alpha's words that had Katsuki turning toward him. Ida wouldn't meet his gaze. Something was wrong. Katsuki had one guess what it was. You talked with him, didn't you? Ida's lips thinned. Katsuki sat up immediately. Well, how is he? Were the cuts very deep? Tell me, is he okay? He's fine, Ida hurried. A few stitches were needed at his neck, but nothing to be worried about. Stitches, huh? That meant the cuts had been deep. As if the Omega had been trying to tear the alpha out of him, or whatever remained of him. Katsuki bit his lip. And his wrist? Ida shrugged. It was fine. They bandaged him up. He'll be okay, Bakugo, don't worry. When will you learn to stop ordering me around? It's not an order. It's a suggestion. Katsuki snapped his jaws, but sat back. At least it sounded like Deku was going to be okay. Stitches weren't ideal, but at least he was alive. He was alive. You aren't going to ask what else he said? The words pricked at the curiosity and questions circling Katsuki's head. He bit down on the words that wanted to form on his lips, scoffed. If it was important for me to know, then you'd tell me. Ida considered him, seemed to eye him strangely. Then he shifted. He's very nice. Katsuki didn't say anything. He could only imagine what Deku had said that made Ida think he was nice. Not that he wasn't nice. He was exceedingly nice. But what the hell could he have to say after everything that would be at all nice to someone else? He deserved to scream in rage and be absolutely unbearable after what he'd gone through. And Ida had said he was nice. Seemed like he hadn't changed all that much. A deep, unsettled part of Katsuki ached at the thought. He brushed his hand over his lips, remembered embracing Deku's knuckles, cursed quietly. Language, Ida said sternly. Katsuki didn't even bother to growl. You know, he asked about you. That unsettled part of him leaped up, demanded to know more. Katsuki just ran his fingers over his mouth. He was worried he'd hurt you badly, but he was happy to hear you weren't terribly injured. You nor anyone else in the hospital. It would have been easy to start asking questions then. What did he ask? Did he seem really interested in me? Did he say he missed me too? Instead, he snorted. Sounds like Deku. Worrying about everyone else before himself. Ida was quiet. Said he wanted to see you. When you woke up, something else, something very settled, deeply embedded, uncurled from Katsuki's stomach. He knew guilt and regret when it raised its ugly head. He rubbed at his lips one more time. Well then go get the DMN doctor already. Tell him to give me something to get my feet steady. Don't want to keep him waiting any longer. In the end, no matter how much Katsuki growled and threatened and otherwise had Ida clawing his hair out in frustration, the doctors could offer him no quick fix to his unsteadiness. He had to wait it out. He did so with mumbled curses and many clicks of his teeth, literally biting at the chomp to get to see Deku. He was pacified only slightly when told that the Omega was still recovering and wouldn't be able to see him anyway, not for a couple of hours, though he had a sinking suspicion the doctors only told him that to get him to calm down. He was even more suspicious and annoyed when his own door was knocked on and Tsukachi stepped inside. The hell do you want? Katsuki growled. Unfazed, the inspector smiled pleasantly. I was making sure you weren't too badly hurt. When I got the news that you'd been in a room with a feral Omega, I was concerned you may have been injured. He pointedly stared at Katsuki's neck, wrapped in bandages. The Alpha clicked his tongue. I'm fine. Deku didn't hurt me. Aha. Tsukachi took a seat next to Ida, nodding politely to the other hero. Then he took out his notebook. With Midoriya conscious, we'll be able to move forward in our investigation. That being said, we do recommend both he and your pup remain in protective custody for the time being. Is that what we're calling it? Protective custody? Katsuki growled. Tsukachi smiled pleasantly. Do you prefer kidnapping? The Alpha lifted his lip, a silent warning, but the inspector shrugged. Despite being the pup's Alpha, you didn't have a right to just take him without intervention from the court. Ito wrote up some paperwork for you, but don't think that's gone unnoticed. Katsuki blinked, keeping the snarl on his face to hide his surprise. Ito had covered for him? But he didn't have much time to consider it as Tsukachi continued. Midoriya has agreed to allow Kazue to remain in your protective custody temporarily, but only temporarily, and he has full say over where he goes and with whom. The inspector scribbled something on his notebook, tore off the page, held it out to Katsuki. Lots of people are covering for you, Ground Zero. Don't make it a habit of being their problem to fix. You want to say that again? Katsuki nearly leaped up, but Ida was suddenly there, pushing him back down. Bakugo! Enough. You're just proving him right. Katsuki snarled, locked eyes with the inspector. Tsukachi didn't look concerned at all. He offered the paper again. This situation is a very delicate one. I can't nor will I go into detail, but we have suspicion that both the pup and Omega may still be in danger. Whatever your personal issues or attachments to them, now is the time to take care of them. They need someone there for them. Don't let yourself get in the way of that. In all honesty, they weren't words Katsuki hadn't heard before. People had been telling him for years that he was making things harder for himself by acting the way he did. It was all too easy to shrug them off, to dismiss their ideas because he knew what he wanted and he knew how he wanted to get there. But there was something raw about what Tsukachi was telling him. Before, his actions had only ever hurt himself. Now, they were directly affecting both Kazuo and Deku. He was too stunned to move, caught between wanting to snarl and rage or just curl up under the weight of all that had happened. It was Ida who ultimately took the paper from Tsukachi. "Thank you, Inspector." Tsukachi smiled at him. "I'm trusting you'll keep him in line, Ingenium. Worry not." The Pack Alpha stood tall and proud at attention. "We will assist the police however we can. And we will continue to look after Kazuo for as long as necessary. Good. I'll be in touch if anything changes." The inspector left without another word to Katsuki, and once he was gone, Ida slumped as if in relief. He sat heavily next to Katsuki, rubbed the back of his neck. "I didn't realize you'd just taken Kazuo. I thought you had worked with the police to help him while Midoriya was asleep. That was not a pleasant conversation to have. Should I even care about what the hell you mean?" It was easy to snap at people. Much easier than to face the consequences barreling toward him. Ida pinched the bridge of his nose again, his glass clacking as they were pushed up his face. "Of course you should care. You very nearly lost all rights to that pup. You should be grateful that Midoriya was amenable to allowing you to care for him." Duh. Katsuki shifted in his bed, flexed his toes, still feeling a few pins and needles in them. "What did Deku say?" Ida readjusted his glasses, once, twice. Peered through them down at Katsuki. "When Tsukachi told me he had discovered that Ito had drawn up a protective order for the pup in your name, I immediately went to speak with Midoriya. I was worried he would be upset with what we had done, that he would demand we give the pup back to the proper authorities. I was worried I was going to have to convince him that Kazuo was quite safe and happy with us, and that while he recovered, the best place for his pup was with us." He sat back, crossed his arms. "I remembered what you said about your relationship with him, and I suspected he was the Omega you sometimes spoke of or smelled like when we were in school, so I didn't know if there was much animosity between the two of you. But he seemed relieved to hear Kazuo was with us. He was happy that the pup had found you. Perhaps it wasn't a surprise. After all, Deku had begged Kazuo go and find Katsuki, had used what he might have thought were his last words to try to send his pup away and to the Alpha who had abandoned them years earlier. Even so, Katsuki found himself equally grateful that the Omega wasn't upset. Perhaps as much as he shouldn't have been surprised by this, he deserved to have Deku absolutely furious that he'd taken advantage of the situation. Because, good intentions or not, he knew full well he'd taken advantage of the situation. Deku was smart enough to realize that as well. The thought brought up another point that was itching at the back of the Alpha's head. Deku had said he wanted to talk with him. What exactly did he have to say? If he had told Ida he was okay with Kazuo staying with them, then what else was there to say? And what to him, specifically? More so, what did Katsuki have to say to Deku? The last question bore at his nerves, twisted up his tongue until he was biting it to making sure it was flat in his mouth. Ida held out the paper to him, though Katsuki ignored him until he said, "This is important, for both you and the pup. So I suggest you do as he requests." Katsuki growled, snatched the paper, saw that the inspector had written, again, the name and number of the psychiatrist whose card he'd given the Alpha the previous day. Underneath the information, he'd written, "A stable environment is one of the requirements for your continued protective custody order. That means you, Bakugo. Make an appointment. Make one for the pup as well. You both need it." Katsuki ground his teeth, balled up the paper, tossed it aside. Ida frowned but didn't move to get it. "This is serious, Katsuki. He could take Kazuo away if you don't do as he says." "It's fine," the Alpha snapped. "I have a plan." The Pack Alpha watched him, sighed deeply. Before he could start lecturing again, Katsuki moved to the edge of the bed, carefully put his feet on the ground. He stood, wary, but his knees didn't buckle, nor did he feel the pins and needles as badly anymore. "Where's Deku? I won't keep him waiting anymore." Ida frowned. "You really should wait for the doctors." "Ha!" Katsuki stomped over to the door. "Cover for me. I won't be back." He shut it before Ida could call him back, made his way towards the nurse's station, ignoring the slightly limp in his step. Though unhappy with him being out and about, The nurses told Katsuki Deku's room number after the Alpha explained the Omega was looking for him and that he'd rest after speaking with him. The attending nurse's nostrils flared at his request, though eventually, she shook her head. You Alphas are really terrible at that, you know? Demanding things just because you think you're owed them. She pointed to a nearby room. If you upset my patient, I'll have you forcibly removed. Part of Katsuki wanted to stay and argue with her, put her in her place, but another part of him knew it would just prove her right. And anyway, Deku was waiting for him. So he snapped his jaws and turned on his heels, focusing on the door she had pointed out. He stepped confidentially up to it, but the moment he stood in front of it, he wavered, hand raised. Was he actually about to do this? Was he actually about to confront Deku again? See him? Speak with him? He still didn't know what he wanted to say. Nor did he know what Deku was going to say. As much as Katsuki didn't want it to affect him, he felt his heart beating wildly, his palms sweating. A glance around told him the nurse was watching him with narrowed eyes. So he wiped his hands on his breathes, knocked at the door and opened it. The moment before entering, he took in a breath, then he leaned through the doorway, took a single step over the threshold. Viridian eyes locked onto his almost immediately, pinned him in place with a silent stare that spoke more words than Katsuki knew could ever pass between them. There was something about the way the Omega was looking at the Alpha. It was hardened and untrusting, cautious in a way that made Katsuki's Alpha brain whine. Omega unhappy. Make Omega happy. As much as he wanted to snip and snarl at the voice in his head, he couldn't seem to move, waiting for Deku to do something first. The Omega, however, seemed content to just look at Katsuki, to take him in piece by piece, eyes taking a wandering path up his figure. Katsuki, too, found himself looking at the Omega, though not as deeply, flicking to his neck, bandaged, as well as his wrist, also bandaged, brace still in place. But mostly he drunk in Deku's eyes, relishing the sight of them, trying to memorize every detail. Every shade of green, every fleck of silver and ebony, every shimmer of unspoken emotion. Once upon a time, he could tell what Deku was thinking just with a glance. Now, he couldn't tell exactly what was going through his head. He didn't seem particularly glad to see Katsuki. He didn't seem disappointed. Not scared. He seemed guarded. Protecting himself. Anticipating having to defend himself. Something left over from the attack? Barriers thrown up because of who he was facing? He couldn't tell. What quickly became clear was the Omega had no intention of speaking first, taking his evaluation of Katsuki slowly, then sitting there, waiting. So Katsuki shifted. May I come in? Deku raised an eyebrow, a narrowed, perhaps surprised look. He nodded to the seat next to him, as much of an invitation as Katsuki was going to get. Still he took it. He shut the door quietly, sat slowly at Deku's side. The entire time, the Omega's eyes never left him. He didn't even seem to blink. So Katsuki moved slowly and deliberately, careful not to startle him. Although, the more he thought about it, the less Katsuki thought he looked afraid. Instead, he seemed intently focused. Another silence passed between them, Deku making no moves to break it. It was Katsuki again who carefully said, "How are you feeling?" The Omega finally looked away, though the Alpha saw the dry look on his face. "I've been better." Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck, felt the bandages under his fingers, realized he and Deku had matching bandages, though very different wounds. "I'm sorry for that." Deku smiled vaguely. "Inspector Tsukachi says I have you to thank for being here. Being alive, the words were awkward. It would have been easy to dismiss them as he had so many other times with hundreds of others he'd rescued. But this was very different. Maybe at the surface it wasn't Deku, the victim, Katsuki, the hero, the rescuer, but the truth was so much more than that. Their history was far too deep for it to be that simple. So Katsuki didn't know what to say. Eventually he muttered, "Yeah, well, I was just on patrol and Kazu found me." Deku's smile wavered, deepened sadly. "The inspector said he's okay. That you're taking care of him." "Yeah, I am. Well, me and my pack." Deku's head snapped toward him, expression sharp. Katsuki held up his hands, sensing the Omega's sudden aggression. "Don't worry. My pack are all heroes. Ida, Ingenium, he's out pack alpha. I know. The Omega's voice was sharp when he spoke. Katsuki waited, but he didn't elaborate. Tentatively, he continued, our head beta, Kirishima, he's bringing Kazu to see you. At the mention of his pup, Deku's lip quivered. He turned quickly away from the alpha, gripping his blanket tightly. He breathed out and his voice was shaky. Was it this badly? Katsuki shook his head, lowered his voice. No. He was okay. Bite mark, some burns on his hands. Where had those come from? He couldn't think of anything from Deku's memories that explained those. He's fully recovered now. He's okay. He paused as Deku nodded, though the Omega said nothing more, let the silence continue on until Katsuki broached it once again. He brought a blanket with his scent. Thought it might make you feel better. To his surprise, Deku snorted, smiled, perhaps ironically. That wasn't a very smart idea, you know. Katsuki blinked as the Omega turned to him. My guess is you didn't tell the doctor you had that, huh? No. Katsuki shifted, tried to hide his nervousness as Deku smiled, seemingly laughing at him. Omegas are always calmed by the scent of their pups, I thought. Oh, I get that's what you thought. Deku laughed, though it wasn't much of a laugh. Have you never heard of protective instincts? Katsuki paused and Deku laughed again. You know, that instinct that kicks into the highest gear when an Omega goes feral? The instinct that every Omega is most affected by when it comes to their pups. Katsuki clicked his tongue. I didn't think about that. Deku shook his head. Why would you, I guess? Katsuki rubbed his neck again. I'm sorry for making it worse. Immediately, Deku's eyes went to the Alpha's hand, to the bandages wrapped around his neck. This time, Katsuki was absolutely certain he knew what words were forming in the Omega's mouth, clicking his teeth first and saying, don't you dare say anything about this. You didn't do this to me. I was being stupid. It was my fault. The Omega seemed to think, to consider him. Then he shrugged. You're right. Something in his tone had Katsuki pausing, had a growl rumbling in his ear, though he cut it off quickly, horrified at what he'd done. But then Deku was laughing, an actual, genuine laugh, leaning back in his bed, relaxing. The sight of the Omega calming settled Katsuki, had him accepting the criticism without fuss. In the end, he sat back, relaxed as the Omega relaxed, calmed as the Omega calmed. It was familiar. How many times before had Deku calmed Katsuki with just his presence? How many times had Deku helped Katsuki by just being at his side? How long had the Alpha been craving this? You know, I still haven't told you thanks. The Omega spoke quietly, carefully, as if afraid of the words tripping along his tongue. Katsuki turned to him, found Deku with tears in his eyes. Without thinking, he took the Omega's hand, squeezed it, held him. Deku tried to smile at him, but his expression broke as his lip quivered and he wiped at his eyes, sniffled, then sobbed. There was a lot Katsuki wanted to do. He wanted to lean in, to comfort the Omega as he would have years ago. But he knew that wouldn't be appropriate. So he held Deku's hand, he let the Omega cry, let him unwind from all the emotions he was holding back. Thank you, he gasped, sobbed. Thank you for saving my pup. Thank you for saving me. Just, thank you. There weren't words for what Katsuki wanted to say. Nothing that could accurately convey what he was thinking. Maybe it was better to show him. Slowly, Katsuki raised Deku's hand. Pressed his lips to his knuckles again. Felt the Omega stiffen, saw his eyes go wide, his tears silencing, if only for a moment. Encouraged, Katsuki whispered, anytime, Deku. It was like a door closing. A wall built up. A barrier raising. Deku's eyes closed off, and he slipped his hand out of Katsuki's. An awkward moment followed, passed between them, something Katsuki wasn't really certain he could name. All he knew was Deku was no longer crying, but he wasn't happy. Not at all. They were spared another minute of uncertain silence when Katsuki's phone dinged. He fumbled for it, saw it was a message from Kirishima, knew what it meant. Immediately he stood. I'll be right back. He caught a raised eyebrow from Deku as the Alpha quickly scrambled from the room without saying anything more. He rushed down the hallway, found himself in the waiting room, found himself standing in front of Kirishima and Kazu, the pup curled up on the beta settee. Hey man. What's going on? Kirishima spoke, but Katsuki hardly heard him. All he saw was his pup, how his eyes lit up as he realized Katsuki smelled of his omega, a question in his face, a hope that was so close to burning out. Katsuki took him from Kirishima. Come on. We're going to go see your mom. Mommy? Kazu perked up, gripping Katsuki tightly. Yes, but you have to be calm, okay? The hallways were going by quickly. He didn't even know if Kirishima was with them, nor did he care. Okay, the pup brought his voice to a whisper, watched the hallway in front of them curiously. When they got to Deku's room, Katsuki didn't even knock at the door. He walked right in, saw the omega startle, then saw his eyes go wide as Kazu chirped loudly. Mommy! Kazu squirmed in Katsuki's arms and Deku reached out, tears falling down his cheeks again. Kazu! The omega leaned forward, accepting the pup when Katsuki handed him over. He wrapped his arms around Kazu, pressed him to his knee as the pup immediately began crying, scenting and purring for him. It's all right, Firecracker, it's all right now. You're okay. I'm okay. It's all right. Whether Kazu heard his words or only his voice, the pup curled himself up on Deku's knee, nestled into a space he fit perfectly. Katsuki had thought Kazu had slotted neatly onto his knee, along his neck. Now he knew that wasn't the case. The pup fit with Deku. He belonged with Deku. And Katsuki? One glance at the scene in front of him and he knew. He didn't have a place in this. Slowly, so not to disturb them, the alpha stood. He yearned to stay, ached to wrap his arms around them, to clam them and promise them he would always keep them safe. But he knew a line when he saw one. He knew a dismissal as much as he knew an invitation. He knew what Deku withdrawing his hand meant, at its very basic level. So he stood. So he turned. So he walked away. The door shut behind him and he stood there for a moment, a burning hurt in his knee. His alpha brain howled for him to go back, to be with Pup and Omega. He shut that voice out, walked back down the hallway. Kirishima was nowhere to be seen, so Katsuki figured he'd find him in the waiting room. A door banged open behind him, followed quickly by a distressed yelp from an Omega. Katsuki snapped around, found Kazu running toward him, heard Deku desperately calling the pup back. Kazu grabbed his arm, tugged him toward the room, growling shortly when he didn't move. Kaz. The pup growled, yanked impatiently at him. Kazu, listen. He yelped demandingly, clung to Katsuki when he tried to pull away. Sighing deeply, Katsuki picked the pup back up, took him to Deku's room. He found the Omega halfway out of bed, grimacing from pain. Oi, lay back down. You need to rest. Katsuki deposited Kazu back in Deku's arms once the Omega laid back down. Deku shivered in relief, scented the pup, wrapped his arms tightly around him. Katsuki once again went to leave, but Kazue's hand jerked out, grabbed him, held him still. Katsuki sighed again, glanced at Deku. The Omega met his gaze. Said nothing. But he did nod to the seat next to him. Katsuki knew an invitation. Just as much as he knew a dismissal. Slowly, he sat down, relaxed as Deku turned his attention to caring for his pup, as Kazu curled himself up in the Omega's, purred comfortingly when Deku sniffled. He sat and he watched and he said nothing. He knew, despite everything, that this would be a moment he would cherish for the rest of his life. Eventually, Omega and pup curled up against one another and drifted into sleep. Deku seemed entirely relaxed with Kazu back in his arms and the pup was equally affected by the presence of his Omega. Katsuki knew neither had been this happy since being rescued from the Alpha. Despite Kazu now being asleep, he kept his spot at their side, not wanting to wake the pup by leaving. He texted Kirishima, told him Deku was awake and well and reunited with his pup. The beta, in turn, must have told the entire pack because everyone else was soon texting him demanding updates and giving him congratulations, along with a few reprimands for being reckless. For the most part, Katsuki ignored these texts, though he did note a very curt one from Ida that simply said, "Good news. We'll discuss later." While Deku and Kazu slept, Katsuki busied himself with checking the news. Articles had started popping up asking where he was, people wondering if Ground Zero was on a secret mission, some wondering if he'd been severely injured and was squirreled away somewhere recovering. Yaoyorozu had done some media management, telling them that he was simply taking some personal time, but it seemed like nobody was buying it. Ground Zero didn't take personal time. It was well known what his aim was, to be the #1 hero. You didn't do that by taking personal time. He stopped reading when he found an article quoting the current #1 hero, a certain Mirio Togata, saying that taking personal time was a wonderful idea and that he respected Katsuki for doing so. He grumbled and hissed and spat and immediately closed the article. In general, Katsuki didn't think of himself as a jealous person. Possessive, aggressive, certainly, but not jealous. However, Togata's name had something cruel and vile making his stomach twist. Togata was the #1 hero. He had a wonderful partnership with his mate, Tamaki Amajiki. They had 3 appealing pups and that they cared for and loved. He'd always done everything right. He'd done no wrongs and he could do no wrongs. He was just about everything Katsuki wasn't, and Katsuki hated him for it. He had never really considered that he hated Togata until that moment. But he did. At least while reading that article, while thinking about just how much Togata had that he didn't, he hated the other alpha. But he refused to let himself dwell. Dwelling wasn't going to change anything. He needed to do something, to act. So, he got back on his phone, started researching the company Ito had told him Deku worked at. He was busy making his way through Deku's degree requirements, wondering how far along the Omega was in the program, when there came a knock at the door. Slowly, it opened, Tanaka peering inside. When he saw Deku and Kazu curled up sleeping, he smiled, closed the door behind him, nodded to Katsuki. "I'm glad to see them doing well," the doctor said. Katsuki shrugged. They just needed to be together. Tanaka shifted. "Well then, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we would like to keep Midoriya for a couple more days. Just to make sure he is stable and doing well since we don't know what happened. Unfortunately, the pup won't be able to stay." Katsuki lifted his lip in a silent growl, but he understood. Still, he wasn't happy about the idea of separating Omega and pup again. "We'll be back tomorrow," he said as Tanaka approached the bed. Bright and early, the doctor smiled, then reached for Deku. Before he could touch the Omega, Deku's nostrils flared and his eyes shot open. He let out a horrible, piercing cry, something between a snarl and a shriek of fear, scrambling away from Tanaka's hand, pressing Kazu tightly to his each. Tanaka stepped quickly backward as Deku cowered against the head of his bed and snarled deeply at him. "Easy, easy." Katsuki reached forward, put himself between Tanaka and Deku. Upon seeing him, the Omega's eyes focused, then he blinked again. Slowly, very slowly, he began to relax, Kazu looking around in confusion and fear. "It's all right, It's just the doctor." Deku nodded once, then again. Sorry. He shook his head, brushed the hair from Kazue's face when his pup looked up at him. "It's quite all right." Tanaka slowly came forward again, his steps more cautious than before. "I was just coming to wake you. We had some tests come back and we have a couple more we'd like to run." "Oh, okay, right?" Deku shifted, seemed to realize very suddenly that Kazu was in his arms, staring down at the pup and the pup staring back up at him. When the Omega turned to Tanaka, the doctor smiled sadly. "I'm afraid visiting hours are over now." Deku's face fell, dropped quickly into despair as he wrapped his arms around Kazu. Katsuki pitched forward, but reeled himself back in, taking in a deep breath through the mouth just in case the Omega was putting off a distressed scent. "Mommy?" Kazu whispered, staring up at Deku. Deku blinked at the little pup, seemed more than a little lost. Then he smiled. It was a familiar smile. A haunting one. Katsuki could place the exact moment he'd first seen the Omega smile down at Kazu like that, just before he'd turned to face that bestiality alpha in the alleyway. This time, Deku stroked Kazue's face, pushed his hair back, leaned down to embrace his forehead. "Kazu, listen very carefully to me, okay?" "Okay, mommy. I need you to go with Katsuki for the night." Katsuki felt his stomach drop. The Omega had used his name. His real name. Kazu tilted his head, glanced at Katsuki. He seemed to have a question in his eyes that quickly snapped away as Deku lifted him up, tried to hand him away, and the pup struggled to stay at his no. Mommy, I want to stay with you. I know, firecracker. Deku drew the pup closer, shivering. Katsuki could feel pain radiating from the Omega. He was half tempted to tell the doctor they would stay, no ifs, ands, or buts. However, the Omega gulped in a breath, settled himself. You can come see me in the morning. Kazu stopped, stared up at him. No, Mommy. Bright and early. You'll have to tell me all about the pack you've been staying with. The pup blinked. Pack? Sure. Katsuki's pack. You've been staying with them, haven't you? Kazu traced a pattern on Deku's history. He'd done the same to Katsuki not too long ago. Yes, Mommy. There's 2 pups. Oh, what's their names? Takahiro and Fumiko. Are they nice? Kazu thought about it, then shrugged. Takahiro is littler. And Fumiko is bossy. Deku chuckled, shifted Kazu a little away from him, toward Katsuki. The pup didn't seem to notice. Do you have fun playing with them? Yes. Good. Well then, he suddenly lifted Kazu up, Katsuki realizing what he was doing and stepped in to take the pup, settling him on his seat. Kazu resisted, but Deku smiled at him. You go have fun with them, okay? Tell me all about it tomorrow. Mommy. The pup whined and Deku shivered deeply. Good night, Kazu. I'll see you tomorrow. I promise. I'll see you tomorrow. The Omega was doing his best to hold himself together. Katsuki could see the strain in his eyes, could practically feel the tension rising in the room. Tanaka stepped closer to him, whispered, It's best if you just go. And maybe it was best. But it felt wrong. Go on, Katsuki, Deku said, that name aching in the Alpha's bones. The Omega was smiling, but he wasn't actually smiling at anything. I'll see you tomorrow? Katsuki nodded, stepped away. Bright and early. Deku smiled, closed his eyes. Katsuki had noticed the tears filling them up. No, Mommy. Kazu reached for his Omega, squirmed in Katsuki's arms. Come on, pup, the Alpha whispered, taking him from the room, closing the door as the pup began wailing. It's all right. We'll see him tomorrow. No. Kazu pushed against Katsuki, did his best to try to get out of his grip. I want my mommy. I want my mommy now. Katsuki didn't really know what to do. Because he couldn't blame the pup. Of course he wanted his Omega. He'd just been reunited with him after such a traumatic experience. To be torn away like this? It wasn't fair. Katsuki wanted to turn around and put him back in Deku's arms, to demand they let him stay the night. But this wasn't a good place for Kazu. Especially if Deku was still getting tests done. The pup didn't need to be there for that. So he stepped quickly to the nurse's station, gave his phone number and told the nurse on duty that if Deku wanted to contact him, that was the best way. Then, with the pup fighting and screaming and crying, Katsuki made his way back down the hallway. It was the first time he'd seen Kazu have a meltdown. He'd seen them before, of course, with both Takahiro and Fumiko. It was a different experience to be the Alpha whose pup was crying. It was a horrible noise. Grating in a way no other pup's cries ever had been. He wanted to do anything to make it stop, to keep his pup from feeling the pain he was expressing. But for now, there was nothing to be done. They just had to go home. When they reached the waiting room, Kirishima was standing as if knowing they were there. But of course he would know. No doubt he'd heard Kazu screaming from down the hall. Let's go, Katsuki said shortly. Kirishima glanced him up and down. Do you want me to take him? He held out his hands to Kazu, who shrieked loudly and curled up at Katsuki's. No, 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 no. All right, all right. Katsuki rubbed Kazu's back, sighed when he began crying for Deku again. Let's just go. On the way home, Kazu literally cried himself to sleep. By the time he did, Katsuki had a throbbing headache. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, pinching the bridge of his nose to try to quell it, though having very little luck. Kirishima was oddly quiet beside him for the entire ride. Nothing was said between them, the silence unusual and awkward once the pup had fallen asleep. Ida, who apparently had gone home earlier in the day, was waiting for them when they entered the pack house. Katsuki had successfully pulled Kazu from his seat without waking him, but once they were inside the house and with most of the pack around and making noise, the pup began stirring. As soon as he did, he began crying again, starting off at a whine and slowly winding up to screaming for Deku again. As soon as he did, all 3 Omegas were there. Uraraka took Kazuo without much of a fuss, just as she had done with the other pups many times before, pressing him to her scent gland and whispering comfortingly at him as Tsu and Jiro crowded around them, lending their presence and their scent. While the Omegas cared for the crying pup, Katsuki immediately went to the medicine cabinet and knocked back several pain relievers, grumbling as he did so. When he turned, Ida was standing in the doorframe. "We should talk," he said quietly. Katsuki growled lowly. "What about?" "Midoriya," Ida fingered his glasses. "What are your intentions with him?" It was a fair question, he knew. But it was still an annoying one. Katsuki's growl deepened and he shouldered past Ida, walking back toward the kitchen. "I want to keep him safe. That's my only priority at the moment." "And anything else?" Katsuki rounded on him, narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Ida shifted slightly, crossed his arms. "Midoriya is extremely traumatized as well as Kazu. Now would not be a good time to try to impose yourself on him in any way." Something deep, something snarling and furious, had Katsuki pausing, had his mind racing to form coherent words. Had he just insinuated that Katsuki would take advantage of death like that? Red colored his world. Katsuki leaped forward, snapped at Ida's throat. Instinct had Ida snarling back, holding his ground, the 2 alphas growling and snarling, a challenge rising between them. At the sudden, sharp scent of 2 alphas facing off, the rest of the pack was immediately there, surrounding them. While the betas stayed back, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu carefully stepped forward. "That's enough, you two. You'll scare the pups," the female alpha reprimanded. Todoroki, likewise, nodded toward the staircase. "Bakugo, you'll upset Kazuo." At the mention of his pup, Katsuki snapped at Todoroki, who backed away, but looked quite displeased. Yaoyorozu took his place. "Enough," she said. "What's gotten into you? Let me tell you something." He let his voice carry low, looking past Yaoyorozu and Todoroki and everyone else, staring right at Ida. Ida had not backed down from Katsuki's challenge, facing the other alpha with cold steel in his eyes. If needed, he would defend himself and his pack, even from one of their own. Katsuki knew that. He just didn't care. "Don't you ever presume that I would do anything to hurt Deku. He means more to me than any one of you shitty extras. I would never hurt him." Ida met Katsuki's snarling with a deep, piercing silence. He didn't feel the need to growl back. He simply stood in defiance of the other alpha's challenge. "You say that, and yet you're the one who left him 5 years ago." Katsuki didn't want to show how much his words hurt. But he couldn't stop himself from falling silent, from tensing. He couldn't argue. Ida was right. He said he'd never hurt Deku, but he'd abandoned him once already. After getting him PR'd in tea, no less. Why would anyone think he wouldn't just get what he wanted and do it again? "Katsuki," Ida said sharply, bringing his attention back, "it is our intention, as Kirishima said several days ago, to offer a place among us to both Midoriya and your pup, if that is what is necessary or wanted. Knowing that, I consider them part of my pack and under my protection as Pack Alpha. And I will not, let me repeat, will not just allow any harm of any kind befall my packmates. That means even from you." Katsuki snarled, but Ida spoke over him. "Think about your intentions and if need be, reevaluate them. If Midoriya is to be an Omega of my pack, then I will treat him as I do the others. No alphas will be permitted to prey upon him in any way. Any such infractions will be dealt with harshly. As you well know." Katsuki's snarl lowered to a growl as Ida's glasses flashed. "Consider what I've said and take some time to think about what you intend to do now that we know he will survive. This very well may be the most important decision you make in your life." Slowly, the pack alpha stood, released a calming scent. Even Katsuki couldn't stop himself from sagging forward, from falling into peace at the commanding scent of his pack alpha. Ida waited until he'd stopped growling, until he'd stopped challenging him, before turning and leaving. The rest of the pack watched him go, though ultimately, their eyes went back to Katsuki. Katsuki straightened, bit down on a snarl, and stomped away. He didn't really know where he wanted to go. All he knew was he didn't want to be there. He found himself standing in the kitchen momentarily, but it felt cold and empty and he didn't really want to be where any of the rest of the pack could find him. So he made his way upstairs, thought about trying to find Kazu, but knew he was better off with the Omegas for now. Growling under his breath, he instead went to the bathroom, stripping off his clothes and stepping into the shower, running the water cold. Standing under the freezing water, he stilled, let his blood calm from its boil. Thought about what Ida had said. What his intentions were with Deku. What he did want. At the very base level, to see Deku safe and happy. But, did he want more? And the answer, of course, was yes. Yes, he wanted Deku. He'd never stopped wanting Deku. Somewhere along the way, he just fooled himself into thinking he didn't want Deku as much as he wanted to be the #1 hero. How much did that really matter anymore? Yes, he still wanted to be #1. And if Togata of all people could do it, then surely he could too. He could do it even better than that loser. And he'd do it with Deku at his side. He'd make sure Deku was safe and happy first, yes, but then, maybe he did want to have the Omega. To please him and be with him. Forever. The thought made his heart swell and his alpha brain growl contently. He knew it wasn't going to be that simple though. He could still feel the burn of the Omega pulling his hand out of his. After all that had happened, he needed time. Katsuki could afford time. He'd give him as much time as he needed. But he'd be there. For however long it took, he'd be there. With one last growl, Katsuki snapped the water off, shook out his hair, stepped out of the shower. Resolved himself to what he wanted, decided in that moment to something that he would work toward from now until he achieved it. He would see Deku happy. He would see Deku safe. And if Deku would have him, he'd see that Omega is his. That was his promise.